comfy armchair enjoying a book on Joseph Stalin. No mainstream publisher would touch the delusion-filled manuscript, since the author had been unfailingly complimentary about the sadistic Soviet leader. Yet the self-published book's positive opinion of Stalin appealed greatly to the old man. He'd purchased it directly from the writer not long before the latter was committed to a mental institution. No stars could be seen hovering over the elderly man's large estate because of a storm moving inland from the nearby ocean. Though he was wealthy and living in great luxury, his personal needs were relatively simple. He wore a decades-old faded sweater, his shirt collar secured all the way to his fleshy neck, which was thick with wattles. His cheap pants thunder seemed to cause the lights to flicker. They sputtered twice more and fluttered out. In the lower-level electronics room, the battery backup in the security system had been removed, causing it to cease functioning when the power supply was interrupted. Each door and window was instantly disarmed. 10 seconds later, the massive backup generators kicked in and brought the electrical flow back to full power, returning the security system to online status. However, within that 10-second span, a window had opened, and a hand had darted out and caught the digital camera that had been tossed from ground level. The window closed, and was locked a second before the system armed once more. Oblivious to this, the old man idly rubbed his hairless head. It was mottled over with scabs and patches of sun-damaged skin. His face had collapsed long ago into a pile of gravity-ravaged tissue that pulled his eyes, nose, and mouth downward into a permanent scowl. His body, what was left of it, had followed a similar route of degradation. He relied on others to help him perform the simplest tasks now, but at least he was still alive, when so many of his brothers in arms, indeed perhaps all of them, were dead, many by violent means. This made him angry. History showed that inferiors were perpetually jealous of those greater than they. He finally put down his book. At his age, 3 or 4 hours sleep at a time was all that was required, but it was now that he required it. He called for his attendant by pushing the blue button on the small circular device he always wore around his neck. It had 3 buttons, one for the attendant, one for his doctor, and one for security. He had enemies and ailments, but the attendant was mostly for pleasure. The woman entered. Barbara had blonde hair and was dressed in a hip-hugging white miniskirt and tank-top blouse that allowed him a liberal view of her breasts as she bent down to help him up into his wheelchair. He had insisted on her wearing revealing clothing as a condition of employment. Old, rich, perverted men could do what they pleased. His wrinkled face nestled against her soft cleavage and lingered there. As her strong arm slid him onto the wide seat, his hand slipped under her skirt. His fingers glided along the backs of her firm thighs until they touched her buttocks. Then he gave each cheek a hard squeeze. He let out a small moan of appreciation. Barbara made no reaction, because she was well paid to endure his groping. She wheeled him to the elevator, and they rode in the car together to his bedroom. She helped him undress, averting her eyes from his collapsed body. Even with all his fortune, he could not force her to look at his nakedness. Decades ago, she would have certainly looked at him, and also done so much more for him, if she wanted to live. Now he was simply helped on with his pajamas like an infant. In the morning he would be washed and fed, again like a baby instead of a man. The cycle was complete, from cradle, back to cradle, and then the grave. "Sit with me, Barbara," he commanded. "I want to look at you." He said all this in German. That was the other reason he had hired her. She spoke his native language. There were few left around here that could. She sat, crossed her long, tanned legs, and kept her hands in her lap, occasionally smiling at him because she was paid to. She should be thankful to him, he felt, because she could either work for him in this grand house where the tasks were easy and the time in between long, or else go whore herself on the streets of nearby Buenos Aires for what amounted to pennies a day. He finally waved his hand, and she immediately rose and closed the door behind her. He leaned back on the pillows. She would probably go to her room, strip off her clothes, leap in the shower, and scrub hard enough to rub the filth of his touch off her. He quietly chuckled at this image. Even as a shrunken old man, he could have some effect over people. He vividly remembered the glorious days when he would walk into a room, the heels of his knee-high officer's boots clicking on the concrete floor. That sound alone would send ripples of terror throughout the entire camp. Now that was power. Every day he was given the privilege of feeling that sense of invincibility. His every command was carried out with no hesitation. His men would line up the vermin, long columns of them in their filthy clothes, their heads bowed, but still they eyed the shine of his magnificent boots, the power of his uniform. Playing God, he would decide which ones would die and which ones would live. The living hardly got the better of it, for their reward was a hell on earth, as painful and miserable and degrading as he could possibly make it. He shifted to the left and pushed against the rectangle of paneling on his headboard. The piece of wood swung outward, and his hand shakily punched in the combination on the safe door revealed there. He slid his hand in and pulled out the photo, then settled back on his pillow and looked down at it. He calculated that it was taken 68 years ago to the day. His mind was still all there, even if his body had deserted him. He was only in his late 20s in the picture, but he'd been given great responsibility because of his brains and ruthlessness. Tall and slender, he had light blonde hair that was striking against his tanned, square-jawed face. He looked so fine in his full uniform with all his medals, though he had to concede that hardly any of them were actually earned. He had never seen combat since he had never been able to muster much personal courage. The talentless masses could fire the guns and die in the trenches. His skills had allowed him to seek safer ground. His eyes filled with tears at the sight of what he had once been. And next to him, of course, stood the man himself. He was small in stature, but colossal in every other way. His black mustache was frozen for all time over the expressive mouth. He kissed his younger self in the photo, and then did the same to the cheek of his magnificent Führer, completing his nighttime ritual. He returned the photo to its hiding place, and thought about the years since he'd fled Germany months before the Allies marched in and Berlin fell. He'd come here by prearrangement, because he'd seen the inevitable outcome of the war perhaps before his superiors had. He'd spent decades in hiding, but once more used his talents to build an empire of wealth from mineral and timber exports in his new homeland, ruthlessly crushing all competition. Yet he longed for the old days, when the life and death of another human being was solely in his hands. He would sleep comfortably tonight as he did every night, his conscience clear. He felt his eyelids growing heavy when he was surprised to hear the door opening again. He looked across the gloom of the chamber. She stood there silhouetted against the darkness. "Barbara?" Chapter 2. She came forward after locking the door behind her. As she drew closer to the bed, He could see that she was wearing only a cotton robe that barely covered her thighs and dipped low around the chest. Her tanned skin peeked out at him from several angles, except at the flap of the robe. There he could see the paleness of her revealed hip. She had loosened her hair, and now it swept around her shoulders. She was also barefoot. She slipped onto the bed next to him. "Barbara," he said, his heart beginning to beat faster, "what are you doing here?" "I know you want me," she said in German. "I can see it in your eyes." He whimpered as she took his hand and drew it inside the folds of her robe near her breasts. "But I am an old man. I can't satisfy you. I can't." "I will help you. We'll take it nice and slow." "But the guard, he's outside the door. I don't want him to." She gently stroked his head. "I told him it was your birthday, and I was your present." She smiled. "I told him to give us 2 hours at least." "But my birthday isn't for another month." "I couldn't wait." "But I can't do it. I do want you, Barbara, but I am too old, too damn old." She drew closer, touched him where he hadn't been touched for decades. He moaned. "Don't do this to me. I tell you, it won't work." "I'm patient." "But why would you want me?" "You're a very rich and powerful man, and I can see that you were once very handsome." He seized on this statement. I was. I have a picture." "Show me," she said. "Show me," she moaned into his ears as she moved his hand up and down inside her robe. He pressed the panel, extracted the photo, and handed it to her. Her gaze lingered over the image of him and Adolf Hitler. "You look like a hero. Were you a hero?" "I did my job," he said dutifully. "I did what was asked of me." "I'm sure you were very good at it." "I've never shown that picture to anyone else. No one." "I am flattered. Now, lie back." He did so, and she straddled him, unloosening her robe so he could see her body more fully. She also removed the circular call device from around his neck. He started to protest. "We don't want the buttons to be pushed accidentally," she said, holding it away from him. She bent down so her breasts were close to his face. "We don't want to be interrupted." "Yes, you are right. No interruptions." She reached into her pocket and held up a pill. "I brought you this to take. It will help with that." She motioned to his crotch. "But I don't know if I should. My other medications—" Her voice dipped still lower. "You will last for hours. You will make me scream." "God, if I only could." "All you have to do is swallow this." She held up the small pill. "And then take me." "Will the pill really work?" In his excitement, a bit of spittle appeared on his lips. "It has never let me down before. Now, take it." She handed it to him, poured out a glass of water from a carafe on the nightstand, and watched as he swallowed the pill and greedily slurped down the water. "Is it getting bigger?" he asked eagerly. "Patience. And in the meantime, I have something to show you." From the pocket of her robe, she pulled out a slim camera. It was the one that had been tossed to and caught by Barbara at her window when the power had gone off and the security system had disarmed. "Barbara, I feel funny." "It is nothing to worry about." "Call the doctor to come in. Press the button for him. Do it now." "It is fine. It's merely the effects of the pill." "But I can't feel my body and my tongue." "It feels large? My goodness! The pill must be working on your tongue and not on your other part." I will have to register a complaint with the manufacturer." The old man gurgled loudly. He tried to point to his mouth, but his limbs wouldn't work anymore. "Push the button." She moved the call device farther away and pulled her robe tight, cinching it up. She settled next to him. "Now, here are the pictures I want you to see." She turned on the camera. On the small screen, an old black-and-white photo of a face appeared. "This young boy was David Rosenberg," she explained, pointing to the youthful but gaunt face on the screen. The hollow cheeks and glassy eyes indicated that death was not far away. "He never made it to his bar mitzvah. Did you know that, before you ordered his death, Herr Colonel Huber? He was already past 13, but of course in the camps, Jewish rites of passage were not observed." The old man continued to quietly gurgle, his terrified gaze still on the photo. Barbara pressed a button and a young woman's face appeared on the camera screen. She said, "This is Frau Helen Koch. She was killed by a rifle bullet to the belly, fired by you before your first cigarette in the morning. By all accounts, she only suffered for a mere 3 hours before expiring, while your men kept back all attempts at aid by her fellow Jews. In fact, you killed 2 people that morning, since Frau Koch was pregnant." While the rest of his body remained immobile, the old man's fingers started to claw the covers. His gaze was on the call device, but though it was only 2 feet away, he couldn't reach it. She tilted his chin back and held it there so he could gaze at the screen. "You have to focus, Colonel. You remember Frau Koch, don't you? Don't you? And David Rosenberg, don't you?" He finally blinked his assent. "I would show you the pictures of the other people you condemned to death, but since there are over 100,000 of them, we don't have time." She pulled a photo from the pocket of her robe. "I took this from the frame on the piano in your beautiful library." She held the picture in front of his face. "We found your son and daughter and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren. All these innocent people. You see their faces? Just like David Rosenberg and Helen Koch and all the others. If I had time, I'd tell you in exact detail how each will die tonight. In fact, 7 of them already have been butchered, simply because of their connection to you. You see here, Colonel, we wanted to make certain that there were no monsters left to reproduce." He started to cry, his mouth making little mewing sounds. "Good, good. Tears of joy here, Colonel, I'm sure. Maybe they will think our sex is so good you cry. Now it's time to go to sleep, but keep your eyes on the picture. Don't look away. It is your family, after all." When he closed his eyes, she slapped his face, forcing his eyes open. She leaned down and whispered into his ear in another language. His eyes widened. "Do you recognize it, Herr Huber? It's Yiddish. You heard that phrase often in the camps, I'm sure. But in case you never knew the translation, it means, 'rot in hell.'" She placed a pillow over his nose and mouth, but did not cover his eyes, so he could see his doomed family as his last image during life. She pushed down with considerable strength. The old man could do nothing as his oxygen vanished. "This is a far easier way to die than you deserve," she said, as the pump of his lungs quickened, seeking air that wasn't there. After his chest lurched one final time, she removed the pillow and placed the picture of Huber in his uniform in the pocket of her robe, along with the small camera. They had not killed his family, and had no intention of doing so. They did not murder innocent people, but they had wanted him to believe, with his final dying breath, that he had precipitated the destruction of his loved ones. They knew his death could never match the horror of the slaughter carried out on his orders, but this was the best they could do. She crossed herself and whispered, "May God understand why I do this." Later she passed the guard, a cocky young Argentine, on the way back to her room. He eyed her with obvious lust. She smiled back at him as she playfully twitched her hips, letting him glimpse some pale skin under her thin robe. "Let me know when it's your birthday," she teased. "Tomorrow," he said quickly, making a grab for her, but she darted out of the way. That is very good, she thought, because I won't be here. She walked directly to the library and returned the photo to its frame. An hour later the lights flickered once more, and then went out. The same 10-second gap occurred before the generator kicked on. Barbara's window opened and then closed. Dressed all in black with a knit cap over her hair, she climbed down a drainpipe, skirted the perimeter security, clambered over the high wall around the estate, and was picked up by a waiting car. It was not that difficult, since the security measures at the estate were chiefly designed to keep people out, not in. The driver, Dominic, a slender young man with dark curly hair and wide-set eyes, looked relieved. "Brilliant job, Dom," she said in a British accent. "The timing on the power going out was spot on," she said. "At least the forecasters were right about the storm, provided a good cover for my engineering sleight of hand. What did he say?" "He spoke with his eyes. He knew." "Congratulations. It's the last one, Reggie." Regina Campion, Reggie to her intimates, sat back against her seat and pulled off the cap, freeing her dyed blonde hair. "You're wrong. It's not the last one." "What do you mean? There are no Nazis like him left alive. Huber was the final bastard." She pulled the photo of Huber and Adolf Hitler from her pocket and gazed at it as the car raced along the dark roads outside Buenos Aires. "But there will always be monsters, and we have to hunt down every one of them." Chapter 3. Shaw was hoping the man would try to kill him, and he wasn't disappointed. Seeing your freedom about to end with the distinct possibility of an execution date in your future just made some people a bit peeved. A few moments later, the fellow was lying unconscious on the floor, the imprint of Shaw's knuckles on his crushed cheek. Shaw's backup appeared a minute later to take the man into custody. Shaw mentally crossed off his to-do list a heartless zealot who used unwitting children to blow up people who didn't believe in the same God he did. 10 minutes later, he was in a car going to the airport in Vienna. Sitting next to him was his boss, Frank Wells. Frank looked like the meanest son of a bitch you would ever run into, principally because he was. He had the chest of a mastiff, along with the beast's growl. He favored cheap suits that were perpetually rumpled from the moment he put them on, and a sharp-edged hat that took one back several decades. Shaw believed that Frank was a man who'd been born in the wrong era. He would have done well in the 1920s and 1930s chasing criminals like Al Capone and John Dillinger, with a Tommy gun and not a search warrant or Miranda warning card in sight. His face was unshaven and his second chin lapped against his thick neck. He was in his 50s and looked older, with about 80 years of acid and anger built up in his psyche. He and Shaw had a love-hate relationship that, at least judging from the foul expression on the man's face, had just swung back to hate. A part of Shaw could understand that. One reason Frank favored wearing his hat inside cars and indoors was not simply to cover his egg-shaped bald head, but also to hide the dent in his skull where a pistol round fired by Shaw had penetrated. It was not an ideal way to begin a healthy friendship, and yet that nearly lethal confrontation was the only reason they were together now. "You were a little slow on picking up Benny's movements back there," said Frank, as he chewed on an unlit cigar. "Considering Benny bin Alaman is the holder of the number 3 slot on the most wanted terrorist list, I'll just take a moment to pat myself on the back." "Just saying is all, Shaw. Never know if it might come in useful next time." Shaw didn't answer, primarily because he was tired. He looked out the window at the beautiful avenues of Vienna. He'd been many times to the Austrian capital, home to some of history's greatest musical talent. Unfortunately, his travels here were always for work, and his most vivid memory of the town was not a moving concerto, but rather almost dying from a large caliber round that had come uncomfortably close to his head. He rubbed at his hair, which had finally grown back. He'd had to scalp himself for a recent mission. He was only in his early 40s, 6.5 feet tall and in rock-hard shape, but when his hair had come back, there'd been a sprinkle of gray at the temples and a dab at his sharp widow's peak. Even for him, the last 6 months had been, well, difficult. As if reading his mind, Frank said, "So, what happened with you and Katie James?" "She went back to being a journalist, and I went back to doing what I do." Frank rolled down the window, lit his cigar, and let the smoke drift out the opening. "That's that, huh? Why would there be anything more than that? You two went through some serious stuff together. Tends to draw people closer." "Well, it didn't. She called me, you know." "When?" "While back. Said you left without saying goodbye, just walked off into the sunrise." "Didn't realize there was a law against that. And why didn't she just call me?" "Said she tried, but you changed your number." "Okay, so maybe I did." "Why's that?" "Because I felt like it. Any other personal questions?" "Were you two sleeping together?" This comment made Shaw noticeably stiffen. Frank, perhaps sensing he'd gone too far, looked down at the folder in his lap and said quickly, "Okay, we'll be wheels up in 30 minutes. We can go over the next job on the wings." "Great," said Shaw dully. He rolled down his window and breathed in the morning air. He did most of his work in the middle of the night, and many of his jobs ended in the early morning hours. "I work for something loosely called an agency that doesn't officially exist, doing things around the world that no one will ever know I did," he thought. Agency policy allowed its operatives to go right up to the line of legality, often crossing it, sometimes obliterating it. The countries financially and logistically supporting Shaw's agency were part of the old G8 vanguard, and thus technically constituted the most civilized societies in the world. They could never employ brutal and sometimes lethal tactics through their own official channels. So they circumvented that problem by secretly creating and feeding a hybrid beast that was only graded on results achieved through any means possible. Typically, neither personal rights nor the benefit of legal counsel entered the equation. Frank studied him for a moment. "I sent some flowers to Anna's grave." Surprised, Shaw turned to him. "Why?" "She was a fine woman, and for some reason she was head over heels for your sorry ass. That was the only flaw I could find in the lady, her poor judgment in men." Shaw turned to look back out the window. "You'll never find anybody that good ever again." "That's why I'm not even bothering to look, Frank." "I was married once." Shaw closed the window and sat back. "What happened?" "She's not living anymore. She was sort of like Anna. I married way above my pay grade. That stuff never strikes twice." "At least you made it down the aisle. I never got that chance." Frank looked like he was going to say something else, but lapsed into silence. The two men rode the rest of the way to the airport without speaking. Chapter 4. The Gulf Stream rode into the air on smooth winds. Once they'd leveled off, Frank brought out the usual file: photos, background reports, analysis, and action recommendations. "Evan Waller," began Frank. "Canadian, 63 years old." Shaw picked up a cup of black coffee with one hand and a photo with the other. He was staring at a man whose head was shaved down to the scalp. He looked fit and strong, and his facial features were sharp and angular, like an image on a high-def LCD screen with megahertz levels. Even from the photo, the eyes seemed to house a current of electricity that looked capable of shooting straight out at Shaw, delivering a mortal wound. The man's long nose appeared as though it started mid-forehead and ran arrow straight to the top of his mouth. It was a cruel mouth, if there ever was such a thing, thought Shaw, and this man was no doubt cruel and evil and dangerous. If he weren't all of those things, Shaw wouldn't be looking at his photo. He never went after saints, only violent sinners. "Looks good for his age," said Shaw. dropping the photo onto the small table. "For the last 2 decades at least, he's been into anything that makes lots of money. On the surface, he's golden. Legit businesses, keeps a low profile, gives to charities, is into helping third-world countries build infrastructure. But we've discovered that his underlying wealth is built on human trafficking. Mostly young Asian and African teens mass kidnapped by Waller's people and then sold into prostitution in the Western Hemisphere. That's why he's so into third-world development. It's his pipeline. He uses that as a way to get the product he needs, and his legit businesses launder the cash from those activities." "Okay, that qualifies him for a well-deserved visit from me." Frank stood and poured himself a Bloody Mary from the small bar set up against one wall of the aircraft and dropped a celery stalk in the glass. He sat back down, jiggling the ice with a long spoon. "Waller hid the details well. It took us time to get the goods on him, and even then it may not hold up in a court of law. The guy's bad, no doubt about it, but proving it is another thing. So why are we even bothering to go after him if we can't put him away? That'll just warn him off." Frank shook his head. "This is not a snatch and prosecute. It's a snatch and rat. We take him and convince him it's in his best interest to enlighten us about a new line of business for him that we just found out about." "Which is?" "Nuclear materials trafficking with Islamic fundamentalists on the worldwide watch list. He rats them out, he gets a deal." "What kind of deal?" "Basically, he walks. To keep enslaving young girls?" "We're talking avoiding nuclear holocaust here, Shaw. It's a trade-off the higher-ups are willing to make. At least we'll put his operation out of business for a while. But he gets his freedom and all the money he's no doubt hidden around the world." "So he'll just open for business again? You know, sometimes I get confused about which devil we're actually dealing with." "We deal with them all, just in different ways." "Okay. So what's the plan?" "We found out that he's heading to the south of France for a little holiday, in between planning nuclear holocausts. He's rented a villa in Gord. You ever been there?" Shaw shook his head. "It's really beautiful, so I hear." "So is Vienna. At least so I hear. All I usually get to see are the sewer pits, emergency rooms, and the morgue." "He travels with heavy security." "They always do. How do you see the extraction?" "Quick and clean, of course. But the French are totally outside the loop on this. We can expect no help from them. If you go down, your ass is cooked." "Why would I expect anything less?" "The timing will be tight." "The timing is always tight." "That's true," Frank conceded. "So we kidnap him, work on him, and hope he breaks?" "Our job is just to get him. Others will break him." "Right. And then let him walk," Shaw said in disgust. "The suits make the rules." "You're wearing a suit." "Correction. The guys wearing the expensive suits make the rules." "Okay. But if you recall the last time I was in France, things didn't go very well." Frank shrugged. "So let's get down to the details." Shaw drained his coffee cup. "It's all in the details, Frank. Plus a hell of a lot of luck." Chapter 5. Reggie Campion drove her 10-year-old dented smart car City Coupe from her flat in London past Leavesden to the north and continued on for a few more kilometers. After meandering through narrow country roads, she turned off onto a one-car-wide dirt lane, eventually passing through lichen-covered stone columns that bore the name Harrowsfield, which was the property she was now on. Her gaze then carried, as it usually did, up the twisty, crushed gravel drive toward the old crumbling mansion. Some claimed Rudyard Kipling had once leased the estate. Reggie doubted that, although she believed it would have appealed to an author who had created such marvelous, intrigue-laden adventure stories. It was a vast place, jury-rigged in parts with secret doors and passages, stone turrets with cold chambers, an enormous library, corridors that ended in solid walls, an attic filled with equal parts museum-quality artifacts and junk, a rabbit warren of a cellar with musty bottles of mostly undrinkable wine, an antiquated kitchen with a leaky roof and exposed, sparking wiring, and enough outbuildings to house several army battalions on over 100 hectares of neglected grounds. It was ancient, falling apart, smelly, mostly uninhabitable, and she loved it. If she'd had the money, she would have purchased it. But Reggie would never have enough money for that. She often stayed overnight here. A hopeless insomniac, she would wander the dark mansion for hours. It was then that she thought she could feel the presence of others who also called Harrelsfield home, though they were no longer among the living. She would have preferred to stay out here full time. Her flat was small, basic, in an undesirable part of the city, and was still more than she could afford. She had cut back on luxuries such as food and clothing in order to get by. She had certainly not chosen this career path for the income potential. She parked the car in front of the old carriage house, now turned into garages and a workshop, and saw that several people were there ahead of her. She used her key to open the door into the mudroom of the mansion, and a little chime was heard. An instant later, a broad-shouldered, muscular man, a little under 6 feet and in his 30s, emerged from an inner room. He was holding a cup of tea in one hand and a customized 9mm pistol in the other, and that was pointed at Reggie's chest. He was dressed in tight-fitting, snake-hipped corduroy pants, a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and slim black leather loafers with no socks, despite the damp chill that was normal for Harrowsfield, even in the heat of summer. His fierce dark eyebrows nearly met in the middle of his forehead, and his shaggy brown hair hung down to them. On seeing her, he slipped the gun in his shoulder holster, grinned, and took a sip of his tea. Whitbeckham said, "Hey, Reg, you should have rung up when you hit the gatepost. Almost shot you. Be in a funk for weeks if I did that." His robust Irish accent had softened over the last few years to where Regina could understand almost all of what he said without the services of a translator. She slipped off her jacket and hung it on a wooden peg on the wall. She was dressed in faded jeans, a burgundy lightweight turtleneck sweater with the collar turned up, and black ankle boots. Her hair was returned to its original shade of rich dark brown, and was secured at the nape of her neck with a tortoiseshell clip. She wore no makeup, and as she stepped into the light thrown through the windows, one could see, though she was only 28, the beginnings of a fine web of lines around her wide, intense eyes. "My mobile never manages to work around here, Whit." "I reckon it's time to get a new mobile service, then," he advised. "Tea?" "Coffee. The stronger the better. It was a long flight and I didn't sleep much." "Coming up?" "Brilliant. Thanks. Dom here. Didn't see his motorbike." "I think he parked it in one of the garages. And it's not a motorbike." "What then?" "It's a crotch rocket. Has to do with horsepower and such, see?" "Right. Interesting stuff, male toys." He gave her a look. "You doing okay?" She feigned a smile. "Smashing. Never better. You do it once, it gets easier each time." His face creased into a frown. "That's a crock of shite, and you know it." "Do I? Keep in mind that Huber killed a few 100,000 people and got away with it for over 60 years. I read the same briefing papers you did, Whit." He looked put off. "Well, maybe you need to take some time off then. Recharge." "I am recharged. Only took that long flight and a couple of drinks to do it. Colonel Huber is extinguished from my memory." Whit grinned. "You sure you're not going mental on me?" "No, but thanks for asking. So who's here?" "Usual suspects." She checked her watch. "Early start?" "New job. Everyone gets a bit giddy." "Including me." "You're really sure about that?" "Don't be a prat. Just get me the damn coffee." Chapter 6. Reggie walked through passages smelling of mildew until she reached a set of wooden double doors with lavish burned-in engravings of books on each. She tugged one door open and passed through into the library. It had 3 walls of books and sliding ladders running on tarnished brass rails to reach them. A 4th wall was lined with old photos and portraits of men and women long dead. The room was anchored by a floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace, one of the few in the house that worked properly, and even this one tended to belch smoke into the room with regularity. She took a moment to warm herself in front of the flames before turning to look at the people seated around the large Spanish-style table with turned legs that sat in the center of the room. Reggie nodded to each of them, all older than she, except for Dominic, who looked well-rested at the other end of the table. Her gaze then settled on the elderly man who sat at the head of the table. Miles Mallory's outfit was tweed on tweed with elbow patches, crooked bow tie, a wrinkled shirt with one edge of a collar pointing to the ceiling, sensible blunt-toed shoes, and socks that failed to cover the man's chubby, hairless shins. He had a massive head, circled by a rim of grizzled gray hair that had not seen the barber's shears in months. His beard, however, was neatly trimmed and matched the color of his hair, except for a creamy patch the size of a penny near his chin. The eyes were green and probing, the spectacles covering them thick and black, the jowls heavy, the mouth small and petulant, the teeth tobacco-stained and uniformly leaning on their neighbors. He held a small curved pipe in his right hand and was busily packing it with his most noxious tobacco concoction, which would soon permeate the room and forcibly remove most of the oxygen. "You look excited, Professor Mallory," said Reggie pleasantly.
"I have already done so with young Dominic, but may I be the first to congratulate you on your excellent work in Argentina?"
"You could be, but I beat you to it, Prof," said Whit, as he came into the room and handed Reggie a cup of coffee, so hot the vapors were still visible, though the kitchen was about a mile from the library.
"Ah, well," said Mallory good-naturedly, "let me be the second, then."
Reggie took a sip of the coffee. She never felt comfortable talking about what she had done, even with people who'd helped her do it. Yet killing someone who had slaughtered so many did not draw the typical human emotions. To her, and everyone sitting at the table, their targets had forfeited any rights they had by their heinous acts. They might as well have been discussing the killing of a rabid dog. But perhaps, Reggie thought, that would be an unfair comparison. For the dog. "Thank you, but unfortunately, I'm sure Herr Huber will still rest in peace," Mallory said stiffly.
"I doubt very much if the Colonel is resting comfortably at this moment. The flames, I'm very certain, do hurt."
"If you say so. Theology was never my strong point." She settled in a chair. "But Huber is now history. So we move on."
"Yes," said Mallory eagerly. "Yes, exactly. Now we move on."
Whit grinned wryly. "Then let's see if we can ride the monster one more time without getting our bloody selves trampled." Mallory nodded at the slim, fair-haired woman seated to his immediate right.
"Liza, if you would be so kind."
She passed around manila folders bulging with copies of documents and held together with multiple blood-red rubber bands. "You know, Prof," said Whit, "all this can go on a portable USB stick, and from there onto our laptops. It's a lot more convenient than toting all this around in my car." "Laptops can be lost or compromised, or even stolen. Hacked, I believe, is the precise term," replied Mallory, with a trace of indignation, but also with the slightly insecure look of someone to whom computers remained an enigma. Whit held up the folder. "Well, bloody paper can be nicked pretty easily, too, particularly 10 kilos of the stuff."
"Now, let's get down to business,"
said Mallory, brusquely, ignoring this comment. He held up a photo of an older man in his 60s with a long nose, a shaved head, and an expression that summoned only one reaction: fear.
"Evan Waller," said Mallory, "believed to be born in Canada 63 years ago, but that is incorrect. His public reputation is that of a legitimate businessman, but—"
Whit spoke up.
"But his private rep is what?"
He took the pistol from its holster and laid it on the table. If Mallory was annoyed that Whit had interrupted him or placed the gun within view, he didn't show it. In fact, his eyes gleamed as he said, "Evan Waller is actually Fedekuchen." As he looked around the room and there was no discernible reaction from the group, disappointment replaced his glee.
Ukrainian-born. He served in the military and then in the National Secret Police that reported directly to the KGB.
When even this revelation did not generate any comment, he added sharply,
"Have none of you heard of the Holodomor?"
He looked at the opposite end of the table.
"Dominic, surely at university you must have," he said imploringly.
Dominic shook his head, his expression pained at having failed the older man. Reggie spoke up. Holodomor is Ukrainian for death by hunger. Stalin killed nearly 10 million Ukrainians in the early 1930s through mass starvation. That included nearly a third of the nation's children.
"How the hell did he manage that?"
asked a disgusted wit.
Mallory answered. "Stalin sent in troops and secret police, and they took all livestock, poultry, food, seeds, and tools, with particular emphasis on the Dnieper River region, long known as the breadbasket of Europe. Then he sealed the borders to prevent escape and replenishment of the stolen articles, and also to stop the news from getting out to the rest of the world. No internet back then, of course. Entire towns starved to death. Nearly a quarter of the rural population of the country perished in less than 2 years.
Stalin rivaled Hitler in the atrocity department," said Liza Kent pointedly. In her late 40s, she looked very old-fashioned in her long skirt, clunky shoes, and white blouse with a frilly collar. Her light blonde hair, interlaced with strands of silver, was very fine and cut to her shoulders, but she wore it back in a tight bun. Her face had no memorable features, and she kept a penetrating pair of amber eyes mostly hidden behind thick lenses housed in very conservative frames. She would blend nicely into virtually any crowd. In reality, she had served with British intelligence for a dozen years, ran high-level counterintelligence ops on 3 continents, and had a Romanian-manufactured rifle bullet perilously near her spine. This injury had forced her premature retirement on a modest government pension. She quickly tired of puttering around her small garden before joining the professor.
"Why'd he do it?"
asked Dominic.
"You ask why Stalin killed?" snapped Mallory. "Why does a snake bite? Or why does a great white shark devour its prey with nearly inconceivable savagery? It was simply what he did on a larger scale than almost anyone before or since. A madman."
"But Stalin was also a madman with a motive," interjected Reggie. She looked around the table. "He was trying to wipe out Ukrainian nationalism, and also to prevent the farmers from resisting collectivization of agriculture. It is said that there is not one Ukrainian living today who did not lose a family member through the Holodomor." Mallory smiled appreciatively.
"You're an excellent student of history, Reggie."
She gave him a stony gaze.
"Not history, Professor. Horror."
Wit looked confused.
"Am I missing something? Because all that happened, as you said, in the 1930s. If he's only 63, Waller, or this Fedorkuchin bloke, wasn't even alive back then."
Mallory made a steeple with his hands.
"Do you think simply because Stalin died that the genocide stopped, Beckham? The communist regime persisted for several more decades after the monster breathed his last."
"And that's where Fedorkuchin comes in?" said Reggie quietly.
Mallory leaned back, nodding. "He joined the army at a young age and rose relatively quickly. Being uncommonly bright and unflinchingly ruthless, he was fast-tracked early on for intelligence work, ending up in the secret police, where he rose to a position of despotic power. This was around when the Red Army was meeting both its match and downfall in Afghanistan. In addition, other Soviet satellite countries like Poland were making a hard push for liberation, and would continue to do so up until the fall of the Communists. Kuchin received orders directly from the Kremlin to do all in his power to crush any opposition. While his superiors largely reaped the historical credit, he became, in essence, the man in the field who would keep Kiev in line with Moscow, and he very nearly succeeded." "How?" asked Witt.
In answer, Mallory opened his file folder and motioned for the others to do the same.
"Read the first report and then look at the series of pictures accompanying it. If that doesn't answer your query, I'm afraid nothing will suffice."
For several long minutes the room was silent, except for a few gasps whenever someone encountered the photos. Reggie finally closed the folder, her hand shaking a bit as she did so. She had faced many monsters that stood on two legs, and yet their depth of pure evil still managed to astonish and even unnerve her at times. She was afraid that if the day came when it didn't, she would have lost all trace of her humanity. Some days, she worried she already had. "His own version of the Holodomor," commented Witt in a subdued voice. "Only he used aerial poisons, toxins placed into water supplies, and thousands of people at a time forced into pits where they were burned alive. The foul bastard! And Kuchin carried out the sterilization of thousands of young girls," added Reggie in a hushed tone, the spiderweb of lines around her eyes deepening as she said this. "So they could never bear males who might fight against the Soviets." Mallory tapped the file. "On top of 100 other such atrocities. As is often the case with cunning men like this, Kuchin saw the fall coming long before his superiors. He falsified his death and fled to Asia, from there to Australia, and then on to Canada, where he built a new life with forged documents and a charisma that managed to conceal his underlying sadistic nature. The world thinks he's a legitimate and highly successful businessman, instead of the mass murderer and war criminal that he actually is. It took 3 full years to piece this file together." "And where is he now?" asked Reggie, her gaze holding on one photo she'd slipped from the file. It depicted the remains of an unearthed mass grave where the skeletons were small because they were all children. Mallory puffed his pipe to life, and a pungent cloud of smoke rose above his head. "This holiday he will be traveling on holiday to Provence, to the village of Gordes, to be more specific." "Then I wonder what it will feel like," said Reggie, to no one in particular. "What will what feel like, Reg?" asked Witt curiously. She looked once more at the photo of the small bones. "To die, in such a beautiful place as Provence, of course." Chapter 7. The long meeting had ended. The morning had given way to dusk, but Reggie still had work to do. She slipped outside of the dilapidated mansion and took a few moments to study the grounds in the dwindling light. Ever since the headquarters of Miles Mallory's organization had been established here, Reggie had read up on the history of the place. Originally, a feudal castle had stood on the footprint where the mansion did now. The surrounding lands had been the fiefdom of the wealthy lord of the manor, who ruled his people encased in a suit of armor, ready at a moment's notice to cleave in a skull or two if necessary with his battle-axe. Later, the castle had fallen, and in its place the mansion had risen. The fiefdoms had dissolved, and the squires had replaced armor and mace with the threat of debtor's prison if the farmers renting their lands did not pay their bills. The property had remained in the same family for many generations, finally descending to distant cousins of the original owners whose income had never approached the level necessary to maintain the estate. During the 2 world wars, Harrisfield, Reggie had never discovered a definitive account of where the name came from, was used as a hospital for wounded soldiers. After that it lay abandoned for several decades, until the government had been compelled to take it over and make minimal repairs. Mallory had discovered the place and finagled the use of it. To the outside world it was merely an informal gathering place for eccentric academics, whose work was as esoteric as it was innocuous. Reggie passed by columns of ragged English boxwoods, their urine odor sweeping over her. Even though it was very late in the spring, a chilly breeze nudged at her back as she trudged along. She zipped up her worn leather jacket, which had belonged to her older brother. Though he'd only been 12 at the time of his death, he had been over 6 feet tall, and the jacket enveloped her, even as his death had shattered her. She still felt emotionally brittle, like a pane of cracked glass that would disintegrate with the very next impact. After a walk of a quarter mile, she pushed open the door of what had once been the estate's greenhouse. The smell of peat and mulch and rotting plants still drifted into her nostrils, even though there had been no gardener or gardening here for decades. She passed by broken glass and loose boards that had dropped from the ceiling. Shadows were cast in all directions as the sun continued its descent into the English countryside. The chilly breeze turned still colder as it was funneled through the small openings in the windows and the walls, fluttering spiderwebs and rustling the disintegrating remnants of a horticulturalist's paradise. Reggie reached the set of double doors set at an angle into the corner of the structure. She inserted her key in the heavy padlock, tugged open the doors, and pulled the chain on the bare light bulb set just inside the revealed space. A moment later, the passage she stepped down into became dimly illuminated and smelled strongly of damp soil, making her feel slightly sick. She touched dirt, walked downward at a 20-degree angle for another 15 paces, where the tunnel leveled out. She had no idea who'd carved it out of the earth or why, but it did come in handy now. She reached the end of the passage, where a number of mattresses had been placed on end and positioned front to back. A small table was set against the dirt sidewall. On the table was a stack of paper and a small battery-powered fan. She picked up the top sheet and, using a clip, fastened it to a cord that hung between the two side walls of the tunnel. Next to the stack were a number of ear mufflers and safety goggles. She slipped a pair of mufflers around her neck where they dangled loosely and put on the protective eyewear. On the sheet of paper was the blackened image of a man with black rings running around it. She paced off 30 feet, turned, took out her pistol from its belt holster, checked the load, slipped the ear mufflers on, assumed her preferred firing stance, took aim, and triggered off her full mag. There was very little ventilation down here, and the acrid burn of the ordnance was immediately absorbed into her nostrils. Bits of dirt, dislodged by the gun's discharge, fell from between cracks in the weathered boards forming the tunnel's beamed ceiling. She coughed, whipped the air with her hand to clear the smoke and dust, and walked forward to examine her marksmanship, pausing for a moment to turn on the fan. It lazily oscillated back and forth, but took its time in clearing away the haze. So much for first-class shooting facilities. 7 of her 11 rounds were placed where she wanted them, in the torso. All would have hit vital organs if the target had been real. 2 shots were in the head, also where she had aimed. 1 round had fallen outside a proper kill zone by a millimeter. The last shot had missed by an unacceptable margin. She replaced the target with a fresh one, reloaded, and did it again. 10 out of 11. She did it again. 11 for 11. She did it once more. 9 out of 11. Despite the efforts of the fan, the tunnel was now heavy with the smoke, and her lungs felt congested. "Bloody hell!" she barked, as she hacked and whipped the murky haze with her hand. Reggie figured she could blame the last few misses on not being able to actually breathe, or even see the damn target. She trudged back down the tunnel, wishing that they could have a proper gun range. But the tunnel was the only place where the sound of the shots wouldn't carry to a pair of ears that might in turn contact the local constabulary. Doddering academics were not supposed to have penchants for firearms. She was surprised to see Whit standing by the doors leading back into the greenhouse. "Reckon you'd be down here. How's your aim?" he said. "Bloody awful." She closed the double doors and locked them. He leaned against a glass-topped storage cabinet that had once been used to hold seedlings. In the deepening chill, his breath came out as small vapor. "Well, don't get your knickers in a knot. Your choice of weapon isn't often a gun. You're more the knife and pillow gal. I'm the 9mm man." She frowned at his bluntness. "You really can be an idiot sometimes, Whit." "I'm not making light of it, but you're wound tighter than anyone I've ever met." "Then you need to get out more. I'm actually pretty laid back." "So what do you think about this Federkuchen bloke?" "I think we'll be seeing him in Provence soon enough." "Little close on the planning end. I'd prefer some more time." She shrugged. "The way the professor tells it, the Viper doesn't come out in the open very often. This may be our only chance." "Your cover has to be top-notch."
This guy has the resources to check deep.
Our people have always come through before.
She waited, sensing that he had more to say. I want in on this on the ground, he said suddenly, then paused, probably to study her reaction to these words. Maybe you can nip over to the prof and talk to him.
Reggie slipped her pistol into its belt holster and wiped her hands off on a rag she drew from a workbench. The plan's still preliminary. There's time for that.
You know how Mallory thinks. He fancies you as always the first choice for the tip of the spear.
You've had your share of mission leads, Whit, she said firmly.
I did, before you came along. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming you. You're excellent, really brilliant at this stuff. And since it's mostly old blokes we go after, having a lady in the lead makes sense for getting their guards down. But I'm not bad either. And the thing is, I didn't sign on for this job to carry the bags all the time. I'd like to get me wax in, too.
She considered this for a few moments. I'll talk to the professor. Kuchin isn't a nonagenarian Nazi who'll get duped by a pretty face and a glimpse of thigh, now is he? Whit grinned and moved closer, running his gaze over her.
Don't sell yourself short, Reg. That stuff works for most men, young and old.
She smiled and lightly smacked him on the cheek. Thanks for the offer, but shove off.
Before he could take another step toward her, Reggie passed by him and set off back toward the mansion.
She made only one other stop, the estate's graveyard. It was situated a respectful distance from the main house, past a stand of birch and nearly surrounded by a hedge of stout English yew. The headstones were darkened by the passage of time, and it seemed even colder here, as though the corpses below could somehow extend their chilly influence to the surface. She stood in front of one grave and, as she usually did, read off the ancient marker. Laura R. Campion, born 1779, died 1804. An angel sent on to heaven. She had no idea if she was related to Laura R. Campion, or whether the woman's middle name was Regina. She'd only been 25 when she'd passed. Not so unusual back then. Perhaps she'd perished in childbirth, as so many women from those times did. On discovering this grave marker one morning while walking around the estate, she'd eagerly set out to find other Campions buried here. There were none, though other family names were repeated across the burial plots. She'd researched Laura R. Campion on the internet and at the library, but found nothing. Thomas Campion had been a poet born in the 1500s, and one of his best-known works had referred to a woman named Laura, but there was no connection that Reggie could see. Walking back to the house, she thought of her family, at least the one she used to have. She was the only one left, at least that she knew. Her family tree was a bit complicated. Because of that, there was a hole in her chest through which nothing could pass. It was a total dead zone. Each time she tried to come to grips with what was motivating her to travel the world in pursuit of evil, the zone repelled her, never allowing her closure, never allowing her a free breath. After fetching her things from the house, she began the drive back to London. More meetings at Harrowsfield would come. Intelligence and background briefs digested down to the smallest detail. A plan would finally evolve, and they would refine it, attempting to massage out all possible errors. Then, when preparations were complete, she would travel to Provence and attempt to kill another monster. In that simple equation, Regina Campion would have to find all the solace she was ever likely to possess. Chapter 8. Shaw was in Paris, just having finished an intense day of prep work. He changed into long shorts and a loose-fitting white t-shirt and went for a run along the Seine, passing the Jardin des Tuileries, the Orangerie Museum, and the Grand Palace. His feet pounded along the Avenue de New York before he cut across a bridge, passed over the famous river that bisected Paris, and a few minutes later ran underneath the wide base of the Eiffel Tower. He slowed, jogging through the green space before picking up his pace again. Eventually, he ended up in the Saint-Germain section of Paris, on the left bank, where his small hotel was situated. He normally preferred the adjacent Latin Quarter while in the city, but Frank had made other arrangements. He showered, changed his clothes, and met Frank for dinner at a restaurant near the Orsay Museum. They sat in the rear corner of the outside eating area, which was cordoned off from the sidewalk by rectangular flower planters set on tall wrought iron stands. Before leaving, Frank gave him a slip of paper. "What's this?" "A phone number." "For who?" "Just call it." Frank wedged his hat down on his head and walked off. Shaw could see him pause at the doorway to light one of his favorite small cigars before quickly disappearing into the mass of people threading their way along the crowded street. Shaw walked back to his hotel, trying to lift his spirits by absorbing the magic of one of the most enchanting cities on earth. But the effect was exactly the opposite. It was in a hospital in Paris where he was fighting for his life after having his arm nearly hacked off by a neo-Nazi that he'd learned of Anna's death. It was shortly after he'd asked her to marry him, and she'd said yes. She was a gifted linguist, and had actually said yes in multiple languages. Shaw had even gone to the little town in Germany where her parents lived to formally seek her father's permission for his daughter's hand in marriage. And then she was dead. Shaw's path took him along the river. He crossed over to the island where Notre Dame Cathedral stood. It had been recently cleaned, centuries of grime scraped off with pressurized water. For some reason, Shaw had preferred it dirty. He checked his watch. It was nearly 9, and the church shut down at 6:45 on weekdays. Tourists still roamed around taking shots of the famed exterior and themselves in front of it. He was not a particularly religious man, and he wasn't sure why he was even here. For prayer? Well, he was out of luck. God apparently was closed for the night. Shaw walked back to his hotel, unlocked the door to his room, and sat at a small desk chair, pulling out the slip of paper. He picked up his cell phone and punched in the number. "Hello?" Shaw hadn't heard that voice in months. Unprepared for it, his finger hit the disconnect button. "Damn you, Frank." Shaw had thought the phone number had something to do with the current mission, but it hadn't. That was Katie James's voice. He lay back on the bed and stared at the pale blue ceiling. Their last day together had not worked out exactly as Shaw had wanted it to. Well, maybe it had, since at the crack of dawn he'd left the hotel in Zurich where they'd been staying, grabbed a shuttle to the airport, and took the next flight out. He didn't really care where it was going. She'd woken up, gone down to breakfast to meet him as they had planned, and probably become frantic when he didn't show. She tried to call him, but he'd never called her back. He'd changed his number. He didn't really know why he'd done all this. He'd never run from anything or anyone before, but he'd woken up in Switzerland on a chilly morning and just knew that he had to be alone. So I just ran, he thought. He stared at the slip of paper again. He should at least give her a chance to bitch at him for what he'd done. Yet an hour went by, and he didn't move. Then he sat up and punched in the number. "Hello, Shaw," she said. "How did you know it was me?" "You called over an hour ago and then hung up." "You couldn't know that. I've got caller block." "I still knew it was you." "How? You don't get other calls?" "Not on this phone. The only person I gave the number to was Frank, so he could give it to you." "Okay," he said slowly. "So, why didn't you try to call back? You just had to hit redial on my number." "I figured I'd let you work it out. How have you been?" "Don't you want to scream at me?" "Why? Would that be productive?" That didn't sound like the Katie James he knew. She was all emotion, wearing her heart on her sleeve and in her news stories. The lady was impulsive, something that Shaw both objected to and admired about her, because it was so different from who he was. Or at least, who he'd thought he was. As it turned out, around her, he could be pretty spontaneous. Shaw got up and walked over to the window overlooking the cobblestone courtyard of the hotel as night fell solidly over Paris. "I'm okay. How have you been?" "Back doing freelance. I got some permanent job offers, but none of them really interested me." "Bunch of rags?" "New York Times, Der Spiegel in Germany, even Rolling Stone. Real bottom dwellers." "I thought you wanted to get back in the game." "I guess I was wrong. How's Frank?" "The same." "So, you're back in your game, apparently." "I guess so," he mumbled. "Where are you?" "Working." "I'm in San Fran for now. So when do you think you'll get a break from work?" "I'm not sure." "Not sure if you'll survive the next job or something else?" He didn't answer. "Well, if you ever want to talk, you have my number." "Katie." "Yes?" Shaw could hear her breaths coming a little more quickly. "It was good to hear your voice." "Take care of yourself. And remember, you don't have to do everything Frank tells you to." She clicked off, and Shaw tossed the phone on the bed. Chapter 9. Dominic lowered his glass of beer and tapped Reggie on the arm. "I'm sorry, Dom. What were you saying?" she asked sheepishly. They were at a restaurant a few blocks from her London flat, and her mind had drifted to other things while he'd been speaking. "That I knew Whit talked to you about what was coming up." "He stopped me outside the shooting range. Did he tell you he was going to?" "I was actually the one who suggested he go to you." "Why me? He could have gone directly to the professor." "He and Whit don't always get on." Reggie frowned. "None of us get on all the time. It's the nature of the beast." She swallowed some tea and played with the biscuit on her plate. It was gray and drizzly outside, and a sharp wind smacked against the window, apparently trying to force its way inside. Across from them, an ill-nourished fire sputtered in the soot-caked fireplace. Reggie knew if the weather stayed like this through the summer, half of London would become suicidal, and the other half would seriously contemplate it. Ordinarily, a trip to warm, sunny Provence would be a godsend. Ordinarily. You know, he wanted a front-line place with Huber, but the professor objected. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. That was Huber. Whit going in guns blazing wasn't going to work in that situation. The old Nazi wanted boobs and ass, not a touchy Irishman with tats and a Glock. Dominic raised an eyebrow. "Whit has tattoos?" Reggie sighed wearily. "Get on with it, Dom. I'm tired." "But perhaps with Kuchin, Whit can participate?" "I told Whit I'd talk to Mallory, and I will." She eyed him over her cup. "What about you? What part do you want to play?" Dominic shrugged. "I've been reading up on the Holodomor ever since our first meeting. I really want to get this bastard." "Just don't let your emotions run away with you. That makes you lose your focus, and that's where mistakes come in. How do you turn it off? How do you not feel?" She leaned closer, and her lovely eyes grew wide and her smile seductive. "I'll tell you how. Every time Huber put his hand on my ass, I pretended it was you, Dom, feeling me up, and that got me through it." She tongued a piece of biscuit into her mouth. Dominic blinked and looked confused, his cheeks tinged red. Reggie laughed. "I'm just kidding. I'm taking Whit's advice to lighten up more. Seriously, when he did that, he wasn't touching me. He was grabbing Barbara, his German bimbo. I had to play the role in order to take him down. One step at a time. It was just a role. That's how I got through it. I get emotional and lose it. He walks. That's the best motivation not to ever lose it. Because then, they win." Dominic swallowed the rest of his beer. "What was it like?" She stared dully at him. "What? When he had his bloody hand up my skirt?" "No, I meant when you know." "I really didn't think about it, to tell you the truth. I just did it." "I never had to do it yet, and I was just wondering." "When the time comes, you'll deal with it, Dom. Everyone does it differently, but you'll finish the job, I have no doubt." He was silent for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "The other Nazi hunters turned them over to the police, and they were tried in court. Why don't we do it that way?" Reggie leaned forward. "Thomas." Chapter 10. The next morning, Reggie woke early. She sat up in her bedroom on the third floor of Harrowsfield and shivered. This part of the house was never heated. She looked out the window. The rain had passed, and she thought she could actually see some sunlight breaking through the cloud cover. She washed her face with water from the tap, changed into sweats and sneakers, left the mansion through the rear, and started her run. 5 miles later, sweaty and her lungs percolating nicely, she returned to the house. The smells of coffee brewing and bacon and eggs cooking drifted out from the kitchen. She quickly showered, endured the last minute of rinsing with only cold water as the old pipes muttered and clanked in protest of their usage. She changed into jeans, flats, and a black V-neck sweater with a white tee underneath, and headed downstairs. There sometimes could be as many as 20 people at Harrowsfield, though today she knew the number was closer to 10. Some of them historians doing research in the library, or in a set of offices set up on both the main and second floors. Their one goal was to identify the next monster the team would go after. There were linguists immersing themselves in some language from lands where new evil lurked. Still, other researchers were poring over old cable communications, pilfered diplomatic records, and handwritten accounts of atrocities smuggled out of third-world countries. The task was harder now, she knew. The Nazis had been meticulous record keepers. Subsequent sadists, operating in many different places, weren't nearly as accommodating in leaving a trail of their pervasive wickedness. Mallory had used great care in vetting all of the people who worked here. There was no formal recruitment, of course. One couldn't put an advertisement in the paper seeking justice-minded vigilantes comfortable with killing folks who desperately deserved it. In her case, Mallory had sought Reggie out at university, where he was a visiting scholar. After a months-long courtship of sorts, he'd broached the subject of bringing to justice Nazis who'd fled Germany before the fall. When she'd enthusiastically agreed with the goal, he'd gone a bit further, finally ending with the theoretical possibility of saving the world the price of a trial by also playing the role of executioner. More months had passed while he allowed her to stew on that. When she'd voluntarily returned to him with more questions, he'd answered them, to a certain extent. When he could sense her commitment deepening, he'd let her meet with some other folks. Whit was one, and Liza another. Another month passed, and then Mallory brought her some news clippings of an old man who'd been found slain in his lavish home in Hong Kong. Though it had never been made public, Mallory told her that the fellow had been identified as a former concentration camp commander and one of Heinrich Himmler's right-hand men. They had talked long into the night of the ethics involved in such an action. It was never explicitly said, but Reggie suspected that the professor and other people she'd met through him had been behind the killing. By then, she desperately wanted to be part of it. It was only then that he had brought her to Harrowsfield. She went through an array of tests to determine if she had the psychological makeup to be a member of the group. She passed that barrier easily enough, demonstrating a rigid coldness that surprised even her. Next was physical fitness. A fine athlete, she was pressed to levels of strength and endurance she never knew she possessed. Her lungs near collapse, she willed her battered body over treacherous terrain she didn't realize existed in the bucolic English countryside. To his credit, Whit Beckham was next to her every step of the way, though he'd already endured this when he first signed up. After that was the specialized training, weapons, martial arts, and survival skills in myriad challenging conditions. In the classroom, she learned how to research a target and study their background to gain valuable intelligence. She was taught foreign languages and how to lie with aplomb, how to act out roles and discern when other people were doing the same. She came to learn how to trail someone so stealthily that they would only know they were being followed when she walked up to them. These and dozens of other skills were drilled into her to such an extent that she no longer had to think about them. After her training was complete, she'd acted as support on 3 missions, 2 where Whit was the lead, and another where Richard Dyson, an experienced Nazi exterminator and since retired, had completed the final act. Her first mission in the lead had involved an elderly Austrian living in Asia who'd helped Hitler kill hundreds of thousands of people simply because they worshipped under the Star of David. She'd gotten into his circle by becoming a nanny to his young wife's child. The monster had been married 5 times. He had enough wealth obtained through the theft of antiquities during the war that he could keep divorcing and remarrying and still live in great luxury. They had one child, a 5-year-old boy, conceived through artificial insemination using donated sperm. Reggie suspected that the old Nazi had selected the sperm donor based on the color of his skin, hair, and height, namely white, blonde, and tall. She'd worked with them for 1 month, and in that time the husband had made a half-dozen passes at her. From what he'd told her, once while he was in a drunken stupor, she could easily become wife number 6 if she played her cards right. One night, she came by prearrangement to visit him in his bedroom. By his choice, he and his wife kept separate boudoirs. He was again drunk and easily handled by Reggie. When he was tightly bound and his mouth gagged, she pulled the pictures from a hiding place and showed him the faces of some of his victims, a strict requirement of all missions. At the end of their lives, the monsters had to know that justice had finally caught up with them. The fear he showed had amused her at first, but when the time came to finish the job, Reggie had hesitated. She never told anyone this, not Whit and certainly not the professor. Her encouraging words to Dominic had also left out this piece of personal history. The monster had looked at her with pleading eyes. His gaze begged her not to do it. During her training, she'd been told that this moment would come, and she'd also been instructed that no training in the world could fully prepare her for it, and they'd been right. Her resolve seemed to pour out of her with each tear shed by what was now a harmless old man. As she lowered the knife, she saw the relief in his eyes. She could just say that her cover had been blown, and the mission was a failure. No one would ever know. There were 2 things that prevented that from happening. One was the mocking sneer that emerged in the man's eyes as he saw her weaken. The second was the picture of Daniel Abramowitz, age 2, with a bullet hole in his small head. The photo had come from the monster's own archives, which he lovingly assembled over the years he ran the camp. She had plunged the knife into his chest until the hilt smacked his sternum. She gave the blade first an upward and then downward jerk, and performed the same motion horizontally, severing arteries and destroying heart chambers, as she'd been taught to do. The sneer was gone from the old man now. For 1 long second, while life still remained, she saw in his countenance hatred, fear, rage, fear again, and then simply the flat, glassy stare of death. "May God understand why I do this," she whispered, the words that had become a ritual for her at the end of each mission. Reggie had never hesitated again. Chapter 11. From the kitchen, Reggie grabbed some buttered toast and put it on a plate with fried sausages and a sliced apple. Also juggling a cup of hot tea, she carried it all to the library. As she entered, Professor Mallory looked up from a large book written in Polish, took out his pipe, and smiled. "I thought I heard you come in last night. Your car has a distinctive sound." "It's called a wretched exhaust pipe." She sat down next to him, lined her toast with the sausages, bit into it, and drank her tea. "Where's Whit?" "I don't believe he's here yet, but I expect him shortly." "I wanted to talk to you about the personnel for the Kuchin job." Mallory laid aside his book. His bow tie was still askew, but this morning his shirt collar points were both directed to where they should be, and it looked like he'd actually combed his hair. "Do you have thoughts?" he asked. "I believe Whit should play a prominent role." "Did he ask you to talk to me?" "Not in so many words. It's difficult for you, I know, and him." "How do you mean?" "Well, you've supplanted him as the leader in the field, Regina." The professor was the only one among them who referred to her by her proper name. I don't see it exactly that way. But it is exactly that way. You know, Professor, quite frankly, you could use a bit more tact. He smiled at this mild reproach. If you try to gloss over the truth or massage the facts, all you're doing is heightening your chances of arriving at an erroneous conclusion. Wit is a good asset. I completely agree with you. And if it were women we were going after, we would probably have greater use of him in the lead role. Unfortunately, our targets trend to the male and heterosexual side. He's gone after men, successfully. Successful to the extent that they were terminated, yes, but we like to handle our work under the radar. For example, if we left evidence behind of why we had ended the lives of these people, and that became public, you know what would happen? The remaining ones would hide even deeper. But there are no more Nazis. It doesn't disprove the point, and let me correct you. There are no more Nazis of which we are aware. New intelligence may lead to more work in that arena. But take Kuchin. We dispose of him and word leaks out. Other Eastern European mass murderers with new lives, and there are at least a dozen we're researching at present, would be forewarned. But we don't broadcast why we're killing them. It's never made public. But that's not the only way to warn someone. I'm not getting what you mean. Mallory said, Your first lead target was the old Austrian married 5 times. You tied him up and did your job, but you ransacked the house and busted a door lock, so it looked like robbery. And you didn't do a bunk and scamper away, but rather stayed on during the investigation so no one suspected you of anything. Now, let's take Witt. This was before your time, but in one lead assignment he killed a former Gestapo chieftain by shooting him in the genitalia. He was supposed to inject the fellow with a poison that dissolves in the body in 2 minutes and is untraceable. He claims that the bottle the poison was in broke. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that putting a bullet in a man's private region and letting him bleed out is a revenge-style killing. In fact, it could well have jeopardized future targets. Maybe the bottle did break. Everything doesn't go smoothly in the field. The genial look faded from Mallory's face. Oh, I'm sorry. I left out one piece of critical information, didn't I? Witt painted a bloody swastika on the man's bloody forehead, and had the effrontery to ask me if I thought that was too subtle. Reggie suppressed a smile. Oh. Quite right, oh. The international press had a positive field day, and made our future work that much more difficult. Mr. Beckham and I had a row about that one. I'm sure. In Huber's case, we already know that they believe he died after attempting to have sex with the beautiful Barbara, and that she fled in fear of retribution. No one is pursuing it, because the man was 96 years old and apparently died extremely happy. The professor could not resist a smile at this remark. But we do have an advantage in this case. The world has no idea Evan Waller is Fedor Kuchin. Even if he is killed under mysterious circumstances, other men in hiding like Kuchin will probably take no note. The professor shook his head. No, we can't count on that. There will be press. There will be inquiries. Someone somewhere may recognize the man. He has kept a very low profile for decades. Even with his so-called philanthropic work, no one gets to see him. It's all done through intermediaries. But still, we can't draw unnecessary attention to the matter. Well, I can't fake having sex with a man and then have him conveniently die like I did with Huber. There are limits to what I can do. Perhaps a businessman like him has other enemies, and we can foist the blame there. What do we know about other dealings he might have had? Mallory shrugged. Not that much. Our people had other priorities. They were looking for Kuchin, not a possible dishonest entrepreneur. I agree he might have other interests that would satisfy his evil nature, but I don't know what they are, and we have no time to look for them now. Reggie sat back. I still think Witt should be in on this one. Kuchin looks well capable of taking care of himself. I won't be able to single-handedly overpower him. It needs to be a total team effort at the end. It's true. Our prey are getting younger and stronger, aren't they? He tugged absently at his beard. "I largely agree with you. You will need muscle on this. And whilst he has some shortcomings, Wit certainly has that. You can tell him I said so." Reggie looked irritated. "Why don't you tell him yourself?" Mallory looked bemused. "We don't get on that well. Now, let's get down to some details before the meeting officially starts." "Why do you do this, Professor?" she said suddenly. "Do what? You mean smoke this foul-smelling pipe?" "You're not Jewish. You never mentioned that anyone you loved ever suffered at the hands of any of these vile creatures, so why?" He eyed her steadily. "Does a man need a reason to pursue justice?" "Indulge me." "Not today. Perhaps another time. I can tell you one thing. You'll enjoy your little abode in Provence." "Really? And why is that?" "It's a 5-level villa with extraordinary vistas of the Luberon Valley. And you can walk to the quaint village of Gord in under 5 minutes. Horribly expensive. The lease payments are more than I paid for my cottage. And that's not the best part." "What's the best part?" Mallory's bushy eyebrows twitched in delight. "It's right next to where our Federkuchen will be staying." Chapter 12. Evan Waller sat back in his desk chair and read the spreadsheet for the 5th time. He loved numbers. His nimble mind grasped their complexities easily, massaging data into precise conclusions. He made his decision, rose, poured himself a slender finger of Macallan's, and drank it. He put the glass down, picked up a pistol, and faced the man bound to the chair. "Anwar, what am I to do with you? Tell me." His voice was deep, cultured, and overlaid with traces of his Eastern European origins. His tone was that of a disappointed father to a misbehaving child. Anwar was a short man with a thickened, soft body who slumped in his chair, his arms and legs tightly bound. His face was round, and his skin would normally have been a light brown color, but now yellow and purplish bruises clustered on his cheeks, forehead, and jawline. A knife cut traveled from his left cheek to his split nostril. The blood there had congealed and blackened. His dark hair was slicked back solely with the sweat of fear. "Please, Mr. Waller, please. It will never happen again, sir. I swear." "But how can I trust you now? Tell me. I want to find a way. I value your services, but I need to know I can trust you." "It was her. She put me up to this." "Her? Tell me." Anwar let a trickle of blood drop from his mouth and onto his pants leg before answering. "My wife. The bitch spends money like it is water. You pay me well, but it is never enough for her. Never." Waller sat down in a chair across from the captive. He put the gun down and looked intrigued. "So Giselle put you up to this? To steal from me to cover her spending?" He clapped his hands together. The sound was like a gunshot, and Anwar flinched. "I had my doubts about her from the beginning, Anwar. I told you this, did I not?" "I know, sir, I know. And as usual, you were right. But for her, I never would have done this terrible thing. It made me sick to do it. Sick because you have been so good to me. Like a father. Better than a father." "But you're a man, and a Muslim. You should be able to control your woman. It's part of your culture, your faith." "But she is Brazilian," exclaimed Anwar, as though that would explain everything. "She is a she-devil, a wicked, wicked slut. No one can control her. I have tried, but she beats me. Me, her own husband. You have seen the marks yourself." Waller nodded. "Well, she is much larger than you. But you are still a man, and I despise weakness in men." "And she cheats on me with other men. And women." "Repulsive," said Waller in an indifferent tone. "So you know where she is?" Anwar shook his head. "I have seen nothing of her for a week." Waller sat back and spread his hands. "If we find her, what do you suggest?" Anwar spit on the concrete floor. "That you kill her. That is what I suggest." "So you trade her life for yours, in effect?" "I swear to you, Mr. Waller,
I never would have thought of betraying you. It was that bitch. She made me do it. She drove me crazy. You must believe me. You must."
"I do, Anwar. I do." Waller stood, walked over, made a fist, and drove it into Anwar's already swollen face. The little man slumped to the side, his dead weight kept in the chair only by the bindings. Waller grabbed him up by his slicked hair. "Now you have been suitably punished. You are valuable to me, very valuable. I cannot afford to lose you. But this is your only forgiveness, do you understand?" Anwar, the blood trickling from his mouth, mumbled,
"I understand. I swear I do. Thank you. I do not deserve such mercy."
He started sobbing.
"Crying is not manly, Anwar. So stop it now."
Anwar choked back his last sob and looked up, his right eye puffy, his left one nearly closed. Waller smiled. "I must reveal something to you. You will find it of interest, I'm sure. We located your wife. We have Giselle."
"You have her?"
said an astonished Anwar. "And I agree with you. She is a she-devil, a woman designed by God to drive men insane. Would you like to see her? Tell her what you think of her before we kill her."
"It would give me great pleasure,"
muttered Anwar unenthusiastically. "Or perhaps you would like to do the honors. A bullet to the brain of the evil woman. It may do you much good, a catharsis, a character builder." Anwar flinched.
"I am an accountant. I have no courage for that."
"Fine, fine. I just thought I would extend the offer." Waller turned to one of his men. "Pascal, bring the woman in to face her wronged husband." Pascal, a small, trim man in his 30s, passed through another door. A few moments later the door opened again, and Anwar could see his wife's head peering around the doorframe. Normally her skin was even darker than her husband's, but now she looked terribly pale, her eyes wide in stark terror.
"You miserable bitch, you devil! See what you have caused! You have...
Anwar faltered as the door opened farther, and Pascal marched in holding the severed head by the dark strands. Pascal didn't smile at the horror on the husband's face. He just clutched the back of the head and held it up, as he had earlier been instructed to do by his employer.
Oh, God, no, it cannot be."
Anwar looked at Waller, then back to his wife's head.
"It cannot be."
"It is, Anwar, it is. But now you can return to work a happy man." Anwar sobbed for a few more moments before lifting his head and letting out a tortured yet relieved breath.
"Thank you, Mr. Waller. Allah thanks you."
"I have no need of your Allah's blessings, Anwar." Waller raised his pistol and aimed it at the man's head. His eyes first focused on the metal nub of the sight line on the end of the muzzle, and then onto the ultimate target. Anwar jerked back.
"But you said—"
"I lied." The bullet torpedoed into Anwar's brain. Waller relaxed, and then triggered another round, tattooing the skin just to the left of the first entry wound. He placed the fired gun on the table and took a few moments to pour one more finger of scotch, drinking this down slowly as he walked across the room to reach the door. He turned back and glanced at two of his other men. In an admonishing tone, he said, "Just remember this time that a 200-pound man needs twice that weight to hold the body properly underwater." "Yes, sir, Mr. Waller," said one of the men nervously. "And melt down the damn gun." "Right away, sir." "And Pascal, get rid of that," he added, pointing to the woman's head. "Cheers." Waller disappeared through the door and settled into a black armored Hummer that sped off the moment he buckled his seatbelt. An Escalade followed with another Hummer in front of Waller's ride. He discovered that his trusted accountant had a slush pile siphoned from Waller's substantial cash flow. It was minor skimming, less than 0.1%, and had done Waller no financial damage. But it was an unforgivable act. To let it go would have been a sign of weakness.
In Waller's business, your competitors and people who worked for you were constantly looking for any signs of frailty. If they thought they'd found it, your mortality rate went up 1,000%. He understood that lesson well, since it was how he'd come into the business many years ago. His mentor had let a minor slight go by with no consequences. 3 months later, he was being eaten by wolves in the Pacific Northwest, and Waller was in charge. Over the next 2 decades, there had always been consequences whenever someone had betrayed him. He had no desire to be devoured by wolves. He would much prefer to do the eating. He looked at the person sitting next to him. Alan Rice was 39, a graduate of a prestigious university in England, who traded the halls of academia to help Waller run his empire. Some men were just drawn to the dark side, because that's where they could thrive properly. Rice was slender, his hair prematurely white. Though his features were delicate, his mind was muscular, brilliant. Men like Rice were seldom content to be second in commands. But he'd also helped triple the size of Waller's business in a short period of time, and Waller had given him additional responsibilities commensurate with his talents. Waller was the only indispensable one in his business, but it was close to the point where he could not run it without Rice. Waller flexed his gloved hand. Rice noted this movement and said, "Recoil on the pistol bad?" "No, I was just thinking about the last time I'd killed someone." "Albert Clements," said Rice promptly. "Your Australian point man." "Exactly. It makes me wonder. I pay them extraordinarily well, and yet it never seems to be enough." "You have thousands, you want hundreds of thousands. You have millions, you want tens of millions." "And they must think I'm a fool to let them get away with it." "No, they just think they're smarter." "Do you think you're smarter than me, Alan?" Rice looked over his shoulder at the building they'd just left. "I'm more intelligent than the man you just killed. If for no other reason, then I have no wish to die at your hands, and I would, if I tried to fool you." Waller nodded, but his expression wasn't quite as convincing. Rice cleared his throat and added, "I understand that Provence is beautiful this time of year." "There are few times when Provence isn't beautiful." "You spent much time there?" "My mother was French, from a little town called Roussillon. It's the site of some of the largest ochre deposits in the world. Many famous painters, like Van Gogh, traveled there to obtain the earthy pigments for their palette, and unlike many villages in Provence, the buildings are not white or gray stone, but wild reds, oranges, browns, and yellows. If I were a painter, I would move to Roussillon and capture its images using only its colors. We had happy times there, my mother and I." "Have you been back as an adult?" "Not to Roussillon, no." "Why not?" "My father died there when I was 12. "What happened?" "He fell down the stairs and broke his neck." "An accident?" "So they believe, yes." Rice looked startled. "So it wasn't an accident?" "Anything is possible." "Then your mother—" Waller placed a large hand on Rice's narrow shoulder and squeezed a little. "I didn't say my mother, did I? She was sweet and good. Such an act would have been unthinkable to the purity of her soul." "Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I understand." The orbital ridges around Waller's eyes seemed to deepen. "Do you understand, Alan?" He removed his hand and pulled a note from his pocket. "I see that a young American woman is leasing the villa next to mine." "We just found that out. However, I doubt she poses a threat." No, Alan. We don't know what she poses yet, do we? The proximity alone is enough, is it not, to raise questions?" "You're right. I will find out all that I can. So, will you visit this Roussillon? Is it far?" "Nothing in Provence is really that far." "Then you will go?" "Perhaps I will." "Just don't become a victim of some accident yourself." "Please do not concern yourself for me. My father was careless and weak. His son is not." Chapter 13. You talked to her, didn't you? Asked Frank.
Shaw looked up from the papers he was studying. Who?
Don't play stupid. Katie.
How'd you know?
Because your head has been in your ass the last few days. If I'd known you'd be like this, I never would have given you the damn number. So how did she sound?
Fine.
What'd you two talk about?
What the hell is it to you?
Nothing. Whatever. Excuse me for giving a shit. Okay, back to Evan Waller.
I don't like the plan. It has too many holes. Surprisingly, Frank nodded.
I agree with you. What do you suggest?
Simplifying it. Events on the ground tend to complicate things anyway. Start simple. Then if things get hairy, they're still manageable. You start out complicated and things go to hell. It's not good because there are too many pieces that can go wrong.
We know where he lives in Montreal, but taking him there has never gotten authorization from higher up. Too public. Too much collateral damage potential. And the guy never keeps to a schedule there. He moves like a ghost, always varying his route and routine.
Shaw said, then we have to find one moment in time in Provence where he does keep to a schedule and the collateral damage is minimal. The two men looked at the floor plan of the villa where the human trafficker would be staying. On the wall was a plasma screen containing more data, including all roads in and out of the target area. Frank clicked a button on a control pad on the table in front of him, and a set of pictures came up on the large screen.
He always travels with these guys, all major kick-ass types, and that's the ones we know about. There may be more as backup.
He'll advance team the site, lock it down, and then sit on it, added Shaw, as he studied the bodyguards, each one looking tougher, meaner, and more capable than the last. How reliable is the intel on his travel itinerary?
Very. We got it off phone chatter, email, and company credit card transactions.
Shaw looked up. Americans? They've got the best hard and software for that.
Let's put it this way.
I owe the heads of NSA and CIA a really nice meal. Frank pulled out some docs and read over them.
His flight plan was filed. He's flying from Montreal to Paris in his private wings. Refuel, and then on to the airport at Avignon. Short hop in the Bird. He typically travels in a 3-vehicle motorcade. He's got car rentals reserved in Avignon.
Shaw pushed a button on the laptop and another picture came up. An exterior shot of the street where Waller's rental was located. There's a villa next door.
Already leased to someone.
Who?
Did a prelim. Tourist. Looks absolutely clean.
Right next door, though?
Gord is a very popular destination, and those villas are in high demand. We couldn't exactly stop them from being leased without raising a big red flag. But it doesn't matter. We're not doing the snatch in Gord. Too much collateral damage possibility.
Shaw looked at another computer screen that gave a partial itinerary for Evan Waller. He sat up straighter. How do you know he's going to the caves at Les Baux de Provence?
He had to get special permission for the tour, and we accessed that data.
Why? Isn't it open to the public?
Well, our Mr. Waller wanted a very private tour, closed off to the public. To make that happen, he paid big bucks. The place is in private hands. They can do what they want. When we saw the payment going to them, we hacked their computer system and found the schedule, so we know the exact date he'll be there.
Shaw swiveled in his chair to face another computer whose hard drive was clean, except for factory-loaded software, including a browser. They used it to connect to the internet. He hit some keys and read over the results. Okay, I've actually heard of this place. It's a photo exhibition gallery, light show on the rock walls, a narrated tour, recorded documentary, yada yada. They choose a different artist each year. He sat, mulling this new information over. I think we have our extraction location. He spun the laptop around and let Frank look at the screen. It was information about the exhibition venue. The caves have one entrance, lots of rooms and few attendants, so it's easy to get lost or disoriented. We cut the power source, and the extraction team is already in place with optics and one-shot-and-drop tranquilizer guns.
We separate the boss from the muscle, and off we go. Frank thought about this. Limits collateral damage, too. We'll need eyes on the ground ahead of time to confirm all the details. No argument there. But what better place to take a rat than in a hole? But if the hit misses at the caves, the guy's gonna be on his private wings out of France. Shaw sat back. It's not perfect, but it's the best we can do under the circumstances. His trip to the caves is the only time we'll know for sure where he'll be going. And I really don't see how we can miss. Chapter 14. The extraction plan was in place. The caves had been gone over thoroughly by assets on the ground in Provence. Shaw would also visit the caves when he got there. In the meantime, he had studied detailed plans of the cave's exterior and interior until he could draw them out on paper from memory. Waller was scheduled to travel there less than a week after his arrival. His private tour began at 10 a.m. sharp. After each long day of work, which included hand-picking the members of the hit team and prepping them, Shaw would go to his hotel, change, do his run, and then wander the streets of Paris alone until the darkness thickened and his energy waned. One night he was eating alone at a cafe across from the Jardin du Luxembourg, a place Anna Schmidt had loved. They'd walk through the gardens, hand in hand, watch the children sail their wooden boats in the large central fountain, and then sit and observe people drift by. He couldn't go back there now because for him it was hallowed ground that could not be trod on again. But he had ventured close enough to see some of the flowers from a distance. That was the best he could do before his chest started to tighten and his eyes moisten. He'd just ordered his food when he looked around the restaurant, checking each table. A decades-long habit. It was as natural to him as drawing breath. He drew a quick one when he saw her standing there in the doorway that separated one dining area from another. Katie James didn't look as thin as the last time he'd seen her, which was good because she'd needed to put on some weight. Her naturally blonde hair, spiky and dark the last time they'd been together, had grown out and now nearly touched her shoulders. She had on a white skirt, 2-inch heels, no hose, and a dark blue long-sleeved blouse. He'd never known her to wear a sleeveless shirt, primarily because of the bullet wound on her upper left arm. As she walked toward him, he could see that her makeup did not quite cover the darkened circles under her eyes. She was a beautiful woman. Many men in the room turned their heads to stare, incurring the wrath of the ladies with whom they were dining. Yet apparently a glimpse of Katie James walking across the room was worth the risk. She didn't wait for him to extend an invitation. She simply sat down across from him. "You look good," she said. She eyed his hair. "A little gray?" "A little. You look all the way back. Put on a few needed pounds. Although I kind of like the dark, spiky hairdo." He paused. "How did you know where I was?" He answered his own question before she could. "Frank. What's his interest? I've never known him to care one way or another about my personal life." "I don't think he did until Anna was killed." "He told me you called him." "I wouldn't have had to, if you'd ever call me back. I'm sorry I walked out on you." "There were no ties. You're a big boy. I'm a big girl. My only problem with that was I wasn't sure you were alive. That's why I called Frank, to make sure you were okay." This made Shaw feel even guiltier. "Well, I'm fine. Back working. Everything's okay. I told you that on the phone." "I wanted to see for myself." He looked down at the table. "Have you eaten dinner?" "I'm not hungry." This surprised him, her turning down his invitation to dine with him, and his face showed it. "Katie." She rose, their gazes locked for an extended moment. "Good luck, Shaw." She hesitated for another second, long enough for him to say something to keep her there. Yet he remained quiet. She turned and left. Shaw sat there for several beats, a massive struggle going on inside his mind. Finally, he threw some euros on the table, hustled from the restaurant, and looked up and down the crowded street.
But Katie was already gone. Chapter 15. It was after midnight as Reggie crept down to the library at Harrisfield. The rain was beating against the windows and a cold wind was catapulting down the chimney, feeding a burst of oxygen onto a fading fire. She closed the door behind her, sat at the long table, and picked up a file. Under the light of a single table lamp, she went over the murderous career of Fedor Kuchin for probably the 100th time. The atrocities hadn't changed, of course, but if anything, they had become more firmly embedded in her mind. She could recite the statistics from memory. She could see the faces of the victims, pages and pages of them. The image of the mass graves, unearthed long after the man had fled the locations of his brutal handiwork, appeared to be seared onto her corneas. She picked up a grainy picture. They were all grainy pictures, as though violent death could never have any fragment of color, and stared down at the face there. Colonel Huber had had his David Rosenbergs and his Frau Kochs, photos Reggie had selected from countless others to show the man at the moment of his death. Well, Fedor Kuchin had his own testaments to a level of insane cruelty that all these men seemed to possess. The photo she was looking at now was that of a man with an unpronounceable surname. He'd been neither wealthy nor well-connected. He lived nearly 1,000 kilometers from the capital city of Kiev. He was a simple farmer with a large family, one that he worked long hours to support. His crime against the state had amounted to his refusal to turn in his friends to the KGB, to Fedor Kuchin specifically. His punishment had been to be doused with petrol and set on fire in front of his wife and children. He had been burned to bone and cinder, while they were forced to watch and listen to his screams. She picked up another document. Originally written in Ukrainian, it had been translated for her on another piece of paper. It was the order condemning the doomed farmer to death by fire. Fedor Kuchin's signature appeared large and bold at the bottom of the page, as though he wanted no doubt as to who was the instigator of the man's horrible murder. Finally, she gingerly picked up another old photo. It was Fedor Kuchin himself. She held the paper only by the edges, as though afraid to actually touch the image of the man. He was wearing a uniform with the collar undone. In one hand was a pistol, in the other a bottle. It was obviously a staged photo. Back then he had dark hair, slicked back with a severe widow's peak. His face had not changed all that much over time, yet the eyes were what drew one in. Reggie felt as though she were traveling down a dark path to the very center of them, losing herself in shadows from which meaningful escape seemed unlikely. She righted herself and slowly put the photo back down, covering it with a stack of paper. Over the next 30 minutes, she went through dozens of other pictures of the dead, Kuchin's bloody fingerprints on each one. The paperwork was in some ways mechanical. It could have been purchase orders for equipment or food, yet it was written commands to kill other human beings, done in old-fashioned triplicate complete with carbon copies. Death by bullet, death by fire, death by gas, death by the blade, death by the noose, all neat and nice. Thank God for those carbon copies, thought Reggie. Without them, it would have been nearly impossible to track down and then administer justice to men like Kuchin. "Extra reading, my dear." Startled, Reggie looked around. Professor Mallory stood in the doorway in an old tattered checked robe, holding a book and staring at her. "I never heard you come in," she said, obviously unsettled that the old man could have gotten this close without her knowing. "Well, I am light on my feet, despite my size and rheumatism, and you were very much engrossed in what you were doing." He stepped forward and glanced down at the papers and photos with an inquiring look. "I couldn't sleep," she said. "I often can't sleep," she admitted. He sat down in a worn leather chair near the fireplace. "A fact of which I am aware." "What are you doing up? Do you have insomnia, too?" "No, Regina, not insomnia." He winced in pain as he settled himself further into the cracked leather,
An enlarged prostate, I'm afraid. Given a choice, I'd gladly take the insomnia.
I'm sorry.
He eyed the file she was holding. So what do you think? Any brilliant insights?
He's a man without remorse. He signed off on 1,000 death warrants like he would a damn pub bill.
Well, I agree with you, but that's something we already knew.
He rose, placed another small log on the fire, sat back down in his armchair and opened his book. "What are you reading?"
Reggie asked. On a wild night like this? Agatha Christie, of course. I still feel compelled to see if Hercule Poirot's little grey cells will do their job one more time. It seems to often inspire my own brain, however inferior it might be to the diminutive Belgians.
Reggie rose and stood in front of the fire. Before coming downstairs, she'd pulled on jeans and a sweatshirt, but her feet were bare, and a chill had worked into her. "There was one thing, Professor." He looked up from his pages as the storm threw rain at the old leaded window with nearly the force of an errant hose. A scream from the angry wind came down the chimney, and Reggie backed away from the sound and sat on a small hassock near him. "What thing?" he asked. "Kuchin is a religious man." Mallory closed his book and nodded. He pulled his pipe from his pocket and began to stuff it with tobacco. "Professor, if you don't mind, that smell actually makes me sick." He looked surprised.
"Why didn't you say so?"
"I guess I didn't want to hurt your feelings." She gave a hollow laugh. "I guess after the things I've done, that seems a bit odd." His expression remained serious.
"What's odd? That you have enormous compassion? I would imagine that facet of your personality is one major reason you do this job."
Reggie hurried on. "Anyway, I read over the case notes, and it says that Kuchin goes to church every Sunday and gives large sums for religious purposes."
Mallory slipped the pipe back in his pocket. "It's true enough. I've seen it before with men like him. Seeking redemption, solace, hedging one's bets even. It's madness, of course, for such men to believe that any god of goodness would have anything to do with the likes of them after death."
"Mass killers, you mean?" Mallory interpreted the intent behind her words immediately.
"You are nothing like the Feder Kuchins of the world, Regina."
"Funny. Some days it's hard for me to tell the difference, really."
Mallory stood so fast that he dropped his novel. He strode over to the table, picked up a piece of paper, and came back to her, thrusting it in her hands. It was the photo of the remains of the incinerated farmer. "There is the difference, Regina. Right there." He took her hand, gripped it firmly, and looked directly into her eyes. "And now tell me about the church."
Chapter 16. They were sitting in a car outside Charles de Gaulle Airport. Shortly, a turboprop plane would be taking Shaw to Avignon. The plan was for him to stay there a few days before venturing on to Gourd, which was less than an hour's drive away. Frank said,
"Amy Crawford is already in Provence.
I worked with her before. She's a top-notch field agent."
"Got the plan down pat?"
"In my head, it's perfect. We'll see how it flies on the ground." Frank made to light one of his little cigars, but Shaw stopped him. "Give it a rest until I'm 20,000 feet up. I need the extra oxygen right now." Frank put his cigar away.
"Nervous? Not like you."
"I saw Katie the other night."
"The hell you say? Where?"
"Right here in Paris. You telling me you didn't know?"
"Scout's honor. First I heard of it."
"Come on, Frank. She showed up at the restaurant where I was having dinner. How do you think she managed that?"
"You ever stop and think that the lady is a world-class journalist? She finds stuff out."
"Right." Shaw clearly did not believe this.
"What'd she want?"
Shaw didn't answer right away, because he didn't really have an answer. What did she want? He thought. Was it really just to see for herself that I was okay? But I told her that on the phone. "Shaw." He noticed that Frank was staring at him and didn't look happy.
"You just zoned out on me. You're heading out on a mission against one very scary guy and you're already zoning. Not good."
She didn't really say what she wanted, and she only stayed a minute. Frank gripped his arm.
What? You telling me you didn't invite her to join you for dinner? She traveled all the way?
How do you know how far she traveled? Frank made a face and slumped back in his seat. Why are you doing this?
Doing what? Said Frank grumpily.
Half the time you act like you don't give a crap if I live or die. The other half it feels like you're trying to play matchmaker.
My mother was the same way with me. Must be genetic.
We're not family, Frank.
Hell, in some ways we're closer than family. And who else do you have?
Shaw looked away, tapped his travel documents against his thigh. What else did he have? Just Frank? God, that was a depressing thought. So, why do you think she came to see me?
Ask me a hard one. She wanted you to tell her face-to-face to stay.
You know that for a fact?
It doesn't take a brilliant deduction, and no, she didn't tell me that, if that's what you're really asking.
Nothing can happen between her and me, Frank.
Well, something already has, apparently.
Anna's grave isn't even cold, and
it doesn't have to be about that. You think a smart lady like Katie doesn't know what you're feeling about Anna? She knows you're not going to jump into bed with her. She knows you may never jump into bed with her.
And I don't think she even wants that. At least not now. So now you're a shrink. I'm just a guy making a reasoned observation. So, what does she really want?
You two shared a lot. Went through hell together. Both came out of it emotional wrecks. I think she just wants to be your friend.
Well, here's a news update for you. My line of work doesn't allow for friends. Shaw slammed the door shut behind him and walked off to grab his wings to Avignon. Frank stared after him until the tall man disappeared into the masses entering the airport. He told the driver to head on. He pulled out his cigar, started to light up, and then stuck it back in his jacket pocket.
Sometimes you don't know how lucky you are, Shaw, he muttered to nobody.
Chapter 17. Fedor Kuchin was a very smart man, smarter than all of them had thought. Not only had he outwitted Professor Mallory, but he'd outmaneuvered Reggie and her team on the ground in Provence. The penalty for this failure was steep. Reggie stared over at the bodies of Whit and Dominic. Whit's head was gone. Dominic no longer had a face. Reggie had been forced to kneel in the center of the freezing room, while Kuchin and his men encircled her. There really was no escape this time. She looked up into the long, cruel face as he stroked her chin with one of his hands. She would have attacked him, but her hands and legs were bound. She focused on the bodies of her dead colleagues, so she wouldn't feel the touch of the monster against her skin. Kuchin laughed, a smug, deep laugh that seemed to go on for minutes. "Did you think it would be that easy?" he said to her. "Did you really? After all those years of guarding myself against this very thing, you really thought someone like you could get to me? You're an amateur sent in to do a professional's job." The stroking changed to a hard slap, and Reggie fell backwards, hitting her head on the concrete floor. He immediately pulled her back up by the hair. His face nearly touching hers, he said, "Tell me your name, your real name." "Why?" she mumbled. "Because I like to know these things." "No, I won't." He hit her in the mouth with his gun, loosening 2 teeth and breaking a third. She tasted blood and pieces of her gum and swallowed part of one shattered molar. "No." He hit her again in the stomach and she doubled over. He stomped on her right hand, snapping 2 fingers. He crushed her left knee with another blow. "Now!" "Reggie," she muttered as the blood trickled down her face. "Reggie what?" "Reggie Campion." "Well, Reggie Campion, now you'll know." "Know what?" "What it feels like to die in beautiful Provence." He motioned to one of his men who came forward with the canister. A moment later, Reggie could taste the petrol as it poured over her, clogging her nostrils, stinging her eyes. She wanted to be brave, but she heard herself scream, "No, please don't, like a child, pathetic, weak." Kuchin smiled, took the match from his pocket, struck it against the heel of his shoe, and held it up for her to see. "No, no," she cried out. "I actually thought you'd be a worthier foe, Reggie," said Kuchin. "No, please don't kill me." "This time the monster wins, Reggie Campion," he said. He dropped the match on her head, and she burst into flames. With a scream muffled only by the covers over her face, Reggie threw herself out of the bed and landed on the floor, her body twisting and turning, grinding itself into the floor as she fought the imaginary flames. Then, coming to her senses, she stopped and lay still for several minutes. She managed to crawl to the bathroom before emptying her stomach in the toilet, and then collapsed on her back on the cool tile floor. She lay there breathing hard, waiting for the waves of sickness to fade. Finally, she struggled up, stumbled to the window, and looked out onto the grounds of Harrisfield. As the time to leave on the mission grew closer, she usually liked to spend less time at the estate and more at her flat. However, the sexually energetic couple in the room above her had still not satisfied themselves, so she'd come here. Yet as she had driven away from London, she'd also felt a pang of envy. "When's the last time I had sex?" she thought. "Pretty pathetic when I can't even remember." The rain had passed, but the air had not lost its chill. Reggie lifted the window and leaned out, taking deep breaths as the nightmare's sickening effects faded. "I'm having night terrors about the bloke, and I haven't even faced him yet," she thought. "Not good, Reggie. Not good." The worst part had been the vision of Whit and Dominic lying dead. Her fears could not be a reason for them to die. She had to get her head straight. She dressed in jeans, sneakers, and a frayed hooded sweatshirt with Oxford stenciled on the front, and slipped out the rear kitchen door. She wasn't sure if Whit had gone back home or stayed over. She didn't want him or anyone to see her like this. It only took her a few minutes to reach the old cemetery, and even in the dark, mere seconds after that, to locate the old tombstone of Laura R. Campion. She stood in front of it, hands in her pockets. In a completely irrational way, since she had no family left alive, Reggie had come to think of this dead woman as representing a touchstone for her, to visit in times of stress and uncertainty. It was madness, though, she knew, to try and escape the terror she was feeling by coming to a cemetery in the middle of the night and staring at the grave of a woman dead for over 200 years, who, as far as she knew, had no connection to her at all. "Yet I must be a bit mad," she said softly, "to do what I do." And yet it was perfectly sane, she told herself, to be afraid of a man like Feder Kuchin, who burned children alive without a second thought, a man who'd slaughtered thousands of people at a time in horrific ways. It would be madness not to be afraid. On the other side of the graveyard was a small private chapel that had fallen into ruin. Its stone block walls were blackened with age. The roof was partially fallen in, and the thick-arched wooden doors had grown frail from termites and rot. Reggie passed inside and walked up near the altar. She would come here on occasion to get away from the demands of her career and to listen to the birds that had taken up roost in the old joists of the structure. There were no stained glass windows, simply lead ones that had been broken or merely disintegrated. Through these openings, the sounds of the surrounding woods poured inside. Apparently, unlike Feder Kuchin, she had long since given up notions of a higher power guiding them all. She had done so for a simple reason. An all-knowing, all-powerful, benevolent God would never allow the monsters to roam the earth, killing whomever they desired. So for her, their mere presence in the world ruled out any possibility of a benign supreme being. Others would argue that point, and many had with her. She listened patiently to their reasoned statements, and then simply disagreed with their conclusions. They would have 2 more days to finalize everything, and then she was leaving for Provence. Before that happened, she and the professor would make the exact decision on how to do it. Whether Feder Kuchin lived or died would depend on them making the right decision. Finally, realizing all that was riding on this, and despite her own personal misgivings, Reggie knelt down at the altar, put her hands together, and started to pray that good would defeat evil one more time. She figured it couldn't hurt. Chapter 18. The villa that Evan Waller would be staying at cost over 20,000 euros per week, and he'd leased it for a month, paying in advance, or so the leasing agent had told Shaw. The house was parked next to the cliffs of Gord and rose 5 levels high, reachable inside only by a single spiral limestone staircase. The place had 6 bedrooms and a saltwater pool in the rear grounds, where there was also an alfresco dining area under a wooden pergola, along with an outdoor kitchen and propane grill. The villa's owner had recently renovated it, and all the appliances, including the Wolf gas stovetop in the spacious kitchen, were new. Shaw knew all this because he was meeting with the leasing agent at her office in Gord, in the guise of being a potential renter for next year. The agent was polite and informative. "Don't take too much time," she'd warned him in efficient French. She was a Brit transplant, but her French was very good. "Just yesterday there was another person here who wants to lease for next year, too." "Really?" said Shaw. "Who might that be?" The woman arched her eyebrows. "That is confidential, but she is young, American, and quite lovely, and obviously quite well-to-do. These villas are the best in the area, and beyond the purse of most. The same builder did the renovation on the villa next door. They're not exactly alike inside, but there are many similarities, including the limestone spiral stairs connecting all floors." So much for confidences, thought Shaw. "But if the place is leased now, as you said, where's the tenant? The villa is empty." The woman appeared uncertain. "It's true he's leased it for the month, paid in advance. So it was a man, then," Shaw said. She looked upset with herself. "Yes, but his name is confidential." "Of course. Anyway, he's not here yet. It was quite unusual, actually. I mean, to pay thousands of euros for something you're not even using. Well, it's not for me to say, I suppose. Rich people are peculiar that way, aren't they? But you yourself must be rich if you're looking at renting such a villa." "I've done well in life," Shaw said modestly, "and we can speak in English if you prefer, though your French is far better than mine." She looked both pleased and relieved by this, and her demeanor and tone instantly changed, and her British accent rang loud and clear. "Well, that's sweet of you to say. I've been doing these lessons for a month to get that gurgling thing going in my throat, but I can't say I've quite got the hang of it. These French, though, they speak so beautifully, so brilliant, don't they? But it just about wrecks my poor esophagus." "Mine, too. Anyway, since the place is empty, I could have taken you up for a quick peek, but we don't want to barge in and find Mr. Waller in his underpants, now do we?" She chuckled. "So it's Mr. Waller." The woman looked chagrined. "Now look what I've gone and done. Okay, that's the man's name, but don't bandy it about. Our work is confidential." "Of course not. Not a word." "Thank you." He left her and walked to the place in Gord where he was staying, a small hotel that also had a spa. Situated on the precipice of the Vaucluse Plateau and the Luberon Valley and hills beyond, Gord could be reached almost faster on foot from the villas below by a series of steps cut into the rock. A car ride was quite circuitous and involved a number of switchbacks. The village of white and gray stone structures clung to the rock sides like bees to a honeycomb. The village itself was twice crowned, by the Catholic Church with its soaring bell tower, and by a medieval castle that now housed part of the town's government. He called Frank and filled him in. Ever since he'd arrived here, Shaw had methodically reconnoitered each building of note in the town. He probably knew Gord better than many of its longtime residents. He and Amy Crawford were due to meet tomorrow, but Shaw had been in contact with her since he'd landed in Provence. There were a number of possibilities in the village for lunch, so he took his time reading menus printed on crisp white paper and tacked onto exterior walls. He selected the L'Estaminet Café near the town center and had his meal, supplementing it with a glass of Rhone wine, which was, of course, quite popular around these parts. On the other hand, Italian wine was almost impossible to find, Shaw thought with a grin. His smile faded when she walked in. Though the place was teeming with tourists, for some reason he knew this must be the American of whom the real estate agent had spoken. Young, lovely, and so well off. She was in her late 20s with streaked blonde hair that he sensed wasn't her natural color. Her skin was tanned to almond, with a few freckles on her shoulders the size and color of coffee beans. She was wearing a sundress with a scalloped front, allowing a glimpse of her cleavage. Leather sandals covered her long, narrow feet. Shaw could only see her in profile as she was escorted to her seat, but as she put her bag in the chair next to her, she momentarily turned his way. It seemed that Shaw's eyes and brains were disturbingly out of sync, as though his mind had expected his pupils to signal something other than what they had just seen. Yet he didn't know exactly why he had any expectation at all. Her face was not perfect. Her nose was a bit long and thin, and a little too sharply angled. The eyes were a tad large for symmetry when aligned against her face, the cheeks somewhat flat. Yet somehow, all put together, these elements made her far more memorable than if her features had been flawless. Beautiful women, especially in the south of France, were not so rare. But someone who did not fit neatly into a category was often unforgettable. Her body was athletic, the shoulders well-developed, her legs long and defined, the calves particularly muscular, as though she had walked uphill a great deal in her life. Because of her leanness, she looked taller than what he approximated was about 5'7", but she also seemed small to him. Yet since he stood 6'6" in his bare feet, just about everyone other than basketball players seemed diminutive to Shaw. As he continued to think about it, Shaw realized that what had startled him was that though she was obviously young, she seemed old, not physically, of course. She seemed far too serious for someone that young, he thought. Though he'd finished his meal, a curious Shaw chose to stay and have a café and a cup of strawberry sorbet. Once or twice he thought he saw her glance his way, but it might have been his imagination. He finally paid his bill, rose, and left. If he turned around, he would have seen definitive proof that she had noticed him, her gaze lingering long after he'd closed the door. He walked down the uneven cobblestone streets, but kept the front of the restaurant in sight. 20 minutes later, she stepped out the door, looked around, and started down the path that would carry her to the villas below. That included one shortcut, down a short flight of worn stone steps that would eliminate about a minute out of the trip by subtracting a switchback from the route. Shaw followed her, wondering where she was staying. He was surprised to see her approach and then unlock the front door to the villa next to where Waller would be staying. And she'd made inquiries about the other villa, too. Despite Frank finding nothing on the woman, she would still bear watching. Surprises were never good, especially if Shaw was on the receiving end of one. Chapter 19. The next day, Shaw traveled 15 kilometers and met up with Amy Crawford near the ruins of an old fort set high on top of a hill, as old forts often were for strategic reasons. Crawford was petite, barely up to Shaw's chest, but he knew she was proficient in several martial arts, was a marathon runner, and could kill or disable with either her hands or her feet. Yet while her physical prowess was superb, it was her coolness in the field that had attracted Shaw's attention and caused him to select her for the team. They drove separately to the old quarry, where the caves at Les Baux were located, and took the tour. Shaw had a pinhole camera in his shirt and videotaped everything for later analysis. Walking back to their cars, Crawford said, "Good to be working with you again." "Same here. Based on the floor plan in there, extraction should go smoothly. Guy couldn't have picked a more convenient place for us to do it. And he probably knows that, too. So he and his guards will be on high alert. We'll have 2 seconds of surprise. It's incredibly rare we have this sort of detailed intel on a target. We have to hit our marks perfectly." "Understood." Shaw motioned for her to get in her car, a 2-door Audi. He climbed in the passenger seat. "Give me the extract from A to Z. Make sure we're on the same page." Crawford fingered the steering wheel. "Private tour starts at 1000. His past experience shows he'll travel with a minimum of 4 and a max of 6 muscle, holsters and Glocks.
They hit the entrance. The tour guide is our plant. He's got hair follicle audio feed and a pinhole video on his guide badge that'll give us their movements in real time. He'll make sure the flow matches the timetable as close as possible. All attendants have been previously removed from the scene. 5 minutes to read the orientation materials on the walls, plus listening to the recorded introductory spot, puts us at 10:10 tops. First room goes in 5 minutes, second in 2, third in 4. That puts our time mark at 21 minutes past 1000. Fourth room is ground zero. 60 meters by 60 meters, good cover in front and left side walls. Extraction team is already in position. Power is scheduled to be yanked 60 seconds after they hit ground zero. 7 shooters with flex optics and laser-guided dart rifles. Aim points are neck, arm, or thigh in case of body armor. Our guy in the power room commences his 5-second countdown as soon as the video feed shows the last muscle in the party crosses room 4 threshold. Code word red comes over our headsets 1 second before power is cut. Fire to commence on that 1 second mark to prevent any reaction that might foul the shots. You take out main target while I drop the guy on his hip, with the other shooters dropping the men in their prescribed sectors. Flowing outward from main target. All muscle and main target down in 2 seconds. Exit. 2 passages branch off east and west from that cave. West circles back to the entrance. East passage is 200 meters long and empties to an emergency exit that takes us to the other side of the quarry. There's an egress road at that point. Wheels waiting in the form of an ambulance. Gurney is stowed in the east passage. Target loaded on. That'll take no more than 30 seconds. The same to get him down the passage. Wheels roll as soon as the ambulance doors clunk shut. Private airstrip is 40 minutes south of here. Wheels up as soon as the aircraft door closes. Target and extraction team are out of French airspace before his muscle wakes up in a dark cave and wonders what the hell just happened. He nodded appreciatively. Then on to the next job, said Shaw. Story of my life, too. She hesitated, glancing at him. What? He asked, noticing her trepidation. Just scuttlebutt. Always wondered if it was true. Shaw looked at her inquiringly. What? He said again. Did you really shoot Mr. Wells in the head? We had a little misunderstanding. She smiled. I like your style. Frank's actually not a bad guy once you get past the 200 pounds of anger and dysfunction. Really? No, not really. Chapter 20. The next day, Shaw watched with interest as the mystery lady did her shopping in Gourd. Men of all ages stared as she walked by in a sun hat and knee-length skirt that the sneaky breeze would occasionally catch and pitch upward around her thighs. Then the men would stare with even greater focus. While seeming to window shop along the street, Shaw watched as men approached her speaking French, Italian, Greek, and English, at least by his count. They were offering to help her with her shopping, the language, or perhaps assisting her off with her clothes in the privacy of their room. She politely declined all offers. She, in fact, needed no help. She spoke fluent French, and she knew the prices of things, and she could bargain. Shaw had watched her haggle over a blouse, a decorative blue and yellow plate, a bottle of wine, and a dozen zucchini flowers, presumably to later fry up, until arriving at the prices she wanted. That night he was sitting at an outdoor cafe in Gourd, contemplating what to have for dinner, when he was surprised by her walking up to his table. Parlez-vous français? Oui, je parle français. But he added, Mais mon anglais est meilleur. She smiled warmly. My English is much better than my French, too. Do you mind if I join you? I've eaten alone the last few times, and while it started out kind of fun, it grows old fast. He indicated for her to take a seat. Please. She took off her hat and set it on the seat next to her before picking up a menu. What looks good? She asked, lifting up her Maui Jims, though the setting sun was dropping a bucket of glare right at her. Chicken puttanesca, or you can never go wrong with the old steak and pomme frite with salad. Shall we order wine? We're in Provence. I think it's the law. They gave their orders to the waiter, who promptly brought the selected bottle of red and 2 glasses. He poured and left them alone. I'm sure this seems very forward of me, she said,
coming over to you like this. I'm not sure there is such a thing as forward anymore for men or women. First things first, I'm Jane Collins, but Janie to my friends. She held out her hand. With an amused look, Shaw took it. Bill. American? He nodded. You? What it says on my passport. I'm from D.C. And what do you do in our nation's capital? As little as possible. I was a lobbyist, but I sold my practice and decided to see a little bit of the world beyond Capitol Hill. Do you have a family? Let me play the proud dad. He took out his wallet and handed her the picture of a girl and a boy that Frank had provided him. Michael and Allie. They're back in the States. She handed the photo back. Beautiful. So your wife's not with you? We're divorced. He slipped the photo in his shirt pocket. The picture's a little old. They're both teenagers now. You must have started early. You don't look that old. Keep drinking wine. I like the effect on your vision. How about you? What's your story? Nothing very exciting. My dad made huge amounts of money. He and my mom died way too early, and I was the only child. Sorry to hear that. I guess the money doesn't make up for it. I never thought it could, and I turned out to be right. I was young when they passed away, but I still miss them. I can understand that. But life goes on, she said, staring off for a moment before looking back at him and managing a weak smile. I'm rich. I like to travel, see different places. It's so beautiful here. So, how long have you been in town? A few days. And after this? Italy and then Greece, but I'm taking my time. My whole life has been run on a tight plan. I'm sort of into winging things now. Where are you staying? Shaw shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Well, maybe there is such a thing as forward after all. Her cheeks reddened. Okay, I guess I deserve that. I tend to ask too many questions and volunteer too much about myself to complete strangers. I would agree with that. The part of you being rich is not something you want to blab about. Too many lowlifes who take advantage of that information. She looked like she'd been scolded. I guess you're right. How come you're solo? Don't you have any friends who'd like to travel with you? I'm sure you go first class. Friends have jobs. That's the downside to not having to work for a living. I think most people would be able to cope with the trade-off, he said kindly. Well, we could hang out. You don't even know me. Sure I do. You're, Bill, he said helpfully. She playfully punched his arm. From D.C., ex-lobbyist guy and divorced with 2 beautiful teenagers. See, my memory's not that bad. Okay, Jane. Janie, to my friends. All right, Janie. But just take it slow with people. She said sheepishly, I'm nearly 30. You would have thought I'd have gotten that lesson by now. Some people never get it. So, where'd you learn to speak French? How do you know I really can? The few words I spoke aren't exactly going to get me a job at the UN. Your French sounded pretty authentic. Where'd you learn? I took an immersion class for 6 months before I came here. It's amazing what you can fit in your day when you don't have a job. Shaw lifted his glass of wine and clinked it against hers. I'm really looking forward to finding that out. Their food came and they continued to talk through dinner. They split the check using cash. Afterwards, they walked through the street. Most of the shops were closed at this hour, but the warm breeze was nice. There were many people strolling about just as they were, and music could be heard coming from a bar past the town center. She looked up at him. How tall are you? About 6'6". You must have been the tallest lobbyist in D.C. Nope. They have some ex-NBA players trolling for dollars there. One of them is 7 feet. Poor guy has to duck through doorways when he's pressing the flesh and begging for his supper. Well, I'm down this way, she said. Shaw hooked a finger over his shoulder. I'm that way. Maybe we'll run into each other again. Small town. The odds are good. She smiled. I'll be far more reticent next time. He returned the smile. And I'll be far less critical. Reggie Campion immediately returned to her villa, where she made a call. She explained her meeting with Bill to Professor Mallory and gave him a detailed description of the man. Find out what you can. There's something about him. All right, Regina. But it may be nothing. And it may be everything. I trust my instincts. Word on Waller? On schedule. And I have my work cut out for me if this new development turns into a mess. You're certain everything is a go on my cover?
It has been for quite some time. One of our benefactors owns a technology company with elite-level programs and access to numerous core databases. He allowed us in through a back door to do all we needed to do. All the information you've memorized is backed up in all the places anyone might look. Vital records in the U.S., an American Social Security number, bank accounts, educational backgrounds, degrees conferred, parents' history. Oh, did you like your Facebook page? Brilliant. Nice chums I have. And I must say, Professor, you certainly know more about computers than you let on. I'm just an old duffer, merely regurgitating what I'm told. If you say so. Don't push yourself too hard.
It's the only way I stay alive. Barely a half-mile away, Shaw was sitting on his bed lifting a nice set of prints off the special coating on the photo of the fake kids he'd handed Janie. Using a handheld computing device, he scanned them in, emailed them to Frank, and then called him.
"Sounds like a hottie," said Frank, after Shaw finished filling him in.
"I don't like hotties showing up when I have a job to do, especially if they're staying at the villa next door to my target. And she made inquiries about Waller's place earlier, too."
"But from what you said, she's a bit of a ditz."
"We don't know that for sure. Could be an act."
"I told you, our prelim gave off no warning bells. You going paranoid on me?"
"No, Frank. I've been paranoid for a long time." Chapter 21.
"Do you believe in God?" Waller asked Alan Rice.
They had just gotten off Waller's plane after a long flight. Now the two men were riding in the back of a rental Escalade on the way to a meeting. Rice had his gaze on the laptop screen where numbers flew across. If he was surprised by his employer's question, he didn't show it. "I haven't thought about it since I was a child, really." Waller looked interested.
"And if you thought about it now?"
"I would come down on the side that says one should hedge his bets, though I must admit I haven't exactly been doing that very well." Waller looked disappointed. "Really? But with the caveat that one should still count on individual efforts in getting what one wants in life rather than praying to something one can't see." Waller looked pleased by this answer. "I take it you are not a practitioner of the faith, Evan." "On the contrary, I pray every morning and night and go to church every week. I believe in God with all my heart, as did my mother and her mother before her. The French love the good life, but are very pious about their faith, you know." "But I don't understand." Waller waved him off. "I don't condemn others for not believing or, as you say, hedging your bets. They must deal with God at some point." He stared at Alan. "You must deal with God at some point." Alan was quick to glance back at the computer screen before an unfortunate choice of words or telling facial expression escaped from him. "Then you must deal with God too," he thought. "And I don't believe praying twice a day and going to church will save you from hell." Those words would have cost him his life. "So tonight?" he prompted. Waller nodded slowly and rolled down the window a bit to let in some air. "Another religious vexation, actually. The men we are meeting believe that whoever they kill in life will serve them in death. They also believe that virgins await them in paradise. I'm surprised more men have not converted to Islam based on that concept alone. They might have, except for the fact of wives putting their feet down on their husbands' necks. Alan, you are in rare form tonight." Rice said in a serious tone, "This is quite a different sideline for you, dealing with Islamic terrorists. Are you not tired of the Asian whores? How many units does it take to fill the crotches of Western male civilization? Apparently more than we can obtain, but the money is colossal and steady. It's the cash flow engine for all our other endeavors. A man needs fresh challenges. But highly enriched uranium? To make a nuclear device?
It could as easily go off in Montreal as New York. I would not put great faith in their aim. The world needs to be shaken up a bit, don't you think? Too staid, too predictable. Those on top have been there a long time, perhaps too long. I didn't know you had an interest in geopolitics. There are many things you don't know about me. But I think we are here." Rice looked out the window and saw the building come into view. The plane ride had been very turbulent in the final 20 minutes, as they had landed at the tail end of a passing thunderstorm, and the 30-mile ride out into a rural part of the country had done nothing to settle his stomach. The people they were meeting with were making his belly uneasy for another reason. His boss, of course, had been undisturbed by the storm, or apparently by the upcoming meeting. Anyone who was looking for the parts to a nuclear weapon so that they could detonate it and kill as many people as possible was, of course, insane. Rice could accept that his employer was at least partially insane, but he had learned how to survive around the man. The folks tonight were an unknown entity. He'd wished that Waller had not insisted that he come. When he attempted to decline the request, Waller was predictably blunt in his response. "The right-hand man cannot select his encounters, and the squeamish cannot be the right-hand man. And unfortunately for you, I have no use at all for any other body part you possess, Ellen." The words were jesting. The tone in which they were said was not. Thus Rice had gotten on the plane and flown across numerous time zones to help his boss negotiate the deaths of thousands. "How do you want to open the meeting?" Rice asked him. "We will greet, we will smile. If they want us to eat and drink, we will. Then we will negotiate. By the way, do not show them the bottom of your shoe. A great insult. Anything else I should know?" "Yes, the most important of all." Rice looked at him expectantly. "If the need arises to run, make sure you run fast." Rice looked shaken. "Do you think the need might arise?" "I cannot tell. But one thing I do know is I don't trust desert men in Hattaz who want to blow up the world." "Then for God's sake, why are we here?" "I spoke of a man needing a challenge." "Do you really think we may need to run?" "Perhaps. If so, just make sure I am in front of you. And if you're not, I will shoot you, and then run over your dead body." Chapter 22. The home was large, contemporary, and miles from any other dwelling. They were met at the front gate by a man in a dark British-tailored suit and wearing a turban. He searched Waller and Rice, and Waller's gun was confiscated. "That's a customized Heckler & Koch 9mm, he told the Arab. "I expect it back in the same pristine condition." If the man understood this, he made no sign of it. "And my men?" Waller indicated behind him at the 6 burly fellows who had held on to their hardware. He'd asked the question and thought he knew the answer. In halting English, the Arab said they were free to come inside and could also keep their weapons. Waller frowned at this directive, but said nothing. Rice looked up at the face of the darkened structure. "Doesn't look like anyone's home," he said hopefully. As they walked up the front drive, Waller said, "Oh, they're home. I'm sure we'll be very welcome." "Why don't you sound too certain of that?" "I am certain. It must be your nerves running away with you." "I wonder why," the other man said under his breath. The interior illumination was weak enough that Rice had to squint to make out things in the farthest corners of the large rooms. The bodyguards trailing them, Waller and Rice followed the turbaned man deeper into the house. The man paused at a pair of large double doors that appeared to be made of stainless steel. He opened them and motioned the others through. When they passed into the room, they saw one man sitting at a round table in the center, the space lit only by a single table lamp. The man was dressed in a loose-fitting robe, known in the Muslim world as a thobe. He was boxy through the middle, though his face was drawn. His beard was trimmed short, and he wore no headdress. "Sit," he said, motioning to the chairs set around the table. Waller took his time looking around the room, gauging tactical positions, and then motioned his men to take up posts in various spots. He eased into a chair and studied the man. "I was expecting more people," he said. "I am authorized," said the man in clear English. Waller noted the sheen of perspiration on his face, the way his eyes wandered the room. And then the Arab snapped his attention back to Waller and Rice. "HEU," said the man. "Highly enriched uranium," said Waller. "How can you get it?" Waller looked puzzled. "This has already been explained." "Explain again." "The HEU purchase agreement between Russia and the United States signed in 1993, began Waller, in a monotone as though set to lecture a class. "It's a way for the Russians to dismantle their stockpile of nuclear weapons, reduce the uranium to a form that can be used in nuclear reactors and other non-weapon processes. I can bore you with terms like uranium hexafluoride, depleted uranium tails, blend stock, and the like, but the bottom line is the Russians had 500 tons of HEU they agreed to sell to the Americans. Thus far the Yanks have received about 400 tons, averaging 30 tons per year. The entire process is monitored by both sides except for the initial dismantling and separation of the HEU metal weapons component from the rest of the nuclear weapon. The Russians perform this initial step on their own. In doing so, it allows certain people with contacts inside this process to help themselves to a bit of nuclear gold." "And you have such contacts?" asked the man. Again, Waller looked perplexed. "If I didn't, I can't think of a reason why I would be here negotiating with you." He held up his cell phone. "One call can verify that I do." "How much are we talking about? For the weapons, or the quantity of HEU?" "HEU." Waller noted that the man was rubbing his fingers together a bit too fiercely. He caught Waller looking at this movement, and the hand disappeared under the table. 500 tons of the material can be used to arm roughly 30,000 nuclear warheads, or is about as many as the Soviets possessed at the height of the Cold War. My contacts can smuggle me 200 pounds of HEU. That's enough for 2 warheads that could devastate a large city, or to be used to arm a number of smaller improvised devices that can be deployed against multiple targets. So it is very valuable? Let's put it this way. Iran is spending billions of dollars as we speak to build the facilities, technology, and processes to ultimately achieve what I'm offering to sell to you tonight. The only thing more valuable on Earth might be plutonium, but that is impossible to get." The Muslim sat forward abruptly. "So the price?" Waller looked at Rice once more, and then back at the man. "And you say you're authorized to make an agreement. To paraphrase you, I wouldn't be here if I was not. And your name?" "Unimportant. The price. 200 million British pounds, wired to my account." Waller was about to say something else when the man said, "Agreed." Waller glanced down at the Muslim's midsection, and then sniffed the air. He dropped his cell phone and bent down to pick it up. The next moment, Rice fell backward, as Waller picked up the table and pushed it on top of the Muslim. He grabbed Rice's arm and screamed to his men, "Run!" The next instant, Rice felt himself being flung through a window. A jagged edge caught him on the leg, tore his pants, and then bit into his thigh. Something landed on top of him, driving the wind from him. Then he was jerked up and pulled along, his breath coming in gasps, his injured leg bleeding badly. The concussive force of the house exploding hurled him ass over head. Debris poured down, even as he felt Waller covering him with his own body, the older man breathing in strained bursts. Once the boards, bricks, shattered glass, and the odd piece of furniture stopped falling, Waller and Rice slowly sat up. "What the hell?" began Rice, as he clutched his injured leg. Waller rose and dusted off his clothes. "The idiot was a suicide bomber." "How did you know?" "The thobe is designed to be loose-fitting. His clothes were too tight because dynamite sticks are bulky. His eyes were unfocused, and he was looking at us but not looking at us. He was hiding something. And it's human nature to feel that if you don't look at someone, they can't see you. You'll also note that same instinct in dogs."
Unfocused eyes?
He was probably drugged to get through his mission, because really, who wants to blow themselves up, even for virgins in paradise? And then there was the smell.
Smell?
Dynamite is contained in water-soaked wooden sticks. It has a distinctive odor. And I also got a whiff of metal, probably shrapnel balls contained in the canvas pack he had wrapped around his belly. That provides for maximum carnage at the point of origin. I dropped my phone so I could look under the table. There was a bag next to him. It held the battery with wires connected to the explosive that could detonate the bomb pack sewn around his body. Sewn so he couldn't easily remove it. That's why he put his hand under the table, to hold the detonator, and the man didn't rise to greet us, very unlike a Muslim. But dynamite packs are heavy, and he was probably afraid we might glimpse something suspicious if he exposed himself in that way. Wallace shrugged resignedly. I should have seen it far earlier. Now let's take a look at your leg. He squatted down and tore open Rice's pants leg and examined the wound more closely. Sorry I had to push you through the window.
My God, Evan, you saved my life.
It's bleeding, but it's not deep enough to have hit an artery.
You're sure?
I've seen such wounds before. If it were an arterial wound, you wouldn't be conscious because you would have nearly bled out by now. He used strips from Rice's pants to fashion a rough bandage. We'll get you medical attention as soon as possible. He looked over at the house and saw one of his men staggering toward him. He hurried over to the fellow, took him by the arm. Pascal, are you hurt?
No, just got my bell rung.
Pascal was Greek, and his skin was dark, his hair darker still and curly. He was 5'9" and wiry, with a motor that never quit. He could run all day, shoot straight, possessed nerves of iron, never moved fast when caution was called for, and no one moved faster if the situation demanded ultimate speed. He was the smallest of Waller's men, and also the toughest. Since Pascal had come to stay with him when he was only 10 years old, Waller had groomed him to rise to the top of his security chain. He did not possess the mind to run the actual business, not like he or Alan Rice, but still the man was an invaluable piece of Waller's security team.
What about the others?
Tanner and Dimitri are dead. Dimitri's head got blown off. It landed in a damn flower pot. The rest of the guys are okay, just bumps and bruises. Explosion knocked out one of the trucks, though. Waller eyed the smoky mass near the front door. The Escalade had taken the brunt of the blast, fortunately shielding the other vehicles from damage. Screams came from their left, and Waller and Pascal started running in that direction. From out of the darkness, 3 people emerged, 2 struggling with 1. Before Waller and Pascal could reach them, the 2 finally won. The captive was the man in the fine suit who'd led them into the house.
"Son of a bitch was trying to get away, Mr. Waller,"
said one of the men holding the captive's arms behind his back. Waller reached over and gripped the turbaned man's throat.
"You want me to shoot him, Mr. Waller?" asked Pascal.
No, Pascal. I need to talk to him first." Waller looked into the man's eyes.
"You are a little fish. That man who blew himself up, he too was a little fish that you throw back because it is not worth your time. But you are worth my time. I need to know who authorized this. Do you understand me?"
The man shook his head and started speaking rapidly in his native language. Waller answered him in his native tongue. He looked delighted at the shock in the fellow's eyes before ordering his men to collect Tanner's and Dimitri's remains. "One more thing," said Waller. He reached in the captive's jacket and pulled out the customized 9mm pistol that had been confiscated earlier. "I'm quite fond of this gun. So fond, in fact, that I will use it to kill you, after you've told me what I need to know." Riding back to the plane, Waller sat next to Rice. "A doctor will meet us at the airfield and fix your leg," he said.
"Why would they invite us down here and then try to blow us up?"
"I don't know why yet, but I will find out. And then hit them back far harder than they just hit me." Rice shook his head and gave a hollow laugh. Waller shot him a glance. "What?" "I was just thinking that after all this you're going to really need that holiday in Provence." Chapter 23. Shaw stretched himself out along the top of the flat rock set at the far end of Gourd and checked his watch. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Tourist buses came all during the day, disgorging their passengers, who would stand where Shaw now was prone and snap their digital pictures of the breathtaking views. Shaw was also here because of the views, only his were of the twin villas, Waller's and Janie Collins's. His electronic night glass turned solid masses, such as people, cars, and potted plants, into firm, heightened outlines with many discernible features, while casting the background into a liquid green. There was one light on in the woman's place, while Waller's was dark. Not surprising, since the man was not there yet. He had not seen Janie Collins for a couple of days, but his interest in her had only increased. Shaw moved his torso a bit to provide relief against the sharp rock digging into his shoulder. The movement from below brought him back to alert. He focused his glass and watched as she emerged from light into darkness that his optics ate through with enviable clarity. Janie was barefoot and wearing a robe. As she slipped it off, he saw she was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath. She slipped on swim goggles, tied her hair back, and dove in, breaking the surface of the water cleanly. She cut through the water with sharp strokes. She reached one side, did a flip turn, and proceeded back the other way. After 5 laps, Shaw knew she was counting her strokes. There was little ambient light, no moon, and the light from the house lost all potency before it reached the poolside, so there was no way she could see the walls to know when to turn. 30 laps later, she'd not diminished her speed. Shaw had to keep rubbing his eyes because her methodical movements were hypnotic, like watching a metronome whisk back and forth. The light coming on caused Shaw to leave the woman and focus on the villa next door. As the man came into view, Shaw saw that it wasn't Waller. He couldn't see his features that clearly, but the man was bigger and far bulkier than the Canadian. Shaw assumed that he was part of an advanced security team. As Shaw had predicted to Frank previously, Waller's men would search the place and then lock it down, probably posting sentry perimeters until the boss arrived. It was the same protocol the United States Secret Service used. Shaw watched as the burly man, dressed all in black, expertly searched the outdoor space, his pistol out and ready as it pointed into darkened corners. Shaw saw the man flinch and then look over his shoulder. In a few seconds he'd passed by the pool in Waller's rear grounds, gained hand and footholds on the dividing wall between the properties, and scrambled upward to peer over it. Shaw's glass shot back to Janie. Finished with her swim, she was walking up the steps of the pool. As he continued to stare, she stripped off her wet bathing suit and let it fall to the pool deck. She picked up the towel and dried off before wrapping it around her. Shaw swiveled his gaze to the man at the wall. Even with his electronics, he couldn't see the man's features clearly enough, but he assumed the guy was pleased with this show of female nudity. He was certain the man would report back to Waller with this juicy bit of intelligence. Janie might have inadvertently made a very serious blunder. An hour later, the Waller villa went dark, and Shaw let his night glass swivel back to Janie's house. He stiffened a bit. In the darkest corner, by an alcove, he thought he saw movement. Was it Janie? Or had one of Waller's men gotten into the rear grounds from the other direction while Shaw was focused on the villa next door? Shaw's mind raced ahead. Had the woman locked the rear sliding glass door? Shaw decided that she probably hadn't. She was too trusting, too ready to give out personal information. For the time being, he forgot about any vague suspicions he might have had of her. She was probably a young, naive heiress vacationing next door to a psychopath who sold young women into sexual slavery. Shaw jumped to his feet and ran. He had a Vespa he'd been getting around on,
but the little engine's whine would be problematic at this hour of the night. He pounded down the empty cobblestone streets of Gourd, past the town square, down a shortcut by the church, around an alley, and down another set of aged steps that cut still more time off the trip. Passing an amphitheater that hosted concerts during the warmer months, he skipped down the final step of stone risers that would deliver him to within 10 meters of the two villas. He peered around a corner of stone, jutting out from the otherwise sheer face of the cliff. Janie's villa was on the right, Waller's on the left. There was a silver Citroën van in the small park-off directly in front of Waller's villa. By Janie's entrance was her small two-door crimson Renault, with its rear hatch a bare foot from the front door. Shaw could see that the Renault was empty, but the Citroën wasn't. Two men sat in the front, one of them probably the guy he'd seen doing the earlier recon, but he couldn't be sure about that. He calculated that their line of sight had one blind spot. Proceeding along this path slowly, he tested the validity of this assumption. The two sentries remained right where they were. Shaw turned a corner and was now at a point where he could gain access to Janie's rear grounds. The wall was 6 feet high, but unlike the common wall between the two villas, on top it had long stones mortared in vertically that added another 18 inches to the height. That was probably because this wall was next to a public walking path. That would make peering over the wall impossible and climbing over it painful. Shaw found this to be true on his first attempt to mount the barrier. He let go, dropped to the street, slipped off his jacket, covered his scraped hands with it, and tried again. He was up and over the wall in a matter of seconds, dropping noiselessly to the other side in the soft grass. He crouched, getting his bearings. He was in the side yard, whose borders were planted with climbing roses and luscious bougainvillea. The pool area was up a short flight of flagstone steps to his left. He put his windbreaker back on, his small night scope in one of the pockets. He tried not to think about what Frank would say if he could see him right now. He was jeopardizing the entire mission by being here, he knew that. Yet he also knew that he wasn't going to let one of Waller's hired thugs have a free go at the young woman either. He crossed the short patch of grass and scrambled up the stack of steps. Shaw felt the muzzle of the gun against his head. A millisecond before he heard the click of the hammer being pulled back. Chapter 24. That was the first mistake. The person was too close, mere inches away, which allowed no adequate buffer to ward off a sudden counterattack. The second mistake was not pulling the trigger and killing him. Shaw's thumb jammed behind the trigger, making discharge impossible. His other four fingers closed on the muzzle, jerking it downward so it pointed to the ground. The final mistake was not letting go of the pistol. He pulled hard, bent his body forward, and the figure sailed over him, landing hard in the grass. He ripped the gun free, straddled the body, and pointed the weapon at the person's head. Janie? She was lying under him, her cotton robe askew, and her hair in her face. She was breathing hard, probably from the impact with the ground. She had on a pair of tennis shoes, a robe, and not much else that he could see. Her knee slamming into his left kidney sent a jarring pain up his back. He fell sideways and lay hunched over in the grass next to her. The two rose slowly, nursing their bumps and bruises. Shaw kept the gun in his hand. "What the hell are you doing here?" she demanded, her gaze flitting from the gun to his face. "I saw lights on in the villa next door. Then I thought I saw a guy coming over the wall into your grounds." She looked around. "From where did you see all this?" Shaw pointed at the cliffs. "I was taking a stroll. From up there it's a clear line to your villa." "How did you know where I was staying?" she said sharply. He looked sheepishly. "Okay, I confess. I followed you home the night we had dinner, but just to make sure you got here okay. You know, rich woman traveling alone, I was worried about you." He held up the gun. "I'm a little surprised you have one of these." "Like you said, I'm rich and traveling alone, and I have a permit for it." "Really?" He handed it back to her. "I thought France was pretty strict about guns."
"Money solves many problems," she said coolly. He rubbed his back. "Let me guess. In addition to foreign language immersion classes, you also have time for martial arts." She fingered the gun before releasing the hammer and placing it in the pocket of her robe, which she cinched up tightly. "I heard something in the rear yard, but I didn't see a man come over the wall. Well, that is, except for you. But you must have seen the lights come on next door, and there's a van out front with 2 men in it." She gazed at the wall separating the 2 villas. "Maybe I did. I can't be sure." She looked back at him. "So, you can see my villa from the cliffs?" "Yeah. The tourist buses come there every day and take photos of the villas, the valley, and the mountains." For some reason, Shaw could tell that she knew all of this. That, along with her having a gun, now rekindled his suspicions. "Your pool is the only one directly visible from that vantage point. The pool next door is mostly hidden by a garage and some trees." She glanced at the dark waters. "The pool?" She shot him an accusatory look. "Could you see me swimming then? And afterwards?" Shaw didn't hesitate. "All I saw was the guy. That's why I came down here, to make sure you were okay. I would have knocked on the front door, but again there were the dudes next door, and I wasn't sure what was going on. And it is after 1 in the morning." "Yes, it is. I'm surprised you're still up." "Yeah, I was surprised to see you, too. Guess I'm still on U.S. time. You sure you didn't see anyone?" "No one, and the doors are all locked." She paused. "I didn't know lobbyists were so good with defensive maneuvers and guns." Shaw managed a chuckle. "Hell, it was all luck. When I felt the muzzle against my head, I just sort of freaked. Last time I fired a gun, I was 13. It was a .22 caliber rifle, and the targets were tin cans stuck on fence posts. But where did you learn to sneak up on people like that? I never even heard you." Shaw had thought it impossible for anyone to do that to him. "I took ballet. I'm light on my feet." When she didn't say anything else, he lightly touched her arm and said, "I'm just glad you're okay. I better get going now." "Maybe we can see if the men are still out there," she said, turning toward the villa. Shaw mutely followed her, noting the grass stain on the backside of her cotton robe where he'd thrown the woman. The house was dark, and she didn't turn on any lights as they moved through the space, Shaw following her lead. He could tell that she had excellent night vision. They reached the front room, where Shaw could see the oak double doors leading outside. The room was barrel-vaulted, supported by visible curved wooden trusses, in a style often seen in older European homes. The interior walls were thick with a stucco veneer. They kept the cool or heat in as needed. The furnishings were eclectic, costly, and plentiful to the point of the large room feeling slightly cluttered, but cozy. To his left, he noted the corkscrew limestone staircase that provided access to the interior 5 floors. A lot of space for one person. They drew close to the door, and he watched as Janie eased back a curtain of the sidelight next to the doorway. Shaw peered over her shoulder. He breathed an inaudible sigh of relief when he saw the Citroën van still there, with the dark shadows in the front indicating the men were also still present and accounted for. She closed the curtain and took a step back, turning to him. "Thanks for your concern, Bill." "Any time. You have any idea who those guys are?" She shook her head. "Maybe we should report this to the police." "Maybe we should," said Shaw. He had no intention of doing any such thing, and something made him suspect that she wasn't going to call them either. "Well, I better get going. Do you mind if I go out the way I came in? Those guys look a little rough for my tastes." She nodded absently, her gaze on his face. "I'm sure you could handle yourself just fine." She followed him out to the rear, where he used his jacket as protective cover while he hoisted himself back up on the wall. While he perched there momentarily, she said, "Maybe we can get together soon?" "Okay. I feel after tonight we've really bonded." She seemed to force a smile. "I think so, too. Look, I'm planning to grab some coffee and a croissant at the Little Village Bakery around 9 tomorrow morning. Why don't we meet there?"
As soon as he disappeared over the wall, Reggie stripped off her robe to reveal dark shorts and a navy blue tube top underneath. She waited for a few beats before going back in the villa and exiting through a door on the lower level that emptied out onto the public path. Finding the same blind spot in the observation lanes of the men in the van that Shaw had earlier, she started following him. He took the shortcut up to the village and wound his way slowly back to his hotel through the silent streets. If he knew he was being followed, he gave no indication of it. Reggie broke off her tale when he entered the hotel's front doors. At least she knew now where he was staying. She made her way slowly back down to the villa, skirted the men in the van, and re-entered her villa the same way she had left it. She retrieved her robe where she dropped it on a table and carefully lifted out the gun. She put it in a plastic baggie. It had Bill's prints on the muzzle. She searched the place from top to bottom after locking all the doors. Satisfied, she put on a long t-shirt, climbed into bed, and made a call. Whit answered on the second ring. His voice did not sound sleepy. He and Dominic were staying in an isolated cottage barely 15 kilometers away. She filled him in on the night's events. "I don't like this guy," Whit said. "There were 2 men out front," she pointed out. "Yeah, but you still don't know what his angle is. I think we can safely assume that he's not some bloody lobbyist from the States. The whole mission could be compromised now." "I don't see him working for Waller, if that's what you're getting at. He wouldn't have pointed out the man's advance team to me, and then warned me about the man watching me." "So if he's not with Waller, what then?" "I don't know. I've got his prints on my gun that I'll send along to you. I want to see if we can get a hit somewhere." "Okay, I can pick it up tomorrow. But look, Reg, it's hard enough going up against Kuchin. We don't need any unknown shit on top of it." She put the phone down and lifted the sheet over her, but she couldn't sleep. She rose, padded over to the window, opened it, and stared out. She was on the top floor of the villa with excellent views of Gord. Up there was a tall man who'd just manhandled her. He could have killed her tonight, but he hadn't. She'd never seen anyone move that fast, that fluidly. Not Dominic or even Whit, or even her. "Who is he?" she thought. "Damn," she muttered, before closing her window and flopping on the bed with a long groan. This complication was the last thing she needed right now, if this somehow caused them to miss getting Kuchin. It took another hour for her to fall asleep. In his room, Shaw had just finished talking to Frank, reporting in what had happened. He stripped down to his skivvies but couldn't sleep. Lying down, he sometimes found it hard to breathe because of a recent nasty attack on his windpipe by a fellow named Caesar. Shaw's muscles were long and ropey, and he was actually stronger than he looked. Yet the giant Caesar had been more physically formidable. However, Shaw had gotten a little help in their confrontation from unexpected sources. Love, hate, rage, but mostly hate and rage. The result was, he was here, and Caesar wasn't. He rose and opened his window to let in some fresh air. His window didn't have a view of the villas below, but he could see them clearly in his mind. So, who was the woman, and why was she really here? She might be simply who she said she was, rich and traveling alone. A woman might carry a weapon, it was not unreasonable, and the database search on her fingerprints had produced no hits. Then an image drove into his mind that he tried but could not get rid of. Her bathing suit coming off and revealing the long, tanned torso sliding down into the smooth, shapely, and naked backside. Massive waves of guilt poured over him. He got back into bed and finally fell asleep. Chapter 25. Evan Waller closed his eyes and let his mind wander back 20, 30 years. In his mind's eye, the trappings of the legitimate Canadian businessman with the underlying criminal enterprise fell away, and the soul of Ukrainian Fedor Kuchin emerged like a serpent, discarding an old faded skin for a supple new one. His gaze wandered over his bare arm, searching for a spot to do it. He made a bicep, the clench tightening the rubber strap around the muscle. The veins in his forearm swelled. His eye lit on one tunnel of blood, and he pushed the needle in and forced down the plunger. The customized cocktail flowed into him, some steroids, some purified drugs, a bit of his own expensively purchased elixir from the Far East. It was totally unique, what he was shooting in himself. As it should be, he felt. What was good enough for everyone else was not good enough for him. He took a deep breath and let the fire rain over him, from the inside out. He smiled, sat back, then the adrenaline hit. He jumped up, did some jacks, then some rat-a-tat push-ups, then more jacks, and then he snagged the pull-up bar and did a quick 10, grinning with each one. He dropped back to the matted floor, breathing hard. He looked in the mirror. For 63, he was in extraordinary shape. For 63, 53, hell, probably even 33 at least, by softened Western standards. He had small wedges of love handles, and the rock abs were no longer there, but the belly was flat, and when he clenched it, the muscle underneath was hard. His thighs were a little thinner than before, but his arms and shoulders still bulged. He rubbed his bald head, checked the gray mat of hair on his chest. It didn't really matter anymore what he took, how much he exercised, how far he ran. He was still getting old. A part of him was grateful about this, grateful that no one had managed to kill him yet. The other part, well, he was just getting old, and he didn't like it. He showered, rubbing the sting out of his arm around the injection site. Wrapped in a robe, he walked through the confines of his Montreal penthouse. He had fabulous views through the latest generation of ordnance-proof material. He knew this because the U.S. president had similar materials on his limo and at the White House. Also laced into the thickened window glass was a membrane that distorted the image portrayed to the outside world. He was now standing in the middle of the room, but the image projected through the glass wall had him 7 inches to the right. 5 minutes later, and at another spot in the room, his image would be nearly a foot to the left. It constantly changed, so no one could draw a perfect bead on him, at least in theory. As he stood looking out into a cool summer night, he glanced down at his chest for the telltale red dot from the sniper scope. There could be something out there that could calibrate the image illusion and shatter the whiz-bang barrier he'd put up between himself and his enemies. Yet he didn't step back into the shadows. If they wanted him badly enough, they could try. They had better take him down with the first shot, though, because they wouldn't get a second chance. In his world, whoever killed harder survived. The Muslims would soon find that out. The man they'd captured had not lasted long. After 30 minutes alone with Waller and his little toolbox, the fellow had told him everything he'd needed to know. Well, almost everything. He knew the names of the men who'd ordered his death and their locations. And there was one more fellow, Abdul Majid. He had been Waller's initial point of contact, leading him down the road that had nearly resulted in his death. Waller was not easily fooled, and yet Abdul Majid had managed it. What the captured Muslim could not tell him was why they had attempted to kill Waller, because he didn't know. At least he'd sworn that with his last dying squeal. That was the most perplexing question of all. Was there some other force out there targeting him? He changed into dark slacks and a white silk shirt, then rode the private elevator down to the garage where his men met him. He allowed no one in his apartment, not even cleaning personnel, not even tough, faithful Pascal. It was his private sanctuary. They climbed in their caravan of SUVs and rode out from under the cover of the parking garage. Their route was north, and the metropolis quickly fell away to more open spaces. Waller tapped his fingers on the glass, watching the large trees pass by in the darkness. He thought he saw a moose near the roadway, and then it was gone. His father had hunted animals for food back in the rural part of Ukraine where he'd grown up. Now his son hunted human beings for pleasure and profit. This was one of those excursions. The building was drafty, cold. Because of the poor insulation, condensation clung to the windows like a fungus. Waller slipped on a warm coat and walked through the door opened by one of his men. The room was large, warehouse size, with girder ceilings that disappeared into darkness. 6 people stood lined up in the center of the space. They wore black jumpsuits and hoods covered their heads. Their feet were shackled, their hands bound behind them. The tallest one barely came up to Waller's pecs. "How's the leg?" he asked the slender man who appeared out of the shadows. Alan Rice had apparently recovered from nearly being blown up, though even in the dark his skin seemed paler than normal, and he was limping a bit. "Nothing, a handful of Advil can't fix." "How many do we have tonight?" Rice opened his mini laptop, and the light from the screen burned like a small fire in the dark. "In this shipment, 98. 60% from China, 20% from Malaysia, 10% from Vietnam, 4% from South Korea, and the remainder a hodgepodge from Myanmar, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and Singapore. What are we currently getting per unit?" Rice clicked some computer keys. $20,000 US. It's up 5% from last year, even though the economy tanking affected some of our downstream buyers. That's an average. We get more for the Malaysians and Koreans and less for the Stans women. "International tastes," said Waller, as he walked around the hooded figures. He clicked his finger, and a spotlight hit the small group. "Prejudice against the ladies of the former Soviet Union?" he said with disapproval. "Well, the ones we're getting from there are pretty scrawny," noted Rice. "And you have the exotic factor still with the Far East Asians. Actually, I've always found Eastern European women the most beautiful in the world." Waller looked over where Pascal stood, hands clasped in front of him, not behind, so the gun pull from the holster would be faster if necessary. Seeing Pascal always gave him a measure of comfort, and not just because of the man's protection skills. Pascal was his son. His bastard son, conceived with a Greek woman Waller had met on holiday. Pascal, of course, did not know this. He had no emotional attachment to the younger man, nothing that approached love or devotion. Yet Waller had felt some obligation to the boy, particularly since he had done nothing to support the mother. She died in extreme poverty, leaving only her orphaned son behind. He had allowed this to happen for no other reason than he'd lost interest in the woman, who'd been lovely to look at, but really was only a simple, uneducated peasant. He'd taken Pascal at age 10, trained him up, and now the boy turned fierce warrior worked for him, protected him from all harm. Yes, Pascal had earned his rank in Waller's little army. "Pascal," he said, "what sort of women do you like? Eastern Europeans or the Asians?" Pascal did not hesitate. "Greek women are the most sensual things God ever created. I would take Greek over anything else." Waller smiled, lifted one of the hoods, and looked down at the revealed girl, whose facial features evidenced her Chinese origins. She was barely 14 and blindfolded, and shivering from equal parts cold and fright. Her mouth was taped over so her whimpers were muffled, even though there was no one around to hear her scream who would care. Waller did the calculation in his head. "So, 1,960,000 for the current shipment?" "Correct, minus expenses. The net is still north of 1.6 million, all in US dollars. So far, still the currency standard bearer. Although I've been hedging our cash flow reserves in Chinese RMBs and Indian rupees just in case." Waller turned to look at him. "The margins have softened. Why?" "Fuel costs on the ships primarily. They don't travel on the QE2. We go on the cheap, transporting them in cargo containers, but it's still expensive. And we have to use 2 boats for one shipment because of the logistics and to avoid detection. That alone doubles the fuel costs. We have to provide basics like food and water,
and bribing crewmen to let in oxygen on a regular basis. But it's really the only way. Air transport is too problematic, and they've yet to invent the car that can travel over the Pacific. But it's still an enviable net profit. Waller nodded as he continued to circle the women. How many shipments are we receiving? 4 a month, roughly the same number of units in each. We've discovered that figure fills the containers quite nicely, and we find we only lose 2 or 3% on the trip over due to starvation, dehydration, and sickness, among other factors. That's well below industry standard for human trafficking, which averages about a 12% loss factor. Why did you select these 6? Rice shrugged. The best, in looks, in health. Your choice, of course, but we did a thorough pre-screening. I respect your efforts. Rice drew closer. It beats dealing with maniacs in turbans. You think so? Asked Waller in amusement. I found it quite exhilarating, and it's given me a new goal in life, to exterminate every last one of them. Rice spoke in a voice so low only Waller could hear him. Do you think that's wise, Evan? These people are truly insane. They'll kill us, themselves, anybody. But therein lies the challenge. I want Abdul-Majid in particular. He was the front man, and he wasn't there. That means he was the one who betrayed me, and his betrayal cost me 2 of my best men. May God watch over their souls. Since Dimitri and Tanner had killed at least 6 people that Rice had personally witnessed, he doubted God was doing anything with them. But why would they do that? You had what they wanted. I intend to ask that very question when I find dear Abdul. Pascal's BlackBerry chirped, and he glanced at the message. Waller had not missed this. Yes, Pascal? Pascal came forward and whispered into his boss's ear. Waller smiled. The Muslims have come home to roost. Progress? Asked Rice. It seems, Waller said curtly. Waller stared at each of his men who stood silently in the darkness, hands clasped in front of them. He had drawn most of his associates from the military ranks of various countries, and they had retained their discipline and protocols. This pleased Waller, since he had worn the uniform as well. His gaze settled on Rice. It would be disappointing to learn that I had a traitor within my own ranks. Rice managed to find some courage under the withering gaze and said, Don't look at me. Why would I betray you only to get myself blown up? An adequate response, for now. Waller lifted the hoods off the rest of the ladies, scrutinized them as he would cattle in an auction, and finally settled on one, the smallest. He gripped her skinny arm and pulled her along, her feet stumbling with the shackles. We've soundproofed a room upstairs, said Rice. New carpeting and furniture, too. Do you want the shackles and cuffs off? No. Give me 2 hours, and then send someone to clean up. As soon as Waller was outside of earshot, one of the guards edged over to Rice and said in a low voice, Isn't Mr. Waller worried about stuff? Like what? Asked Rice sharply. The big man looked embarrassed. You know, like AIDS, STDs, stuff like that. These women are all virgins. That's sort of the point, Manuel. But still, third world shit. Man never knows. Rice gazed up the rickety set of stairs where his boss had disappeared with the girl. I don't believe he actually has sex with them. What then? I don't really want to know. Chapter 26. Reggie was waiting at the bakery by the time Shaw got there. They ordered and ate their pastries and drank their fresh coffee outside on bistro chairs. Reggie's hair was swept up under a Red Sox baseball cap. She had on jean shorts, a pale blue t-shirt, and Saucony running shoes. Shaw was dressed in slacks, loafers, and a white long-sleeved shirt. Reggie sipped her coffee, ran an eye over him, and said playfully, You dress like a lobbyist, even in Provence. Shaw smiled and eased back on the little chair. Behind them, a workman was washing down the streets using a fire hose.
The rush of water would follow the laws of gravity and work its way over the cobblestone streets, down worn stone steps, and eventually snake down the cliffs in diminished rivulets. Old habits die hard. He took a bite of croissant. But I left the ties and jackets in the closet. Where are you staying? I think it's only fair since you know where I am. He hooked a finger over his head. Hotel and spa down that way. It's nice. I'm thinking about getting a massage later today. He drank his coffee, wadded up the paper his pastry had come in, and tossed it in a nearby trash can. Those guys still around? The Citroën was there this morning, but only one man was inside. Whether they stayed there all night, I don't know. It does seem sort of mysterious, she added innocently. How's your back where I threw you? Fine. How's your left kidney? Not that great, actually. That's why I'm thinking about the massage. Next time, remember to phone before you scale my wall. Funny, these villas are usually rented out fully during the summer, but the one next to yours has been empty since I got here. She forced a smile. You're a nosy one. Are you obsessing about villas now? You were nosy enough yourself, he thought. He said, No, just curious. I was thinking about renting one, but it was way too much money for me. I thought all lobbyists were rich. Except for the divorce, I'd be a wealthy man. Now I'm still well off, but just by half. I doubt I'll ever get married. Why's that? Not intending to sound crass, but you'd be quite a catch for some young guy. Why young? Well, you're young. Most people marry folks close to their own age. How old are you? She asked, smiling. Too old for you. You're flattering and disparaging yourself at the same time. I'm impressed. It's a talent I've burnished over the years. I hope you have your gun in a safe place. The cleaning help around here comes across it. You'll have some questions to answer from the local cops. It's in a very safe place. Thank you for your concern. So, dinner tomorrow night? I can't do it tomorrow night. How about the next? Okay. Here in town? No, there's a village nearby with a little restaurant that overlooks the valley. Do you kayak? He looked surprised by the sudden change in topics. I've done it. Why? I have a spot reserved today with a kayak company in Fontaine du Vaucluse. I hear the river there is really beautiful. I was wondering if you'd care to join me. We'd have to leave in about an hour. Shaw finished his coffee, thinking quickly. Okay, I'll just have to change into something more appropriate. A bathing suit would be fine. Well, my goal is to stay in the boat. Even in summer, I bet that water is cold. You never know. You have to be prepared for the unexpected. As they parted company, Shaw watched her walk down the street. When he saw the man coming toward him, he ducked down an alley. It was the thug he'd seen last night spying on Janie. Whether he was following Janie or not, Shaw couldn't be sure. He had yet to make up his mind about the lady, and that bothered him. Despite a well-crafted plan, he had no idea how things would play out. He could sense his rear flank was exposed, and he wasn't sure what to do about it. For now, apparently, he was going to go kayaking, and he meant to heed the woman's advice and be prepared for the unexpected. Chapter 27. I don't think I've ever seen water this clear, said Reggie as they paddled along. She was in front, and Shaw was in the rear of the red kayak. He'd changed into long bathing trunks and a loose-fitting T-shirt with a life jacket worn over it. Reggie had on a striped bikini top under her life jacket and a pair of white cotton butt-huggers, thin enough for the striped bikini bottom to be visible through them. She had the same Red Sox baseball cap on, only now it was turned backwards. "You're good at this," said Shaw, as he watched her muscled delts work, dipping the paddle in and out of the water. He'd synchronized his movements with hers, except when he had to use his paddle as a rudder to navigate them around the curves of the river, whose current was deceptively fast. In large masses under the otherwise clear water were bright green and purple vegetation and long strands of what looked like kelp. Shaw felt like he was in a large aquarium. "I like the water. When I lived in Boston, I crewed on the Charles River every chance I got." He said, "Okay, so you're a ringer.
Now I don't feel so bad about not being able to keep up with you."
"You're doing fine."
He dipped his hand in the water. It was very cold. He was definitely staying in the boat. There were 5 other kayaks in their party, but Shaw and Reggie had quickly outdistanced all except for one. In that kayak, Whit and Dominic, dressed as tourists and loudly speaking French, were acting out having a go at paddling. While Dominic held a camera and pretended to shoot video of Whit doing something funny, he was able to record about 2 minutes' worth of close-ups of Shaw. They had to stop at various small dams, and the guides helped them transport the kayaks over them. There was one surprise rapid that they easily navigated before ending their river run and climbing in the kayak company's van for transport back to their point of origin. Shaw and Reggie rode near the front, Whit and Dominic in the rear. The van rocked back and forth over winding and rutted dirt roads before they reached asphalt once more. Only once did Reggie glance back and flash Whit a signal by blinking her right eye. He answered by lightly squeezing the bag he was holding. Inside was the gun with Shaw's prints on it. By prearrangement, he'd snagged it out of her car while the others were getting their kayak gear together. They climbed out of the van and into Reggie's red Renault. Shaw had to bend his long torso and legs to awkward degrees to accommodate the small space. "Euro cars are definitely not for tall people," Reggie said sympathetically. "I'll survive." The drive back to Gourd took less than 20 minutes. "You can just head to your villa," he said. "I can walk back up to my place." "How about a swim and some lunch first?" she said. "You're already dressed for it." He hesitated, mentally going through all that this might entail. "All right, sure." They parked in front of her villa. Shaw glanced at the entrance to the villa next door. "Don't see the Citroën." "I know. It was gone when I left to pick you up." "Interesting. I saw one of the guys walking through town this morning." "Really? Did you talk to him?" He looked at her strangely. No. He looked pretty tough. Sort of like a mobster." She unlocked the door, disarmed the security system, and led him into the back. She passed him a towel and some sunblock, pointing to his forearms that were already a bit red from the kayak ride. "Yeah, all those years spent indoors," he lamented. They went out to the pool area. She slid off her shorts and stepped out of her sneakers while he pulled off his t-shirt and kicked off his sandals. Behind his sunglasses, he took a moment to assess her physical condition and came away impressed. There wasn't an ounce of fat on the woman, and her muscles were lean and defined. Her midsection was a hard pack, her calves as defined as a professional sprinter's. She dove in the pool, and then came back up treading water with easy motions of her arms and legs. She nodded to her right. "That's the deep end, 12 feet. Don't want you to hit your head, 6'6". He dove in and came up next to her. "I'm going to swim some laps," she said. And she did for the next 20 minutes, back and forth, flip-turning at the precise moment. He swam a few laps with her, and then climbed out of the pool, toweled off, lay under the beautiful Provençal sun, and watched her. When she came out later, she wrung out her hair, grabbed a towel, and looked up. "What the hell are you doing?" Shaw was standing on top of the stone-tiled dining table under a wooden pergola, next to the wall separating her villa from its neighbor. The wall was high, but the table, plus his own considerable height, enabled him to easily peer over. "Checking out the next-door thugs?" She crossed the tile surface in a flash and forcibly pulled him off his perch. He feigned amusement. "What's wrong?" Her face was pink underneath the tan, her eyebrows knitted together in anger. "Just don't do it again." "Why, aren't you curious? You were the one who saw the creep spying on me. You said the guy you saw in the village this morning was tough-looking, like a mobster. I don't want them mad at me. I'm on vacation." Fine, that's reasonable enough. How about some lunch? I'm starving." She regained her composure and continued to towel off. "I was thinking a shrimp salad, some bread to dip in olive oil, and a bottle of white wine. I got some tomatoes, cucumbers, and artichoke hearts from the market." "Sounds great. Put me to work. I know my way around a kitchen.
I can sous chef with the best of them. Well, I can't really, but I can slice vegetables. I will put you to work." She slipped on her shorts, but did not cover up her bikini top. She twisted her hair back and secured it with a red scrunchie. She looked more voluptuous in her sundress, Shaw noted, and yet he was really thinking that she'd failed his little test. He'd stood on the table, a spot he'd calculated could not be seen from next door unless someone were standing in the rear grounds, simply to gauge her reaction. She'd said all the right things, exhibited normal concern about getting mixed up with tough people. Yet Shaw had been doing this a long time, and his instincts told him that her emotional underpinnings accompanying these words were off the mark just enough. She was fearful, but not for the obvious reason. He helped her fix lunch, and they ate outside. Their talk was innocuous for the most part, and neither mentioned the developing plot next door. Later, he walked back to his hotel. He immediately checked the 3 little traps he always set to see if someone had been there. They were located such that a cleaning person would not disturb them while performing their regular duties. His desk drawer, his closet, and on one of his bags. He sat back on his bed. Of the 3 traps, 2 had been sprung. While he'd been out cavorting with Janie, someone had searched his room. Chapter 28. Waller showered and used a razor to slice a few errant hairs off his head. He was not naturally bald, but had begun shaving his head as an act of disguise when he'd fled Ukraine. He knew that almost nothing changed a man's appearance more than hair added or subtracted. After giving himself another injection of his special elixir, he strode through his penthouse, reaching the end of a corridor and a built-in cabinet. He twisted in a counterclockwise motion the pull knob on the right-side cabinet door, and a piece of wood slid aside, revealing a digital pad. He punched in a 4-digit code. There was a click, and the cabinet front moved forward on smooth hydraulics. Waller passed through, and the door operating on a motion sensor automatically closed behind him. It was a nifty piece of craftsmanship. Waller's penthouse was over 10,000 square feet, not including the hidden space located here, in the center of his home. This was the primary reason why he allowed no one else in his apartment. He couldn't chance anyone discovering it. The space was a bare concrete shell, part of the original bones of the penthouse. The man who'd constructed this safe room for him was of Ukrainian descent, loyal to Waller, and now dead of natural causes. Waller rarely, if ever, killed his true friends. He decorated the safe room himself. Stainless steel boxes with electronic locks that had been delivered via a secure courier, and Waller had unpacked them alone in this sanctuary. He stood in front of an old metal locker with Feder Kuchin engraved on a small plate affixed to its door. He took out his officer's parade uniform. It still fit rather well, he thought, though it was tight in places where gravity had bested him. He secured his gun belt around his middle, in which was holstered a vintage Russian 9x18 Makarov PM-53. This had been the Soviet Union's standard military sidearm for 40 years, ending its run in 1991, when the Soviet Empire collapsed completely. He placed the bright blue cap with gold piping on his head, with the red Soviet star in the middle, and turned and looked at himself in the mirror bolted to one wall. The material was scratchy and the fabric did not breathe very well, but to him it was the finest silk. In his full KGB dress regalia he was propelled back to a time in his life that even then he had realized would be the high point of his existence. He touched the medals, ribbons, and badges riding on the left side of the jacket. 3 irreproachable KGB service medals, Distinguished Worker of State Security, Graduate of Leningrad University badge, and another badge indicating that he had attended the prestigious Andropov Red Banner Institute. He also had medals for combat service, which he'd earned with his blood in Afghanistan, among other places. There were many terrible things his enemies could truthfully call him, but a coward was not one of them. Though born in a rural fishing village only 600 kilometers from Kiev, Waller had always considered himself a Soviet and not a Ukrainian. His mentor in the KGB had been a 3-star colonel general with the reputation of being the Butcher of Kiev. This man was also Ukrainian-born, but had sworn his allegiance to Moscow. Everything Waller knew about counterintelligence, crushing insurgencies, and ensuring the security of the Soviet way of life had come from this man. Waller had a picture of him on the wall next to the red Soviet flag, with its golden hammer crossed with a golden sickle, and the star denoting the Communist Party residing in the upper canton. He marched to the center of the room, came to rigid attention, and saluted this great Soviet, who was now dead, having been unceremoniously shot for his glorious service. Then Waller, feeling slightly foolish at this attention given to a man long in his grave, seated himself at an old 1950s-era metal desk that he had used when with the KGB in his home country. Old papers and forms in triplicate, with cumbersome carbon copies, were stacked neatly on his desk. Scarred metal filing cabinets were lined against one wall. Inside those plain depositories were as many of the records of his decades-long service to his adopted country as he had managed to smuggle out. He would come here from time to time to go over these accomplishments and allow himself to relive past glories. In truth, he cared little for his current life. He was rich, but money had never been a primary goal. He had been born poor, grown up in poverty, and joined the ranks of those defending his way of life. Yet even those in the highest levels of the Communist Party typically only had luxuries, such as a flat with its own bath and a car. It did not pay nearly as well as capitalism. Yet now that is what I am, he thought, a capitalist, the same thing I fought against all those years. Well, I have to admit, the Americans probably had it right. The trafficking of young girls for prostitution bored him. He had entered into negotiations with the Muslims to sell them nuclear weapons capability principally because it allowed him to recapture a little of his past, when what he did, what he ordered, affected thousands. Now he was just a businessman, like so many others. He made a lot of money, he lived in great luxury, but if he were gone tomorrow, who would care? No history book would hold his name. His superiors in the KGB had earned much of the credit for his work. They were immortal. By comparison, he was quite ordinary. Yet there were those who knew what he had done, and that was why he'd had to run, hide like a mouse in a wall. He'd had little choice if he wanted to live. He had seen what happened to comrades who were not so nimble. Some were torn apart by hordes of angry people who had spent their entire lives imprisoned while living in their own country. He understood the emotion perfectly. He just didn't want to suffer the consequences of it. He opened another drawer, pulled out an old book, and leafed through it, revealing page after page of drawings in his own hand. He had always been a good sketch artist, having learned the skill from his mother, who had earned her living as a street artist, first in France and then in Kiev, before ending up in a fishing village that was icebound 5 months of the year, married to a man who did not love her. Even now, Waller did not know the full history of the pair and what had drawn them together. Reproduced in this book were many of the people he'd killed, their dead or dying faces done in charcoal, black ink, or pencil only. There was no color in this book. The dead did not require it. The next book he slid out of his desk might have surprised some people who had known the old Fedor Kuchin. He hefted the Bible in his hand. The Soviet Union, of course, had been vehemently opposed to organized religion of any kind, the opium of the masses, as Marx had pointed out. Yet Waller's mother had been French and a devout Catholic, and she had raised her son in her religious beliefs, even though it was a very dangerous thing to do. She read the Bible to him every night, while his usually drunk father slept. What had first appealed to Waller about the readings was how much violence was contained in a book purportedly espousing peace and love. Many people were slaughtered in ways even the grown Feder Kuchin would not have employed. Reciting the Lord's Prayer with his mother each night, she had always emphasized one phrase above all others, lingering over it as though giving it its due. "And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." Waller well knew the evil she was referring to. Her husband. His poor mother, good to the last. Yet what she didn't understand about evil, her son clearly did. Given the proper motivation, anyone was capable of terrible cruelty, baseless savagery, horrific violence. A mother would kill to protect her child, or a child his mother. A soldier kills to protect his country. Waller had killed to protect both his mother and his country. He was good at it, understood quite clearly the mindset required. He was not desensitized to violence. He respected it. He did not use it cavalierly. Yet when he did employ it, he couldn't say that he didn't enjoy the process, because he did. Did that make him evil? Perhaps. Would his mother have considered him evil? Clearly not. He killed for his country, his mother, and his own survival. When people struck him, he struck back. There could be no fairer set of rules ever conceived. He was who he was. He was true to himself, while most people live their lives as a facade only, their real selves buried under a platform of lies. They would smile at their friend before thrusting the knife into his back. Under those parameters, who was truly the evil one? The lion roared before it attacked, while the snake slithered in silence before sinking its fangs into unsuspecting flesh. "I am a lion," he thought, "or at least I used to be." From a storage locker he pulled an old projection camera, set it on his desk, and plugged the power cord into an outlet. He opened his desk drawer and took out a projection reel with film wrapped around it. He snapped it into place on the camera, fed the film through the machine, pointed the camera at a black concrete wall, turned down the lights, and flicked on the projector switch. On the wall appeared black and white images from over 30 years ago. Striding into view was a young Feder Kuchin in full uniform. The present-day Kuchin smiled proudly when he saw his younger self. On the wall, the young Kuchin marched to the center of a compound with high fences of concertina wire and guard towers visible all around. He said something, and armed men drove a dozen people forward into view, forcing them to kneel in front of Kuchin, with thrusts from their gun barrels. There were 4 men, 3 women, and the rest children. Kuchin bent down and said something to each of them. Sitting in his desk chair, Waller mouthed these same words. This was one of his favorite memories. On the wall, the black and white Kuchin led the children off to the side, away from the adults. From his pocket, he took out candy and gave it to the frightened kids with rags for clothes, even patting one little girl on the head. From the pocket of his uniform, the present-day Waller withdrew a decades-old disc of stale chocolate from that very occasion. As the starving kids hungrily ate their treats, Kuchin walked back over to the adults, pulled his pistol, and executed each one of them with a bullet to the back of the head. When the screaming children rushed forward to hold their dead parents, Kuchin shot them too, sending his last bullet into the spine of a little girl who was cradling her dead mother's head. The final image was Kuchin taking a half-eaten piece of candy from the dead fingers of a boy lying sprawled in the mud and devouring it himself. When the film reel finished playing and the wall became light again, Waller sat back with a level of pride and satisfaction that had once been his on a daily basis. That had been his job, and he had done it so well. No one in Ukraine had done it better. He took off his uniform and hung it carefully back in his locker, smoothing out a few wrinkles in the fabric. Before turning out the lights and exiting, he glanced back at the flag and the photo of his mentor. I just want something worthy of me again, he thought. Something that really matters. He turned out the light, secured the door, and returned to the only life he had left. He was leaving for France shortly. Maybe he would find something there to make him care again. Chapter 29. Reggie heard the horn toot from outside. She checked her watch. She was running late. She peered out her window and looked down on the street below. Shaw was sitting on his Vespa near her front door. He was dressed in khaki pants and a white cotton shirt he wore untucked. Loafers minus socks were on his feet. She tapped on the window, got his attention, and held up 2 fingers. She hurriedly finished dressing and clipped on her earrings. Next, she tidied her hair in the mirror, though it wouldn't make much difference after the ride on the scooter. She smoothed down the front of her dress. She'd chosen a form-fitting one because of their mode of transportation. She didn't need a skirt billowing over her head as they raced along the rural roads of southern France. Finishing with her lipstick, she hurried down the stairs. She locked the front door and waved to Shaw. "You look terrific," he said. "That was the goal," she shot back. "You look very handsome in a carefree sort of way, so unlike a lobbyist. I'm duly impressed." "Good, because that was my goal." She climbed on back and took the helmet he handed her, strapping it on. "Pretty scooter," she said, stroking the pale blue metal. "Best way to get around here. Hold on." She gripped him around the waist and leaned into his back. With her hands around his middle, Shaw felt a burst of electricity rush down his spine. He even jerked a bit. It was so visceral. "You okay?" she said. "Fine, just sore from all that rowing." He hit the throttle and they sped off, going about 20 kilometers an hour. When they reached the main road, he accelerated to double that. "Okay, where to?" he called over his shoulder. "I'll tap your back, left or right," she answered. He nodded to show he got that. 15 minutes later, they were chugging up a steep hill, the Vespa's 125cc engine whining in protest. Shaw found a parking space, and they lifted off their helmets, and Shaw attached them to the bike. They walked up to the restaurant, which was only a half-block away, and sat outside on a terrace overlooking the valley. "Nice pick," said Shaw, as they eyed the vistas. "The food is wonderful, too," she said. They placed their orders, and from habit, each took a few moments to observe the tables around them. When they'd finished, their gazes settled on each other. "So you're divorced with 2 kids. Are they with their mother?" "For now, but we share custody." Shaw broke off a bit of bread, soaked it in fresh olive oil, and then drank some of his wine. "How about you? All I know is you're rich." She wrinkled up her nose. "That's pretty much it. I'm involved in a few charities. Mostly I travel, looking for something, I guess. Just not sure what." She took a sip of wine and tugged her hair behind her ear. She didn't look at Shaw. Her gaze eased past him. For some reason, Reggie was having a hard time staying in character. He said, "You look like you're thinking way too hard. Just chill. You're on holiday." She ran her finger around the rim of her wine glass. "So who do you think the people are renting the villa next to me?" He shrugged. "I have an idea." She sat slightly forward, looking at him expectantly. He noticed this and grinned. "Hey, no grand revelations, okay? I did check with the real estate office in town, but they don't handle that listing, and didn't know anything." Shaw wasn't about to admit that he'd talked to the agent controlling the listing, or that he knew she had, too. "Okay," Reggie prompted. And I think it might be some political type. You know, they have an entourage, they send in security ahead of time, stuff like that. I saw it all the time in D.C. Reggie sat back, trying not to look disappointed. "Or it might be somebody quite rich, even richer than me." Right, like Bill Gates or Warren Buffett. "Or a mobster? You said the one guy looked really tough." "Well, even Bill Gates probably doesn't hire wimpy-looking security. You want to look tough as a deterrent. Goes with the job." "I suppose you're right." "We'll just have to wait and see who shows up." Their food came, and as they ate, the conversation turned to other subjects. They drove back to Gord 2 hours later, when the daylight was just beginning to run out completely. When Shaw turned onto the small side street leading to Reggie's villa, a man dressed in a black suit and a white T-shirt stepped in front of them, blocking the way. Shaw had to stop so abruptly that Reggie bumped against him and almost slid off the scooter before righting herself. Shaw lifted his visor and eyed the guy. He was only a couple inches taller than Janie, but even through the suit, Shaw could see the guy was wiry, not a gram of fat. The hair was curly, the chin jutting, the eyes focused and missing nothing, the hands strong and nimble-looking. Shaw knew he was right-handed because the shoulder holster was on the left side, under a little bump-out built into his jacket just for that purpose. "Where are you folks going?" Pascal asked pleasantly. "I'm taking this lady home," said Shaw, "and since this is a public street, I'm not sure why we're even having this discussion." Behind him, Shaw could see Reggie squirming slightly. He felt one of her fingernails digging into his side. Pascal turned around and stared at the two villas. "Ma'am, are you the one leasing that villa?" He pointed to the one on the right. Reggie didn't lift her visor. "Yes?" The man gazed at her, his eyes running up and down from the helmet to her long bare legs. "So you're Jane Collins?" Now Reggie snapped up her visor. "How did you know that?" "The real estate agent was very helpful." "That's an invasion of privacy." "No," Pascal said calmly. "It's just part of my job." "What job would that be?" asked Shaw. "Let's just say I'm in safety management." "Can we go now?" asked Reggie. "Sure. I'll just follow you on up and make sure you get in okay." "I don't think the lady needs any help," said Shaw. Reggie said hastily, "No, it's all right." Shaw puttered up to the villa, the Vespa's single headlight illuminating the way, while the man followed behind. They could see that not only was the Citroën van back, but there were two large SUVs that had somehow made their way up the narrow streets off the main road heading into Gord without shearing off their side mirrors. The villa had all the lights on inside. Shaw could see shadows pass back and forth in front of one window. They slipped off the Vespa, and Reggie opened the door. The beep-beep of the security system sounded. Pascal had stopped near the scooter, and he nodded appreciatively. "Good thinking, ma'am, using your security system. Can never be too safe." "Do you want me to come in, Janie?" Shaw asked, as Pascal stood there watching. She hesitated before eyeing the other man. "No, that's okay. I'm tired. Thanks for dinner." She closed the door, and Shaw got back on the scooter. "Foxy woman," said Pascal. Shaw had known men in special forces units around the world who looked just like this guy. They could run circles around the tall, bench-pressed muscle jocks. In that line of work, the essential wasn't strength or even speed. It was endurance. The tortoise definitely won in that world. These guys could kick ass with the best, shoot the wings off bees at 400 yards, change plans in midstream, read complicated maps on the fly, employ stealth when it was called for, and steamroll the other side when stealth was all played out. But in the end, it was all about survival. That's why Shaw had never lifted many weights, but had instead run the soles off his sneakers up one side of a mountain and down the other. That, and a good true aim and stout nerves, made all the difference between going home safe or getting wedged in a box for all eternity. He broke free from these thoughts when Pascal stepped next to him and said, "You need anything else? If not, I'd appreciate you moving on so I can secure this area." No overt threat. Very professional, Shaw thought. The guy was good. But then a man named Waller could afford the best. Shaw rode back to his room and phoned Frank. "Okay," Frank said after Shaw briefed him. "Game on. Keep me posted." Shaw changed his clothes, waited another 3 hours, and then headed back out again on foot after retrieving his night optics, which looked like an ordinary camera, from the hotel's safe deposit room. He slipped through the dark streets of Gord. Normally he would be pleased that the target was in town and on schedule. Even though the villa had been rented, and the private tour at Les Beaux arranged. Plans changed, and there was never any guarantee that Waller would actually show up in Provence. Yet Shaw was not pleased. The target was here, but so was Janie Collins. Shaw suspected nothing good could come out of that. Chapter 30. Reggie looked in the bathroom mirror as she washed away her makeup with a damp cloth. She had on a long green t-shirt and white bikini panties, and her hair hung straight to her shoulders. She turned off the light and moved to the window overlooking the street in front. The van and one SUV were still there. The second truck had left about 20 minutes ago. Reggie had heard it start up, but had been too late getting to the window to see who'd been in it. She texted the professor and Witt and told them that Kuchin's men were here. The message had gone out over a secure line, but would still seem innocuous to anyone who might intercept it. It had read simply, "Dear Carol, the views here are even more beautiful than I thought. I'm going to get up early to see the sunrise." She walked into her bedroom and edged open the window, which swung out like a door. From here, she could see a portion of the rear grounds of the next-door property. She was startled to see the silhouette of a man sitting in a chair near the end of the pool, smoking what looked like a cigar. There were no lights on in the back, but the moon was bright. "It's him," she thought. "It's Fedor Kuchin." If Reggie had had a gun, she could have ended the man's life right then, but that was not the way they did things. She saw the man flinch. Had he seen her watching? That would have been virtually impossible. She was not in his line of sight, and there was no light at her back. Still, she eased back into the room, but left the window open, figuring if she tried to close it, that would alert him that someone was watching. She drew a deep breath, pulled off her t-shirt and panties, slipped into her bikini, and walked down the stairs. She slid open the rear door and stepped to the darkened pool. "Okay," she said quietly. "Here we go." She slipped into the warm water, kicked off, and started doing her laps. From the cliffs, Shaw watched the two villas through his night glass. He saw Reggie standing at the window and then leaning out to peer next door. His gaze next swung to the man in the other villa's rear grounds. Evan Waller sat there smoking a cigar, while two of his security men stood nearby. Shaw zoomed in on the man. His optics gave off no signature, so he wasn't overly concerned that anyone could spot him. And even if they had night vision equipment, he was looking through a crevice formed between two boulders. The odds that they could make him under those conditions were too small to worry about. Waller's movements were leisurely. He was talking on a cell phone. A few minutes passed, and Shaw was about to give up his surveillance when he saw Reggie emerge from the back sliding door in her bikini, a towel in one hand. "Oh, come on," Shaw said to himself. "You know the creep was already spying on you." As though he had heard Reggie come outside, Waller rose and walked over to the wall that separated the two villas. One of his men joined him there and was pointing at Reggie's villa. Shaw zoomed in some more. It was the same muscle that had peeped on the lady earlier. He was probably giving Waller a blow-by-blow account of the incident. The resolution on Shaw's optics was good, but not quite good enough to show someone smiling. However, even without the confirming picture, he was convinced that the man was grinning about whatever he was thinking right now. Shaw flinched when the muscle bent down and formed a stirrup with his hands. A moment later, Waller was boosted up and peering over the wall. Shaw swung his surveillance in the direction. Reggie was still doing her strokes. Shaw hoped she would keep doing them until the two men went inside. His hopes were dashed as she stopped swimming and walked up the steps and grabbed her towel. Shaw swung back around to look at Waller, who was still peering over the wall. The son of a bitch was probably drooling by now, or maybe wondering if the lady would be a good recruit for his prostitution business. He looked back at her. "Don't strip, Janie," he thought. "Don't." Now it appeared as though she'd heard him, At least she kept her bikini on, toweled off, wrapped it around her, and walked into the house. No one watching her could see the waterproof bud in her right ear, where she'd been receiving communications from Dominic. Shaw wasn't the only one watching them from the cliffs tonight. Waller quickly climbed down from his perch, and the two men went inside. Shaw left his observation post and walked back to his room. There was sweat under his armpits, though the night was cool. He called Frank and told him what he'd seen. His boss wasn't nearly as concerned as he was. "I don't care about the chick. All I care is that he goes to Les Beaux on schedule." He added ominously, "And that better be all you care about, too, Shaw." Shaw slowly put the phone down. He was a pro, been doing this forever. The only time he'd really lost it was when he'd allowed himself to care about something other than the mission. Well, when he'd found himself caring about someone. Chapter 31. Wearing her sundress, sandals, and a bright blue kerchief around her hair, Reggie unlocked the door to her villa, stepped through, and nearly bumped into him. She looked up at the man and confirmed for herself that he looked even more intimidating in person than he had in the old photos. He was dressed in black slacks and a white short-sleeved shirt that he wore tucked in and that showed off his trim waist. Though in his 60s, he had retained a great deal of the muscle of his youth. His shoulders were broad, his arms sinewy, and his thighs hard under the black fabric. And yet what drew her attention were the eyes. She beheld the gaze of many mass killers, but the power in Fader Kuchin's eyes was something at a different level. They seemed capable of snatching every secret she'd ever kept right out of her soul. Compared to him, the old Nazis were scared children. He put out a hand. "I appear to be your neighbor," he said. "Evan Waller." His Ukrainian accent was gone now, buried under decades of a homespun Canadian cadence. She shook his hands, his long fingers enveloping hers. "Jane Collins." He stood uncomfortably close. He was 4 inches shorter than Shaw, but still towered over her. "I understand you had a little misunderstanding with one of my men last night. The fault is entirely mine. Rest assured it will not happen again. I would like to make it up to you. Perhaps dinner tonight? At my villa or in the charming little village up the cliff?" His big body seemed to press in on her while she thought this through. She gazed for a moment over his shoulder and saw two of his men staring at them. One had a little smile glazed onto his mouth. He was probably the one who had seen her naked by the pool, she thought. Male lust was as easy to read as alphabet blocks. And then there was the smaller man from the night before. For some reason, she was more leery of him than the bigger man. "Well, that's very nice of you, but—" He smiled disarmingly, and he interrupted her. No, before you reject me, think about it. I didn't even allow you to lock your door before pouncing. My apologies. I will await your answer later." He eyed her straw basket. "You are going to do some shopping, I see." She nodded. "They have a wonderful market twice a week in the center of town. Everything from clothes to vegetables." "Well, I must investigate this market for myself. Would you mind if I walked with you? It's a lovely morning, and I would like to stretch my legs." "Did you just get in?" He slipped an arm through hers, and she was forced to walk next to him. His action was gentle, seemed natural, and yet Reggie found no viable option of resistance without ripping her limb free. "A long flight, yes. I live in Canada, my homeland. Before that, I was in Hong Kong. Another even longer flight. Have you ever been there?" Reggie shook her head. "A city more full of energy than any other." He smiled and added, "And a place where one can get anything one wants. But you are American, correct? You're used to getting what you want." "Why do you think I'm American?" she said, feigning suspicion. "Merely a reasoned deduction based on your accent and appearance factors. Am I not correct?" "No, I am American." "Then we are neighbors in that way, too. Our two countries. I see Providence at work here." "When I came home last night, Your men knew my name." Kuchin waved his hand carelessly. "Standard security procedures, I'm afraid. You see, I am a very wealthy man. I live a very boring life, and I have no enemies of which I'm aware. But the company I head up, they insist on these precautions." He laughed. "I'm Canadian, after all. A peaceful, hard-working people." He patted her arm. "I can assure you that there will be no more intrusions into your privacy." "Really?" thought Reggie. "Does that include spying on me while I'm swimming?" She hadn't the benefit of Shaw's night optics, but from the corner of her eye she had observed him watching her last night from over the wall, and Dominic had confirmed this through her earbud. Alerted by Shaw's information of the peeping guard, they had set up an observation post barely half a kilometer from where Shaw had been watching from the cliffs. However, Dominic and Shaw had been totally unaware of each other's presence. "Are you really sure about that?" asked Reggie. "Your security person seemed very persistent." Kuchin was beaming as he rubbed her arm. "I am quite sure. He works for me, and I can see that you are a delightful young woman whom I feel quite safe with." "I look forward to proving you wrong on that, Fitter," thought Reggie. "And I understand that you were with a man last night. Please, tell me he is only a casual acquaintance so that I have some hope of seeing you on occasion while I'm here." "I just met him recently." "Wonderful. So no husband or long-time beau, then?" "No." She looked up at him in feigned perplexity. He seemed to interpret her look in just the way she desired. "No, no. I am single, but I could have children your age, my dear. Just indulge an old man who desires the innocent company of a beautiful young woman, and nothing more." She said playfully, "You don't look that old. You just made my day far happier." "And you're sure nothing more?" "You're playing with me, is that right?" "Maybe a little." "Good. That is a good first step. Have you been to Provence before?" "Once." "I have been here often. If you would permit, I would take it upon myself to show you some of the beautiful sights near here. The Palais de Papa, or Pope's Palace in Avignon. The finest example of a Roman aqueduct in all of France at Pont-de-Gard. The photo exhibition caves at Les Baux de Provence. The beauty of Roussillon, and the wine country to the north. In fact, I know a cafe in Gigondas where the pastries alone are worth the trip." "My goodness, you certainly don't waste any time, Mr. Waller." "And why live if one desires to waste time? For me, life is precious. I go because I know one day it will be over. And no matter how much money one has, or fine houses, or anything else, it will all be gone when you breathe your last. And please, it is Evan. You embarrass me by using my surname." "Well, Evan, let's start with the market and go from there. How does that sound?" "Perfectly logical." He squeezed her arm in a way that indicated his insistence on nothing more was a lie. "Off to market we go." Reggie could now understand what the professor had meant by the charm of the man. If she didn't know of his past, she could find him intriguing, fascinating even. But she did know of his past, and this allowed her a way around the charm, and from there it was but a small step to ending the man's life. Chapter 32. Shaw was making his way around the crowds that had already gathered at the market. There were hundreds of vendors, some with simple baskets pulled from their old tiny cars and set up on rickety tables, while others had row after row of stacked goods on professional-grade display racks. Idly killing time, he had been here an hour, had 2 cups of coffee and an almond croissant, and was about to make his way down a long, narrow street where still more sellers had migrated when he saw them approaching. He acted on his first impulse and took cover behind a rack of cotton dresses and ladies' hats. He crouched down, as though he was examining a pair of leather boots on one counter, but his eyes behind the sunglasses were focused on 2 people. Janie Collins and Evan Waller were walking arm in arm up the street to his left. She had a basket in one hand, and Shaw could see that she had already purchased some things. 2 steps behind them were the muscle. One was the runt from the night before. The other one was 6'5" and about 280. Shaw scanned the other streets, doorways, and even the rooftops to see if any additional guards were around. He didn't see any, and he would have if they were there. What the hell is she doing with him, he thought. The guy must not have wasted a moment. He fell in behind them, but keeping well back, and using the cover of people and goods for sale whenever they looked around and might have spotted him. This was one of the few times when his height was a drawback. Taking refuge next to a stand selling hand-cranked music boxes and T-shirts, Shaw stopped to take a good, hard look at Evan Waller. He came away impressed, both at the man's obvious physical fitness and his confident manner. He was clearly regaling the lady with amusing anecdotes, and for some reason, Shaw's gut clenched every time he saw her laugh at one of the man's remarks. For a moment, Shaw thought Waller had looked in his direction when he was exposed in front of a stand selling leather jackets, but then the man had looked away and guided his companion to another destination. Shaw watched as Waller purchased a handcrafted necklace for her, and then placed it around her neck, his fingers lightly touching Janie's skin. 20 minutes later, her basket full, the pair, followed by the silent sentries, slowly made their way back down to their villas, leaving Shaw standing there, undertaking a swift analysis that led to nothing helpful. He hurried back to his room and called Frank. "The lady's playing with fire and might just get burned," Shaw said. "There must be a way to protect her from this guy."
"Whoa, Shaw, whoa. I thought we had this conversation. We didn't send your butt to Provence to protect some rich chick from the States. You're there to bring in Waller. That's all. We can't just let this guy—" "What? Have his way with her?" Frank chuckled. "Jeez, you're a piece of work." Shaw sat on his bed and rubbed his thumb against his index finger so hard it made a squeaking sound. "He could kill her, or kidnap her and make her a prostitute." "Yeah, right. He kills or snatches a wealthy young American staying in the place next to his just so the police will come and investigate. I don't think so. And why would he do that when he can get as many 14-year-old orphans from Asia as he needs for his business? The guy's on holiday. He finds out there's a good-looking chick next door that swims in the nude. He probably just wants to get laid."
"And that's okay with you?"
"It's none of my business. Do you see it differently?"
Shaw hesitated. He wasn't exactly sure how he saw it. No, maybe he did, but was afraid to voice it, at least to Frank. "What if she screws up the op?"
"How so?"
"I don't know, but how about we just pull the plug on the whole thing?"
"Are you nuts?" barked Frank. "We don't get him this time. He might not surface again until London or New York goes boom with a mushroom cloud chaser. Now focus on the op, Shaw, and cut this other crap out."
Shaw put down the phone and let out a small groan. After this was over, he was never, ever coming back to France. Chapter 33. Reggie bent low to snap a picture of a bee on a stalk of lavender. She rose, slipped the camera in the back pocket of her white jeans, and walked toward the Abbaye de Senonc. Founded by Cistercian monks in the 12th century, it was located about 30 kilometers from Gourd, along a winding drive through the mountains on roads that were ostensibly 2 lanes, but practically only had room for 1 car. She walked toward the ancient building where for centuries men had come to learn the intricacies of their faith. Now it housed a chapel, a bookstore, and gift shop, and other event space. Monks still lived there and produced a variety of items for sale, including honey and liqueurs. The grounds were covered in the lavender fields for which Provence was known, although Reggie had passed equally impressive swaths of sunflowers on her way here. However, she had not come for the horticultural aspects of the abbey. She was here for a meeting. She'd chosen this rendezvous spot chiefly because it would have been impossible for anyone to follow her here, One-lane death traps did that for you. She strolled along with the tour group, breaking off toward the gift shop when they veered into the chapel. The room was warm, and a single fan puttered overhead, managing only to move pockets of warm, stale air from one place to another. A machine in the small foyer sold both Cokes and cappuccino. She headed to the section of the shop housing large picture books on Provence, many of which, of course, had lavender fields on the cover. As she stood browsing a book on the Abbey's history, her cell phone buzzed. She checked the text message. It read, 6 o'clock. She put the book down, picked up another, and turned casually around. Whit was standing behind her, checking out a small wooden carving of the Abbey building you could purchase for 15 euros. He wore a baseball cap, shades, raggedy jeans, a week's worth of beard, and had his iPod earbuds in. He put the book back and strolled outside. She waited a minute and then followed, after buying the book she'd been looking at. She saw him standing over by a low stone wall that stretched in front of the building. He was holding his camera and looked through the lens. He glanced up and saw her. "Would you mind taking my picture in front of the Abbey?" he asked. She smiled. "Only if you'll do the same for me." They alternated taking shots of the other, and then strolled along together. "Any results on my friend Bill?" she said in a low voice. "Negative. No hits on prints. And we scored a 0 on his picture, too. He must be a good little boy. His full name, by the way, is William A. Young." "What does the A stand for?" "We could never find that out." "Do you think he'll realize you two went through his room?" "We were very thorough in putting everything back exactly. His passport is American. The address checked out. There are lots of lobbyists named William Young registered in America. We can't crank through them all in the time we have. Probably a waste anyway. I don't see any dirt there." "Or his back cover could be as good as mine." "Or the bloke could be who he says he is, Reg." He scaled a wall and then disarmed me. "A lobbyist?" Whit looked troubled by this. "Well, he is a big guy, but I guess I see your point. So what do you want to do?" "I'm not sure. What does the professor think?" "The brilliant one has deferred to your expertise in the field." "Great. So what do you think?" "I reckon we have to nail Kuchin, and changing plans willy-nilly now, based on flimsy intelligence, could screw everything up. So we go with the original plan, and if something solid does come up, we work around it." "How's Dom?" "Fired up and ready to go." "So, what's your first impressions of old Feder?" "The same as my original ones. He fills up every bit of space he's in and then some." He glanced at her skeptically. "Not getting swept off your feet, are you?" "With the monster? Hardly." "Actually, I'm not talking about Kuchin." She gave him a hard stare. Whit grinned maliciously. "Tall, mysterious, and the scaler of walls." "I'll pretend you didn't say that," she answered coldly. "I'm not trying to tell you what to do." "Then don't, Whit. Just watch yourself." "Look who's talking." "What's that supposed to mean?" She gave him a sideways glance. "Did you really paint a swastika on a target's forehead using his blood after shooting him in the balls?" "What can I say? I'm an artiste." "Right. I'm heading back." "So, dinner with our Ukrainian friend tonight?" "Yes. I wonder if tall and mysterious will be hovering." "It's a small village." "Well, just don't get yourself in the middle of a menage a trois. It can be messy. And before you ask, yes, I speak from experience." "Whit, I don't know how I tolerate you some days." "It's bound to be my charm." "How do you know you even have any?" He looked offended by the question. "Jesus, woman, I'm Irish. It's in our DNA." Chapter 34. Reggie had insisted that they eat at one of the restaurants in Gord instead of at his villa, and Waller had finally relented. "You are tenacious," he had said in a mildly scolding tone. "No, I'm just exercising common sense. I don't really know you, and my parents wouldn't have wanted me to go unescorted to your house even just for dinner." "Wise people, your parents." "They were, yes." "I see. I am sorry." "So am I," Reggie had said firmly. They had walked up together to the village and taken a table outside that was wrapped by a 3-foot-high wrought-iron fence. As usual, Waller's men hovered at a nearby table. However, Pascal was not part of the security team tonight. "Do they always go where you go?" Reggie asked, as she observed the armed men. "One of the prices that must be paid for success," Waller said, spreading his arms in mock hopelessness. He was dressed in a blue blazer, with a white pocket kerchief, khaki slacks, white silk shirt, and royal blue deck shoes that showed his bare, pale ankles. The air had not yet cooled from the day's heat, and there was a line of perspiration across his brow. She was sure there would be curves of sweat under his armpits, too. Reggie had opted for a pale blue skirt, yellow blouse, and white sandals, with a matching yellow scarf around her hair. There was no sweat on her face. "It would be hard to imagine anyone trying to hurt anyone around here," said Reggie, as she finished her last bite of beef. Waller sipped his wine and eyed her appraisingly. "It is serene here, bucolic, beautiful," he smiled. "Just as you are." At a wave from Waller, the waiter brought a second bottle of the same wine and poured it out. Reggie picked up her full wineglass and began to swirl the liquid around, absently checking its color against the flame of the lighted candle set in a bowl in the middle of the table. "You mentioned that you might have children my age. Do you have children?" He waved a hand carelessly. "No, I was merely speaking hypothetically. I suppose I was always too busy for children." "Wife?" "If I had one now, she would be with me on this trip." "Had one now, so you were married?" "Yes." "Did she pass away, or were you divorced?" "Questions, questions," he said in a casual tone, but his look was sterner. "I'm sorry," Reggie said. "I was just curious." "Both." "What?" "The first one died, and the second one divorced me." He patted her hand. "You remind me a little of my first wife. She was beautiful, too, and stubborn." "What was her name?" Waller started to say something and then seemed to catch himself. "That is the past. I don't dwell on the past. I live for the present and look to the future. Let's finish this wonderful Bordeaux and then take a stroll and admire all things French." Later, he guided her back to the street where they set off, his arm through hers. She once more eyed the bodyguards. Waller followed her gaze. She said, "I suppose for you it's necessary, but I wouldn't want to have to live my life that way." "But you yourself are obviously well off. You travel in style, you rent luxurious villas in one of the most beautiful places on earth. Are you not worried about being kidnapped, or even killed for your money?" "I have no money with me unless you count a few euros. If they want my credit cards, they hardly have to kill me for that. And if they kidnap me, there won't be anyone to pay the ransom. So you see, I would be a very inadequate target for a criminal." "Perhaps you are right. Now, the man you've been seeing, he looks like he would make a competent bodyguard." "Bill does look like he can take care of himself." "Ah, so it's Bill. His last name?" "He didn't tell me his last name," she said truthfully. Wit had found it out for her. This ignorance seemed to brighten Waller's spirits. "Then you are not that friendly with him. I have only been here a short time, and already you know my last name." "It's not a competition, Evan." "Of course not," he said, in an unconvincing tone. "And you are old enough to be my father, like you said." "In truth, I am actually old enough to be your grandfather. Well, almost." He let go of her arm and pointed across at the church. "There is one of those in every village you will travel to here." "A church? Yes, I suppose so." "People use religion for much, mostly to explain their own shortcomings." "That's an unusual theory." "Books filled up by foolish people who don't want to take control of their own lives, so they look for some divine providence to explain their desires." "You mean to guide them?" "No, I mean for excuses. The people who actually do something with their lives do so from here." He tapped his chest. "They don't need men in collars telling them what to think and who to pray to, and most importantly, who to give their money to." "I take it you're not a regular churchgoer." He smiled. "Oh, but I am. Every week I am there, and I give much money to the church." "Why, if you think it's a bunch of crap?" He took her arm once more. "No, I do so because it's in my heart. I believe. And there is much good with faith, much good. My mother would have been in a convent if she'd had her way. Fortunately, she did not. Otherwise, I would not be here. I loved my mother very much." Reggie turned to see him staring directly at her. "I'm going on a private tour of the Les Beaux photographic exhibit this week. Have you heard of it?" "I read about it, yes." "Goya is the selected artist this year." "Goya? Not a very uplifting choice." "It is true that many of his masterpieces are bleak, but they have such power, such insight into the human soul." "They depict evil," Reggie said, before looking away from the man she considered one of the most evil she had ever pursued. "Yet evil is a large component of the soul. Its potential inhabits everyone." "I don't believe that," Reggie said breathlessly. "I refuse to believe that." "You may refuse if you choose to, but that does not mean that you are right." He paused. "I would like for you to accompany me on this tour. We can debate further this point then." Reggie didn't answer right away. "I'll think about it and let you know." He smiled through this mild reproach, bent down, and kissed the back of her hand. "I enjoyed our dinner, Janie. And now, as I have business to attend to, I wish you good night." He turned and walked off, his men following him. Reggie just stood there in the middle of the street, desperately trying to divine what that last look had truly meant. "Troubled?" She turned around. Shaw was leaning against a pillar in front of the church. Chapter 35. Evan Waller climbed into the black SUV, and his three-vehicle motorcade roared off, throwing road dust on an older couple slowly making their way up the hill to Gord. Waller sat back and studied the screen on his phone. The email was brief, which he liked, and to the point, which he liked even better. "How long?" he called up to the driver. "GPS says 50 minutes, Mr. Waller. Crappy roads." "Make it 40. The man punched the gas and spoke into his headset. "Roll harder." The other two vehicles in the column immediately gunned it. 39 minutes later, the three vehicles transitioned from a two-lane to a one-lane road and eventually wound their way far back to a small stone house, wedged in among a stand of leafy trees. The yard was dirt, the roof in disrepair, and the stone crumbling. It was clear no one had lived here for a long time, and there was no other house for miles. Waller popped open the SUV's door and stepped out, waiting only a few seconds for his men to clear the area by sight, though he already had a man posted there who had come out of the house when the trucks had arrived. Waller marched into the house, his men bringing up the rear, with two left outside on perimeter watch. The room was small, dark, and smelled of feces and mildew. It had no effect on Waller. He'd experienced much worse. There was one narrow table in the middle of the room, 7 feet long, and turned on one end so it reached nearly to the low ceiling. Two of the legs had been sawn off, and the table edge rested against the floor. The remaining two legs were wedged against the wall for support. A naked man with dark hair and a beard was tied spread-eagled to the tabletop. Waller looked over at Pascal, who stood in one darkened corner, his gaze on the man with no clothes. "You did well in organizing his capture, Pascal." "He tried to run, Mr. Waller, but he didn't know how to." Waller walked up to the captive. From the light thrown by a couple of battery-powered lanterns, he could see the ambivalence in the man's features. This angered Waller. Either fear him or hate him, but feel something. He slapped the man across his bloodied face. "Are you awake, Abdul-Majid? You do not seem to be all here." "I am awake. I see you, so what?" Waller knew that the man's casual attitude was meant to embolden the Muslim and deflate his own expectation, as though Waller were the captive instead of the other way around. In actuality, it probably achieved neither. Fat Anwar, the accountant, had been westernized. Abdul-Majid was still hard, a man of the desert, for whom extreme privation was the norm. Waller had to respect such a man, but only to a certain degree. "Do you miss Kandahar, Abdul-Majid? Or do you like the beauty of Provence better?" The man shrugged. "I like this room. It is actually better than what I have in Kandahar. But again, so what?" Waller took a step back and smiled. He had to admire at least the man's courage. "I do not like to be betrayed." "You do not understand the ways of the Muslim world, then. It was not betrayal. It was negotiation. It was caution. And all of Islam has been betrayed by the West many times, so why should you be any different? I am here on holiday, and yet I have to take time away from pleasantries because you tried to cut me out of the deal. It is simply business. Do not take it personally." "Forgive me, but I always take it personally when someone tries to blow me up." "Then you are too sensitive. Why did you do it?" "You lied to us," Abdul said simply. "I do not lie when it comes to business." The Muslim scoffed. "A Canadian? You have enriched uranium? I do not think so. You are most likely a spy. That is why we tried to kill you." "Actually, I have highly enriched uranium. It is a critical difference. And if you did not believe it, why bother to deal with me at all?" "I meant that I did not believe it, but others of my group did. They made the mistake, and I was left with the mess to clean up. But they were right, and you were wrong." "Again, so you say. The Americans own your country. Everyone knows that. Canada is a satellite of the great Satan. A dog does not leave its master's side." Waller turned to his men and flicked a hand at the door. They obediently left and shut the door behind them, with Pascal being the last one out. Before closing the door, he pointed to a metal case sitting on the floor in one corner of the room. He and his employer exchanged a look of mutual understanding. Waller turned back to the captive and grabbed a handful of the man's filthy hair. "This is simply because you think I'm Canadian? Can you truly be that stupid?" Abdul-Majid's eyes flashed interest for the first time. "Think you are Canadian? You mean you are not?" "No, Abdul-Majid, I am not." He slipped off his jacket and pulled up his shirt sleeve, revealing a mark on the inside of his upper arm, where it could not be easily seen when his shirt was off. He held it up in front of the Muslim. "Do you see that? Do you know what it means?" Abdul-Majid shook his head. "I do not know of such marks." Waller pointed to them one by one. "They are alphabet letters." "That is not English," said Abdul-Majid. "My English is good. I don't know what that is." "It is Ukrainian. It is a variation of the Cyrillic alphabet. It stands for the 5th Chief Directorate, tasked to provide internal security against the enemies of the Soviet Union. I loved my job, so much that I burned it into my skin." Abdul-Majid's eyes widened. "You are Ukrainian?"
Waller rolled his shirt back down and put his jacket back on. Actually, I have always considered myself a Soviet citizen first and foremost, but perhaps that is simply splitting hairs. And since Ukraine was the repository for a good deal of the nuclear arsenal of the former Soviet Union, do you now understand? I still have many contacts there. "Why did you not tell us this?" spat out Abdul-Majid. Waller pulled up a chair and sat down. "It's not my responsibility to provide you with my personal history. Simply enough HEU, highly enriched uranium, to blow up a large part of a major American city. Do you even know what HEU really is, Abdul-Majid?" "It is Allah's weapon." "No, it has nothing to do with Allah," Waller said derisively. "Uranium is a naturally occurring mineral found all over the world in trace quantities. It took the Germans during Hitler's reign to realize its peculiar potential through precise fission, namely to destroy people and property in vast quantities. Did you know that one can actually hold highly enriched uranium in his hand and not feel any adverse effects until years later? I have done so myself. Stupid of me, of course, but to hold that much power? The temptation was too great when I was a young and foolish man. The toxic effects will probably kill me before my time. It takes 50 kilos, or nearly 110 pounds of the substance to create a nuclear detonation, whereas one would need nearly 1 ton or 20 times that amount of low-enriched uranium to produce a single nuclear bomb. It takes far less plutonium, about 20 pounds or so, to do the same thing, but unlike HEU, plutonium has to come from the reprocessing of nuclear material from reactors, and no country would allow terrorists to obtain that, because, like a fingerprint, the device possesses the chemical signature of that country. "You promised enough material for a suitcase nuke," Abdul-Majid said. Waller shook his head in disappointment. "You know, if you're going to be in the nuclear terrorist business, you should take the time to really understand the science. Suitcase nukes are bullshit, the stuff of Hollywood films and paranoid politicians. It's more like an SUV nuke. It can be done perhaps in a smaller footprint, but the smaller the device, counterintuitively perhaps, the greater its maintenance costs. And it would take a very strong man to carry around a suitcase weighing hundreds of kilos, and the nuclear core would not last long. No. What I promised you was enough highly enriched uranium processed through second-generation gas centrifuge techniques to provide the core of a nuclear explosive device. That is fissile uranium containing in excess of 85% uranium-235. That means it is weapons grade. I can also offer you, for a reduced price, weapons-usable grade, which only has 20% U-235. The boom will be far less, but you will still get a damn big boom with radiation fallout." Waller stood and moved around the room, but his gaze remained on the Muslim. "I can also offer technical assistance. For instance, wrapping the weapon's fissile core in a neutron reflector, because it will dramatically lessen the critical mass, which is a good thing when you want as much explosive power as possible. It's a tricky balance, a bit too much U-238 isotope, and the chain reaction that gives the substance its ability to mass fission is rendered unworkable. Then, no boom and no burn." For the first time, Abdul-Majid looked impressed. "You know much about this." "Yes, I know much about this," mocked Waller. "I lived in Ukraine when it was one large atomic weapon waiting to be deployed. I have worked in nuclear facilities." He added ominously, "And I have tortured scientists suspected of selling out their country to the Americans and their allies. It was a most valuable classroom for me on many levels." "Then we were wrong about you. We can go through with our deal." Waller looked amused. "Oh, you think so? After you tried to kill me?" "Why not? You did not die. Things are explained. You will make much money." Well, it's not always about money, is it? And not everything is explained. For instance, I know you didn't make the decision to kill me because you aren't important enough to do so. But I want the names of those who did. Abdul-Majid smiled grimly. That you will never know. Have you ever been tortured, Abdul-Majid? Forgive me if I refuse to use the ridiculous term enhanced interrogation. I prefer to cut to the chase. The Afghan looked bored. Sleep deprivation, waterboarding, cattle prods, loud music. No, you misunderstood me. I asked if you'd been tortured, not coddled by what passes for torture these days. Waller walked over, opened the metal suitcase, and pulled out various instruments. It is said that the Germans knew how to torture people, and indeed they were good at it. Today, the Israelis have the reputation of being the best interrogators, and they claim to not torture at all, but instead to use psychological means. As for me, I believe the Soviets stood alone when it came to such things. We had the best snipers, and also the best interrogators. And I am old-fashioned. I have no patience for the latest technological gadgets. I use tried-and-true methods of extracting what I want based on one fact. What fact? The Muslim said in a hollow tone. Waller turned to him. That people are soft shits. Are you a soft shit, Abdul-Majid? We will find out tonight, I think. Chapter 36. Why would I be troubled? Asked Reggie. She made no move toward Shaw, so he came to her. Sorry, guess I was wrong about that. How was dinner? It was fine. He knows his wines very well. Good conversationalist. I'm sure. Is there a problem? I told you one of his guys was spying on you. Then they block off the street like they own it. Evan apologized for that, she said, interrupting him. Oh, it's Evan. That is his name. In fact, he told me his last name, too, unlike you. It's Waller. Young. Bill Young. He paused. Someone searched my room the day we went kayaking. Reggie looked genuinely startled by this news, and both her respect for and suspicion of Shaw increased. Was anything taken? Not that I can tell, no. Why would someone do that? He shrugged. Gord is certainly turning out to be more exciting than I thought it would be. They started to walk along. Up ahead, near the village square, a band of teenagers were playing guitars and drums, and a small crowd of people had stopped to listen and drop money in their basket. He asked about you. About me? Why? She smiled. I think he wanted to know if you were serious competition for him. And what did you tell him? That I hardly knew you, which is true. You don't know him either, he pointed out. He seems nice enough. I mean, he's far too old for me. She playfully smacked his arm. He's even older than you. For some reason, I don't think age differences matter to a guy like that. Well, I think that's my decision to make, not his. If I tell him to back off, I'm sure he will. He doesn't look like a guy who takes no for an answer. But you don't know him. You've never even met him. Did he tell you what he did for a living? A businessman. Well, that covers a lot of possibilities. I'm sure it'll be fine. This is Provence, after all. What's he going to do? Shaw quickly looked away, his pulse hammering at a vein near his temple. Are you okay? Dinner's not agreeing with me. You want to go back to your room? I can make my way back to the villa by myself. No, I'll walk you. They took the shortcut and arrived at her villa a few minutes later. Seems like our boy's out for the night, he said, looking at the empty parking spaces in front of Waller's villa. He did leave rather abruptly after dinner, she noted. Said he had some business to take care of. Busy guy. Her next word sent a cold dread down Shaw's back.
He's going to Les Beaux to see the Goya exhibit. He asked me to go with him."
"And what did you tell him?" Shaw asked, a bit too sharply.
She stared at him, perplexed. "I told him I'd think about it and get back to him." Shaw thought swiftly, and the words tumbled out of his mouth.
"You don't have to do that."
"Why not?"
"Because you're going with me to Les Beaux tomorrow. I've wanted to see the exhibit. I'd meant to ask you earlier."
"Really?" she said skeptically.
"We can make a day of it. Have some lunch in Saint-Remy."
"Why are you doing this? Are you thinking this is a competition too? I'm not a prize to be won."
"I know you're not, Janie. And if you'd rather go with him instead, I'll understand perfectly. It's just that—"
"Just what?"
"I just wanted to spend some more time with you. That's all. No fancy explanation. Just be with you."
Reggie's features softened, and she grazed his arm with her hand.
"Well, how can I turn you down since you asked so nicely?" She smiled.
"It's a date. Now the critical question is, Vespa or car?"
"It's a little far for the Vespa, so I think your Renault would work out far better. Let's say 9 o'clock. I'll walk down to your place."
"Let me come up and get you."
Shaw looked at her curiously.
"I just think it'll be easier that way. We can drive straight out to the main road."
"And Waller won't know anything about it, you mean?"
"That's right."
"I can take care of myself."
"I'm sure you can, Bill."
She paused.
"And so can I." Chapter 37. Waller placed a sticky patch connected to a long, thin cable against the side of Abdul-Majid's neck. Then he connected the line to a small battery-powered monitor that he turned on.
"What is that?" asked Abdul-Majid nervously. "It is nothing to worry about. It just measures your pulse. I do not have enough electrical power here to shock the truth out of you, my Muslim friend, but there are other ways." Waller placed a cuff around the man's arm, and then plugged the cord running from the cuff into the same device as he had for the pulse reading. "And that, of course, measures your blood pressure."
"Why do you need that?"
"Because I want to make sure I stop the pain before I kill you, of course."
Abdul-Majid tensed and began to chant under his breath.
"So your God is great, Abdul-Majid," said Waller, translating the words. "We will see how great he is to you."
Abdul-Majid did not answer, but kept up his chanting. Waller checked the readout of his vitals on the screen.
"Your pulse is already at 98, and your blood pressure is elevated, and I have not even started. You must relax your breathing, calm your nerves, my friend."
"You will not break me," the captive said defiantly. Waller took duct tape out of his box and wound it around the man's forehead, chin, and shoulders, and around the table several times. The result was that Abdul-Majid could not move his head or upper torso even an inch away from the wood.
"Do you know why I do this?" Waller asked.
"It is so you will not be able to render yourself unconscious when the pain becomes too great.
I have known men to crack their own skulls in order to escape it. I made that mistake once, but never again. Torture does not work if one cannot feel the pain."
Waller pulled more items from his box, placed one in his pocket, and came back over to the table.
"They say that the agony of a single kidney stone passing through one's body is even greater than that experienced giving birth. I have never given birth, of course, but I have passed kidney stones, and the pain is indeed severe."
He slipped on latex gloves, looked down at Abdul's private parts, and then held up a thin glass tube, 20 centimeters in length.
"This will have to serve as my kidney stone. Now, take a deep breath, and then relax."
Instead, the man's breathing accelerated, and his cheeks bulged, as though he were tensing before the killing blow fell.
"You will not break me!"
he screamed over and over. Waller methodically worked the glass tube up the man's penis using a rubber hammer to finish tapping it in. Abdul shrieked in pain with every millimeter it was thrust inside him. It is no more than a catheter, really. Now this is the painful part. He slipped the vice grips from his pocket and looked at him. All I require are names. Go to hell! Screamed Abdul. Of course, very original of you. Waller set the tension on the grips, lowered them into position, and snapped them into place, crushing the glass tube inside the man. This time the scream was far louder than before. Waller's men, who were waiting outside but near the door, looked at each other and then nervously moved away from the sounds. Only Pascal stayed close to the doorway, ever alert. "You are bleeding in a place you would not like, Abdul," said Waller, peering down at his work. The response was a string of shouts in the man's native tongue. Yes, my mother and father are already quite dead, thank you," said Waller. The tears rolled down Abdul's strained face. His jaw muscles bulged and shook. His tethered neck was stretched tight in its agony, every vein and artery visible. So great was his misery that if Waller had not bound it to the table, he would have indeed smashed his skull against the wood. Waller continued on calmly. "I learned Pashto and a little Dari during the Soviets' disastrous intrusion into your country. They are hard languages to learn, but not as difficult as English, which has so many exceptions there are no rules left." He checked the monitor. "Pulse 139. I've seen higher. When I run, in fact, I can get it over 140, and I'm 63. You are a young man. This is nothing. Now your blood pressure is 150 over 90. A bit precarious. Well, let's see." He snapped the grips on a new location, and the man's pelvis jerked upward, pulling against his bindings as he roared in pain again. "Pulse 157. Okay, now I believe that I have your attention. We were discussing names." In gasps, Abdul said, "You will just kill me if I tell." "Now that is progress. That is good. We are closer to negotiation, and yet if you tell me, do you want me to just let you go? But if I do, then you could go and warn those who betrayed me. Hardly a worthy proposition." "So I die then?" "I did not say that." Waller undid the grips and then locked them higher up, crushing a particularly sensitive part of the Muslim's anatomy. Again, Abdul's shrieks slammed into every corner of the small room. He threatened to kill Waller, behead him, disembowel him, come back and haunt him, slaughter everyone he ever cared about. "I understand your anger, my friend, but it gets us nowhere," said the Ukrainian. He looked down. "You are bleeding more heavily, Abdul, but it is not life-threatening, so have no worries." Waller went back to his box and pulled out a small scalpel. He held it up for the Muslim to see. "A surgeon's knife. It is very delicate, very effective. I make one incision here and here." He placed the blade against two spots on Abdul's neck, "and you bleed out in minutes. But I don't want that. So instead, I do this." Seconds later, Abdul's right pupil had been slashed open. The Muslim writhed in agony, his screams again filling the small space. Waller studied the monitor. 195 on the pulse rate. That is unsustainable, my friend. And your blood pressure, yes, it too gives me trouble. You will assuredly suffer a stroke if you don't calm down. I truly fear for your health." He looked down at the sobbing and now partially blinded man. "Would you like me to now employ sleep deprivation, or play what they call the rap music?" He bent lower. "What do you say? You are begging me. What? To kill you, my friend? No. I am not a violent man, I am a fair man, and I do not kill. But instead, I do the work piecemeal. The knife struck again, and part of the captive's left ear fell to the dirty floor. He checked the monitor readout. Over 200 is the pulse, and the blood pressure is not good at all. I tell you to calm, and yet you do not. You are too stubborn. He turned back to the Muslim. I will let you rest a bit, and then the real interrogation will begin. If you thought this was painful, Abdul, you will be disappointed, I think. This was merely the foreplay. Waller withdrew from his case an instrument that looked somewhat like a large cheese grater, only its cutting edges were longer and looked lethal, and were also on pivots, so they could turn at different angles. I know you can see what I'm holding, but you may not realize what it is, so I will ask you a question. What is the largest organ in the body? Waller pretended to wait for a response. You say you do not know? Then I will tell you. It is the skin. Yes, the skin is the largest organ in the body. Many people do not realize this. Adults average 2 square yards of skin on their bodies, weighing up to 9 pounds. Yes, 9 pounds. Now, with this tool that I am holding, I can shave all the skin off your body in less than 1 hour. I do not make empty boasts. I have done it before. It takes a firm hand and an efficient method. I start with the face and work my way down. It comes off in long strips, you see, not counting the face and the arms, which are slightly problematic and require extra time. I once almost did a continuous roll of skin from the torso to the feet. Sadly, the procedure broke down near the knees. You see, the woman had very bony knees. I was disappointed, of course, but still, I was proud of my accomplishment. Now, because I, of course, cannot have you thrashing around while I perform this task, I will inject you with this. He reached in his metal case and held up a small bottle of liquid and a syringe. The Soviets came up with it back in the 70s. It paralyzes the body, but allows the person to be fully conscious and aware of everything. You understand me? You will feel nothing when I peel off your skin, but you will be able to see it all. That is why I left you with one eye, so you would not miss a second of the procedure. The effects will wear off in a few hours. And then, well, then you will feel a lot. Please, please, sobbed Abdul Majid. Waller smiled down at him. So, you do not prefer the taking of the skin. Well, then did you know that if cut out of the body properly, a man can hold his own intestines for hours? You would think that one would bleed out, but it's not true. You will surely die of something else, but not because of blood loss, because I know what I'm doing. Now, I will tell you that my practice is to stuff the intestines inside the mouth, at least as much as will fit. Perhaps I'm too soft, but I find it wicked to expect a dying man to hold his own bowels. You have 20 seconds to decide which you prefer, or I will make the decision for you. And in the spirit of full disclosure, I am very partial to the skin. Finally, in gasps interrupted only by sobs, Abdul Majid said, I will tell you what you want to know. Waller smiled. Now that is ironic, because I will tell you something first. I know who ordered my killing. They are already dead. In fact, I saved you for last. Then why did you do this to me? The captive screamed. Because I could. And it is good for one to practice. Otherwise one's skills diminish. You said I could not break you, but I did. Waller's voice lost its casual tone. And if someone hits you, my friend, you have to hit them back, or else they will think you are weak. And I am many things, but weak is not one of them. Then kill me,
roared the disfigured man.
Finish it!
Waller took his time pulling off the cuff and pulse monitor and vice grips and packing them away in the box. You are not important enough for me to waste any more of my time. Tell Allah I said hello, and that I wondered what kept him from coming to your aid. Perhaps, like me, he also had better things to do. He raised the scalpel once more. What I am about to do now is an act of mercy, Abdul-Majid. You will understand why very shortly. He slashed the Muslim's good eye, fully blinding the man. It would be the height of cruelty to allow you to see what is coming next. The man's screams of terror followed Waller out the door. His men stiffened to attention when they saw him emerge from the cottage. Waller nodded. I'm done. Pascal, along with another man, hustled to an SUV that had pulled up within the last few minutes. They opened the back gate and hauled out 2 animals. They were burly pit bulls tethered to metal control poles. Leather muzzles were securely fastened over their snouts. Using the poles, the men with difficulty maneuvered the lunging beasts to the front door. Then they released the wire nooses connected to the poles, whipped off the muzzles, and pushed the animals through the opening, slamming the door behind them. As Waller nimbly stepped into his ride, the snarls of the attacking dogs and the screams of Abdul-Majid could be heard over the sound of the vehicle's engine. Waller slipped in his earbuds and selected a joyful song on his iPod, even as his thoughts turned back to the beautiful young woman he'd had dinner with tonight. He looked forward to seeing her again. Soon. Chapter 38. The air was cool, but oddly heavy. The darkness here was more intense than anything Reggie had experienced. She could only flash her penlight every few seconds to see where she was going. Twice, she bumped into hard objects, skinning her arm and bruising a toe. She kept making her way down, pausing every few seconds to listen. After she passed through a door, something grabbed her. Jesus Christ! Shh! You'll wake the bloody dead. A light flashed on the face next to her, revealing a grinning Wit. What the hell were you thinking, sneaking up on me like that? If I had a gun, I would have shot you. Wit turned the light away from his face. Sorry, Reg. I guess this place does something to you. Makes you all silly. Is it all clear, at least? She said sternly, her breath returning to normal. Of all living things. See for yourself. He swept his light around. Reggie took in the revealed objects. Crypts. They were in the catacombs of Gourd Catholic Church. Since Reggie had articulated her plan to Professor Mallory back at Harrowsfield, they'd used the church as the focal venue of their plans. Wit and Dominic had explored its interior and were thrilled to find it held all they needed to entrap their quarry. How many do you reckon? She asked. Dunno. Didn't bother to count 'em. It's a lot, though. Now, show me the pass-through you found. That's the critical piece. He led her back the way she had come in, to an intersection of 2 passages. The one they'd come through that led to the catacombs, and the second heading off to the left. They walked down this long passage that was dimly lit by a few flickering electric lights. Then Wit hooked a left, led her down a long flight of aged steps, through another door, and they finally arrived farther down the cliffs, and on the other side of Gourd, near the villas. He said, Brilliant on your part, using the religion angle. It'll only be brilliant if it actually works. Where's Dom? Back at our digs. He's got an itchy finger to get this guy. Then it's your job to calm him down. I already told him that's how mistakes happen. And with a guy like Kuchin, we can't afford any errors. They walked back to the catacombs. So, where's Bill? Wit asked. Why? I saw you talking to him earlier tonight. Just wondering. You were spying on me? Reggie said. No, just covering your back. Partners do that, you know.
Okay, partner. We're going to Les Beaux tomorrow to look at the Goya exhibit. You think that's wise? Why wouldn't it be? Because you could spend that time further ingratiating yourself to Kuchin, now couldn't you? That was true, thought Reggie. And yet she wanted to go to Les Beaux. Or maybe she just wanted to go with Bill to Les Beaux. Which seemed to be reading her mind. You talk about focus, Reg. Then why don't you practice what you're bloody preaching? He said heatedly. She looked up at him angrily. You worry about Dom and yourself, and you're the one who went off mission in your last lead. What? By shooting a Nazi in his nuts and painting Hitler's sign on his head? I told you before, I'm an artiste. No, you just made our job a lot harder. Oh, so you've bought into the professor's theory on keeping a low profile, so the future bastards won't dig their hole deeper. I don't consider it a mere theory. Well, consider this, love. You don't think these blokes we're hunting are dug in as deep as they can be? You don't think they know folks are coming after them? The prof wants a low profile. I say, we scream our work to the heavens. I want these bastards to know we're coming. I want them to lie awake at night thinking about how grisly their deaths will be. I want them to piss in their pants with fear, just like the people they slaughtered had to. See, for me, that's all part of the fun. What we do isn't fun, Wit, she said, though by her expression his words had stung her, had uncomfortably reached a level in her mind she hadn't before visited. Well, maybe that's the principal difference between you and me. The two stared at each other in the semi-darkness until Reggie said, Do you have the poison yet? Enough to kill 10 Federkuchens. He looked around the room they were in. I say right here is good. Tie him to that slab over there. Read him his life story, and then do the drip-drip. You got down how you want to show the prick his terrible deeds? That's the last piece, as far as I can see. Getting there. And after that? Right, low-profile shite. Wit flashed his light on a crypt against the wall. That one's top is very loose. Took a lot of elbow grease from Dom and me, but we got it done. Nothing but bones at the bottom. Plenty of room. I checked around the village. They don't use the catacombs anymore. Doubt they'll ever find the guy, till he's bones too. Work for you? Yes. I'm sure the professor will be very pleased too. Not my job to please him. She grabbed his arm. We have to be on the same page here. There's too much at stake. He firmly disengaged her fingers. I may disagree with people over stuff, but when the time comes to do the job, I'll do the bloody job. That good enough for you? Yes. In the meantime, enjoy Les Beaux with your bow. In another few seconds, Reggie was alone. She waited a few more minutes, and then made her way back out to the darkened streets. Even after midnight, Gord was lovely and felt safe. There was no one about as she made her way quietly back to the villa. She was aware that people would probably be watching her as she approached Kuchin's place. His men kept a 24/7 vigil around their boss. What Reggie hadn't counted on was someone watching her as she left the church. And this time, it wasn't Shaw. Chapter 39. Because of the time difference, it was 1 hour earlier back in England than in France. At Harrowsfield, Professor Mallory sat fully dressed at a desk in the small study adjacent to his bedroom. He was prepared to work through the night on a new project that would follow after the successful completion of the Federkuchen matter. He puffed his pipe and sent acrid plumes of smoke to the stained ceiling. A light rain started falling as the professor finally set aside the journal in which he was making notations and sat back in his chair, lost in thought. He heard a tap at the door. Yes? It's me, Professor, said Liza. He rose from the chair as she opened the door. She was dressed in a long nightgown with a beige wool robe over the top. Her hair hung down to her shoulders. Slippers covered her feet. Is everything all right?
he asked. She sat down on a small, worn leather couch across from him as he retook his seat.
I just heard from Whit. He and Reggie have confirmed the site, and the details have been worked out for the final phase.
That's excellent. He studied her. But you look concerned.
It was something in Whit's voice. He sounded upset, so I called Reggie and spoke to her. She also sounded upset, but when I pushed her on what was the matter, she refused to talk about it. When I tried ringing Whit back, he didn't answer.
So, you think they might have had a row?
It seems so, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Mallory put his pipe aside, wandered over to the window, and looked out past the rain-splattered glass.
Did you contact Dominic, too?
No. He and Whit are rooming together, so I didn't think he could be candid, and I don't want to create even more tension. Mallory clasped his hands behind his back and stared moodily out into the dark.
I should have anticipated this. I should have had Whit remain behind and sent either Caldwell or perhaps David Hamish with Dominic. Whit has resentment, a great deal more than I had thought, apparently.
You don't think that will interfere with him performing his duties?
If I had the answer to that, I wouldn't be worried, would I?
She glanced over at his desk. Burning the midnight oil again?
I seem to do my best thinking after dark.
Any word on further funding? Surprised, he turned to her.
Why? What have you heard?
Folks know it takes a lot to keep this place functioning. It's not like we do this for money, but people are paid some wages, and the upkeep here. And then there's the mission expense. The rent on the villa where Reggie is staying is quite staggering. It all adds up. Mallory remained silent for a few moments before sighing and sitting back down.
Things are a bit tight, I won't deny it. The villa lease is all right, though. A gentleman of considerable means with a Ukrainian background stepped up for those funds. And I have one or two other prospects. It must be done discreetly, of course.
Of course, she added. When was the last time you had a holiday, Miles?
A holiday? He chuckled. I could be incredibly saccharine and say that what I do here is a holiday, but I will refrain from doing so.
Seriously, Miles, when was the last time?
His eyes took on a faraway look. I suppose while Margaret was still alive. Rome and Florence. She always loved the statue of David. She would sit and stare at him for hours. Quite a fan of Michelangelo was my dear wife. It was a nice visit. She became ill after we returned. 6 months later, she was gone.
If I recall, that was 8 years ago.
Yes, I suppose it was. Time does march on, Liza.
Everyone here is under considerable strain, but some more than others. You are our leader. We cannot afford to lose you.
I'm fine, or as fit as an overweight and sedentary old professor can be. He looked around. I do love it here, this old wreck of a place. Regina loves it here, too. I hear her wandering around at all hours of the night.
She visits the cemetery regularly. Did you know that?
Mallory nodded. In particular, the grave of Laura R. Campion. No connection that I have ever been able to discern, yet she does seem drawn to the woman.
Liza gave him a piercing stare. Was there a particular reason you targeted Reggie for recruitment?
He gave her a hard look before saying, None different than any other. She passed all the hurdles. But it really starts off with a simple judgment call on my part. In that regard, Regina Campion was hardly unique. She eyed him for a few seconds before looking away. Now, this American, Mallory began.
Bill Young.
Yes, it's not good. A distraction, perhaps more. We have no real information on the man. Anyone can pose as a former lobbyist.
Liza ran a hand along the drawstring of her robe. True enough. By the way, Whit also reported that Reggie will be traveling to Les Baux with him tomorrow.
Mallory looked startled. Les Baux? For what purpose?
Whit didn't know why. He felt strongly that she should be working on Kuchin instead.
As do I. I think I'll ring her right now.
Don't do that, Miles. But she's under a lot of stress. But Reggie has the best instincts of anyone we have in the field. I think we can trust her. I think she's earned that, don't you?" Mallory seemed frozen with indecision, but his features finally relaxed.
"All right. I largely agree with that assessment," he added stiffly.
Liza rose and glanced at the desk once more. "I suppose you're working on the next one."
"Never wise to let the grass grow, you know."
"Well, let's pray Reggie and the others come back alive, so they can do it all again." She closed the door softly behind her. Mallory stared after her for a few moments, then went back to his desk, rummaged in a drawer, and pulled out the photo he received from Whit. He sat down and began studying the picture of Bill Young. A troubling premonition was creeping up his spine, and something told him it had everything to do with this man. He did trust Reggie, but there was always a limit to trust in anyone, and nothing could interfere with them getting to Kuchin. It was too important. He debated for a bit, and then decided to do it. He slipped a mobile phone out of his pocket and thumbed in a text message. The professor was not nearly as electronics illiterate as he let on. He put the mobile away and sat back in his chair. He hoped he had done the right thing. Sometimes in this line of work, all you had were your instincts. When you were right, all was well. When you turned out to be wrong, however, well, innocent people sometimes died. Chapter 40. Reggie's and Shaw's journey to see the Goya exhibit consisted of a winding ride over mountains and a series of stomach-churning switchbacks. The topography had changed completely as they ventured southwest. The area was dominated by calcium and limestone quarries. It reminded Shaw of the White Cliffs of Dover in England. "This really is quite extraordinary," said Reggie, after they'd arrived at the exhibit, and she peered around the rock walls. They were on the outskirts of Les Baux-de-Provence, at the top of the Alpi mountain range, in an old stone quarry that had a bird's-eye view of the Val d'Enfer, or Valley of Hell. It was an unusual place for an art experience. Every wall that she and Shaw could see was lighted up, and the masterpieces of Spaniard Francisco José de Goya y Lucientes stared back at them in pixeled glory. There were typical portraits of Spanish royalty, but also the nude and clothed Mayas that had created a public uproar when they were unveiled and were subsequently confiscated during the Spanish Inquisition for being obscene. The works of the late Spaniard were also displayed on the floors. It was a little unnerving to be walking on acknowledged masterpieces, but after a few minutes one simply became entranced with the spectacle. Thematic music filtered across the darkened space, but there was no accompanying narrative audio. Prose was displayed along the walls, giving information about Goya's career. The images constantly changed as Shaw and Reggie walked along. One moment they were awash in brilliant colors. Other times the hues darkened, casting a sobering feel over them. A few attendants in uniforms were present, not to direct the patrons, but only to admonish anyone attempting to touch the walls. When Reggie and Shaw arrived at the section of the caves depicting Goya's later, far darker work, she fell silent. Shaw glanced over the brochure they'd been given at the entrance. However, it was bare bones, and did not tell what any of the paintings were. "Pretty grim," he said to Reggie, as a sad tune filled their ears. "That's the 3rd of May, 1808, she said, gesturing to the painting depicting French soldiers firing on defenseless Spaniards. "It commemorates Spanish resistance to Napoleon's invasion of their country." "Were you an art history major?" She shook her head. "No, just interested in it." Reggie stared at the man in the white shirt in the portrait, his arms raised either in surrender or more likely defiance. His eyes captured the full horror of his situation. He and everyone around him were about to die. When I told Waller that Goya was hardly an uplifting artist, he said something strange.
What was that?
Though he agreed the paintings were bleak, he said they were also powerful insights into the human soul, and he said something that really gave me a chill. She hesitated, as though she simply wanted to drop this thread of conversation.
What did he say, Janie? Shaw prompted.
He said that the potential for evil lurks in everyone. She turned to Shaw. I told him I didn't believe that. Do you? When Shaw didn't answer right away, she said, Never mind. It doesn't matter. She looked over at the painting again. This piece actually inspired later works by Monet and Picasso. People slaughtering other people. What an inspiration. Reggie wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. The temperature had dropped 30 degrees as soon as they passed through the entrance to the quarry and stepped inside the Cathedral d'Image, as it was known. The next section of the exhibition was from when an older Goya had become deaf and ill, reportedly suffering from a disease that was destroying his mind. The so-called black paintings were nightmarish in scope. A set of aquatint prints called The Disasters of War were equally horrifying. After that came the piece called Saturn Devouring His Son. It showed a monstrous, disfigured creature eating a headless, bloodied torso.
I wonder if they give out free Valium when you exit this place, said Shaw, only half jokingly.
It's important to see this, Bill, said Reggie.
Why's that?
If we don't, we'll just keep repeating the same mistakes over and over. War, violent death, misery, all man-made and preventable. Well, we seem to keep making the same mistakes anyway. Were you ever in the military? She asked suddenly.
No. With a completely straight face, he added, The closest I ever came to battle was being in paintball fights in college.
Lucky you.
Yep, lucky me.
The last painting was Courtyard with Lunatics. As Reggie explained it, the piece portrayed the unfortunate inmates in a 16th century asylum. She stood stock still, staring at the images. When Shaw glanced over at her, he saw a tear rolling down her cheek. Hey, Janie, maybe we should get back to daylight and have that nice lunch in Saint-Remy. She didn't appear to have heard him. When he touched her on the shoulder, though, she jumped and turned to him. Her eyes were reddened and moist. Choosing his words carefully, he said, Do you know someone? I mean, not in a place like that, of course, but someone who had some issues? She didn't answer him, but turned and walked back through the space. After a moment, he hurried after her. She stopped in front of the first painting on exhibit, the nude Maya. The naked brunette was lounging on a chaise, her hands clasped behind her head. I have to say that's more my taste in paintings, said Shaw. At least over the flesh-eating monster back there. It's amazing how they're able to display these images on the walls. Reggie's eyes had dried, and her voice had returned to normal. Well, they probably just use basic projection equipment, maybe even like a computer PowerPoint thing. So, pretty easy to do, actually? I guess so, but I'm no expert. He smiled. Why, you planning your own exhibition? She gave him a whimsical look. You never know. She slipped her arm through his. How about that lunch? On the way out, they passed an old fortress that was carved out of the mountain. Reggie pointed up to it. The King's Fortress, built right out of the stone and placed perfectly for maximum defensive measures. Okay. Were you ever in the military? Said Shaw. I just read a lot. And that French immersion class included a historical overview of Provence. The fort overlooked the King's Valley down there. The provincial crowns rule their fiefdoms from up here. It's always rulers up top and everybody else down below. Separation is the key. Only thing that prevents anarchy, or democracy, depending if you're a ruler or the ruled. That was actually very philosophical, Bill. I have my moments. They ate outside at a small cafe in Saint-Remy. After that, they toured the Pope's Palace in Avignon. getting caught in a sudden shower as they headed back to the car, which was parked in an adjacent underground garage. They ran laughing and soaked across the stone courtyard to the garage, Shaw using his jacket as an umbrella to cover them both. "I guess that's why I like big guys," said Reggie, looking up at the large jacket over top of her. By the time they returned to Gord, their hair and clothes had mostly dried. As they pulled up to Shaw's hotel, Reggie's cell phone buzzed, indicating a text message had just arrived. She slipped it from her pocket and glanced at the screen, then put it away without commenting. "Let me guess. Evan Waller wants to know where you've been all day," said Shaw. "Getting a bit jealous, are we?" "No, I'm not the possessive type, but I don't think I can say the same for him." "But like I said, you don't even know him." "I've known a lot of guys like him. And haven't we had this discussion?" "Yes, but it's nice to know you care." Shaw put a hand on her arm. "Seriously, Janie, tread lightly with this guy. I've just got some weird vibes about him." "I'll be careful. Would you like to get together for dinner later?" "Not sick of me yet?" he said with a grin. "Not yet, no," she said impishly. "Okay, up in town or somewhere else? How about I cook for you?" He looked mildly surprised. "At your place? Sure. But only if you let me bring the wine." "Deal. Say about 8? Shaw walked up to his room, unlocked his door, and froze. The man sitting in the chair beside his desk stared back at him. Chapter 41. After dropping Shaw off, Reggie didn't return to her villa. She continued on out of Gord again, passed her villa, turned onto the main road, and drove off. 20 minutes later, after making certain she wasn't being followed, she reached her destination. Dominic had seen her drive up and was waiting for her at the door. When she walked in the cottage and saw the messy digs, she said, "I see Whit has settled in quite nicely here. Where is he, by the way?" "Out working on the job. Told me to hang here." "I just got a text from the professor. That's why I'm here. He wanted to know if there are problems." "Are there?" Dominic tugged at the wrists of his sweatshirt. "I take it you and Whit had words." Reggie sat down on the edge of a chair. "Why? What the hell did he tell you?" "You want his version straight or the cleaned-up copy?" "What did he say, Dom?" "Verbatim. That you've lost your bloody head over this bloke, and you're possibly screwing everything up. Only he didn't use the word screwing." "Is that what you think?" "You went out with him today, right?" "And I'm going to see him tonight, too." "Reg," he began. She cut him off. "And do you know why?" "Why don't you enlighten me?" he said sarcastically. "I can see you've been hanging out with Whit too long. That tone doesn't become you, Dom. You may not agree with him on everything, but he's got good instincts in the field. No, he has great instincts in the field. But so do I. And this time, he's just wrong." "And why is that?" They both whirled around to see Whit standing in the doorway that led to the small kitchen. "I thought you were out," said Reggie. Whit came forward and sank down on the couch next to Dominic. "I was, and now I'm back, so keep talking. This is really informative. By the way, Bill knew someone had searched his room." "Really? Guy's better than I thought. I'll have to keep that in mind." Whit continued to stare at her. "Do that, at least for future missions. Back to this mission, and your relationship with little Billy." "Okay, I'll lay it out for you. I have a short time frame to get to Kuchin. The whole mission is predicated on him going where I want him to go at a certain time and day." Whit tugged his jacket off and tossed it on a small table in one corner. "Just get to the part we don't know and are thinking the worst about, meaning you and bloody Bill." "Jealousy," said Reggie simply. "It's the fastest way to reel a man in. He thinks I'm spending too much time with Bill, Kuchin gets antsy. He's already reacted that way. That gives me the upper hand. He'll come at me hard. Janie, go to this beautiful place with me, and that beautiful place, and have this lovely dinner, and drink that lovely wine. And it'll come to the point that wherever I suggest that we go, he'll do it, without hesitation. So having Bill around actually made my job easier. I don't have to overtly throw myself at Kuchin, which is very good because a man like that will see through that sort of thing 9 times out of 10. He believes he's coming after me, it's a whole different story. His defenses are down. She paused. But if you two male-female experts have a better way, I'm listening. Dominic looked over at Whit, who was still staring at Reggie. So this is all tied to the mission? Whit asked. It's always been tied to the mission, Whit. Everything I do in my bloody life has been tied to the mission. If you'd get your brains out of your crotch, you might be able to see that. Or did I misinterpret your last remark back at Harrowsfield? What was it again? A glimpse of thigh and a pretty face, more or less, said Whit with a smirk. What are you two talking about? Demanded Dominic, as he stared between them. Nothing, Dom, she said. Are you two having an affair? Dominic persisted. Whit laughed. Not for lack of trying, at least on my part. But Sister Reggie here's having nothing to do with it. The smile quickly faded from his lips. Okay, Reg. What you just said makes sense. Jealousy. Jealousy, she repeated, staring him down. It works with most men. Whit looked away. I'm hungry. You want anything? No, but I do have a request. He sat up, looking interested. Shoot. I need some new equipment. Dominic looked at her warily. What sort of equipment? Stuff that'll project pictures on a wall, plus a power source. Can you get it? I don't see why not, said Dom. There are big electronics stores in Avignon. Then get it, as fast as you can. Whit looked confused. What do you have in mind? She rose. You'll see. When she got back to her villa, Fedor Kuchin was standing in the middle of the narrow road, his arms open wide in welcome to her. She wanted to place a bullet between his eyes. Instead, she sighed, forced another smile, and climbed out of her car. Chapter 42. Shaw closed the door behind him and sat angrily. What the hell are you doing here, Frank? There's no face-to-face during an op, you know that. Frank Wells remained sitting in the chair, his face looking slightly pinched. You went out to Les Baux de Provence today. I know I did, snapped Shaw. So? Why'd you do that? Because Waller had invited Janie to go with him on his private tour, and I couldn't let that happen. He held up a hand when Frank looked ready to say something. It has nothing to do with her personally. It would have just been a logistical headache to have her in the way when we do the extraction. Yeah? Well, I got bad news on that. It's why I'm here. Didn't want to tell you over the phone. Shaw dropped his room key on the table and sank onto the bed. What bad news? They're pulling the op. Amy Crawford and the strike team are already wheels up and out of the country. Shaw rose so fast he almost hit his head on the low ceiling. What? Why? Things have changed. Changed? How could they have changed? Waller's looking to sell nukes. Crazy people are trying to buy them from him so they can go and blow up a chunk of the world. How can that possibly change? It does if he's no longer trying to sell them. And in fact, he might very well have killed the people he was trying to do business with. How do you know that? Found 2 bodies in a lake that matched the description of the Islamic guys who were dealing with Waller. They both exhibited signs of extreme torture. Plus, we got chatter on the communication lines that indicates the Muslims are no longer working with our Canadian psycho, and in fact, have cut off all ties to him. How do you know he killed them? We don't, for sure.
But we also just learned that a house where we believe Waller was meeting with a mid-level terrorist cell member was blown up. He might have lost a couple of guys. At least the entourage he has here is different from the one he normally travels with. We think maybe the Islamists double-crossed him, tried to kill him, and he retaliated. At least that's one theory, and probably the right one. It's not like I see the guy taking out the nuke freaks to save the world. He just cares about money. But Frank, there's no reason to believe that he won't try again with a different group of buyers. Don't think so. This whole thing has drawn way too much attention now in places the guy doesn't want the spotlight. He's too smart to try anything now. He'll crawl back in his sex-slavery ring hole for a few years. By then his access to the U-235 will have dried up too. We believed he was getting it from the stockpile the Russians were dismantling and sending to the Americans under a disarmament treaty. In a few years that supply will be all gone. That's why the higher-ups no longer consider the op worth doing. But it was a snatch and tell. He could still lead us to the terrorist cell. Not if he killed them all. The one guy we were really interested in, Abdul Majid, has fallen completely off the radar. Our intel concludes that Waller probably got to him too. Bottom line is, there's no one left for him to rat on. But he's a bad guy. You just said he'll go back to his sex-slavery business now. He has to be stopped. Frank rose. That's not our concern. We're officially pulling our tent on this one. He held out a packet of materials. I got your new assignment here. Early morning flight out to Madrid, then on to Wild Rio for a while. You'll get briefed on the way, but it has to do with Chinese ties to some violent anti-democratic leaders in that hemisphere. My counterpart in South America will be meeting you and going over more specifics. When Shaw didn't take the packet, Frank dropped it on the desk. Shaw was shaking his head. Tomorrow morning? That's not enough time for me to wind things up here. Frank, who was heading to the door, stopped and turned back to him. Wind things up? What the hell is there to wind up? Give me an extra week here, Frank. A week? Forget it. Your orders are in that packet. You go tomorrow. It's all set. And if I don't? Frank drew closer to him. Do you really want to go there? I think I'm going to have to. Because of her? I thought you said there was nothing there. I said there was nothing romantic there. But I can't leave the lady alone with Waller. That's like signing her death warrant. Oh, come on. We've had this discussion. The guy is not going to try anything with her. This is Provence. And the lady's not some abandoned young girl from a mud hut town in Guangdong province that nobody cares about. She's not in his wheelhouse at all. If the guy wants her, he'll take her. That I know. And I'm pretty sure he wants her. So just run some interference for me with the guys up top. Just buy me some time. But Frank had already turned away. Be on the flight tomorrow, Shaw. And stop playing guardian angel. The look doesn't wear well on you. Shaw kicked the door shut behind the man. Chapter 43. I missed you, Janie. Waller took her hand. I'm sure you had plenty to keep you busy. If I may inquire, where did you go today? Reggie drew a shallow breath and said, I went to Les Beaux de Provence to look at the Goya exhibit. His smile disappeared. That is most unfortunate. As I explained, I was hoping to take you there myself. I'm sorry, she said curtly. And you went alone? Evan, I see. I'm sure you two had a wonderful time, he said with a trace of bitterness. Look, I'm sorry. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. There are lots of other sites we could visit around here. This seemed to bolster his spirits. You're right. Would you then join me for dinner tonight? At my home? I would be honored. I have engaged a local chef. I actually already have plans. Bill's coming over and we're going to cook at my place. So Bill is coming over. I see. I don't suppose you could cancel on Bill? No, but I don't have any plans for tomorrow or the next day. Then let me claim that time right now, and also every day after that. We can go to Roussillon in the morning, in fact." Reggie pretended to think about this. "I guess that'll be fine, but let's take it one day at a time." "Excellent." He bent to kiss her hand. Reggie turned when she saw the slender man emerge from Kuchin's villa and start toward them. She noted he walked with a slight limp. He was dressed in blue slacks and a sleeveless yellow sweater over a white shirt. Kuchin straightened. "Ah, Alan, let me introduce you to this lovely young lady. Alan Rice, Jane Collins." They shook hands. "Alan is my business associate. He works all the time, but I succeeded in convincing him to join me here, for at least a brief time." She said, "It was a good decision, Alan. There are few places like Provence." "So Evan keeps telling me." "Well, enjoy your time here." "I plan to." Later, Reggie was sitting on her bed and staring down at the tiled floor. In a few days, it would all happen. And during that intervening time, she could make no mistakes. Had to hit her marks to perfection, and still it might go all wrong. She knew that she had Fedor Kuchin where she wanted him, but she had been doing this long enough to know that not everything was always as it seemed to be. That he was cunning was without doubt, so she could not assume that she had deceived him fully. He was playing the role of the elder suitor quite admirably, but that was all it might be. A role. She put her face in her hands. It was not easy, the career she had chosen. You literally couldn't trust anyone, and there was something else on her mind. The potential for evil lurks in all of us, she thought. Though she'd openly disagreed with Kuchin's opinion, in fact, she could see some truth in it. Indeed, at a certain level, what she did could be seen as evil. Judge, jury, executioner. Who was she to make those decisions? What gave her the right? And then there was the reason why she had chosen this life for herself. The image of her dead brother flashed across her mind. Only 12, so innocent. A tragic loss. She hurried to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and ran some water over her face. She had to stop thinking about such things. She had to focus. She was playing Bill against Kuchin for the benefit of the mission. All the time she spent with either man was because of the mission, she told herself. Bill Young was merely a convenient piece on the game board, nothing more or less. There was a momentary disconnect in her mind, like a flash of lightning's effect on a TV. When her synapses started operating again, the revelation almost made her sick. If Kuchin thinks I'm really interested in Bill, he might... A part of Reggie was cold and calculating. That part said collateral damage happened. But if the mission was successful, the sacrifice was justified. Another part of her was repulsed by an innocent person possibly dying, just so she could claim her target. That, for her, was the epitome of the very evil she professed to be fighting against. Reconcile that, Reggie, she thought. Yet she had already set everything in motion. How could she possibly stop it now? Chapter 44. Reggie stripped off her clothes and showered, scrubbing so hard it felt like her skin was peeling off her bones. Afterwards, she dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, drifted downstairs, found her market basket, and headed up the hill to town. She left through a rear door that opened onto the cobblestone path so she would not have to deal with her neighbor. An hour later she returned, her basket full of the ingredients for the meal. She prepped the kitchen, freshened up in the bathroom, and put on a white skirt and a light blue tank top. She remained barefoot, as she liked the coolness of the tile floor against her soles. She took time with her hair and face in the bathroom mirror, taking 5 whole minutes to decide on a bracelet and earrings. She froze in the middle of this, staring at her made-up face and wide eyes made wider by the magic of eyeliner and mascara.
It's jealousy, she thought, playing one against the other. That's all it is. Whit's voice sparked across her brain. So this is all tied to the mission? She kept staring at her image in the mirror. It's always about the mission. One more monster ticked off the list. That was all she wanted. And however she got there, it didn't matter. The sound of the front doorbell almost made her collapse. She looked at her watch. 8 o'clock on the dot. She finished with her primping and rushed down the corkscrew stairs. When she opened the front door, Shaw held up 2 bottles of wine. The vintner in town swore these were the 2 best reds he had, if my goal was to shamelessly impress a remarkably sophisticated lady of means. Reggie took one of the bottles and glanced at the label. He was right. I am impressed. These must have cost you a small fortune, even in Provence. I've never let money get in the way of fun, and as a lobbyist, I'm used to negotiating folks down on things. She rose up on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. He followed her into the kitchen, his gaze running over the twitch of her hips. Do you miss work? She asked. Not really. I basically was paid an extravagant amount of money to make even more money for people who already had too much of it. I've got all the prep work assembled. Your instruments await you. She pointed to a serrated knife and a wooden chopping board set next to a pile of vegetables and tomatoes. Okay, but first the thirst quencher. He grabbed the corkscrew off the counter, worked the cork out, poured 2 glasses, and handed her one. They clinked and sipped. He put down the glass and picked up the knife. So, what are we having? He asked as he started slicing. The main course is a stew with chicken, tomatoes, and vegetables, and a few closely guarded secret spices. I've got a cheese platter and crackers with some stuffed olives to munch on beforehand. Then there's salad, some bread and olive oil, and a little creamy dessert that I bought at the bakery because I can't bake. The coffee, of course, will be from a French press. Sounds terrific. You know, as depressing as Goya can be, I really did enjoy today. He glanced over at her as she was stirring the stew. Me too. Must have been the company. Reggie frowned. Okay, in the interest of full disclosure, Evan asked me to go with him to Roussillon tomorrow. Shaw finished dicing a tomato and started on the celery. Are you going? I told him I would, but I think I'll drive separately. Okay. You don't seem okay. If it were up to me, you'd have nothing to do with the guy. But it's not up to you. I'm acutely aware of that. You really think he's a bad guy? Let's put it like this. I don't want you to feel the brunt of my being correct on that issue. She smiled. Well, I take solace in the fact that you'll be here to protect me. His thrusts at the vegetables became so fierce that she asked, Is there something wrong? He dropped the knife and wiped his hands on a dish towel. I've had a change in plan. I have to leave tomorrow, to go back home. The color drained from her face. Leave? Why? Something's come up with my son. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Is it serious? He's not sick or anything. It's more emotional than physical. But I'm his dad, and it's important enough to cut short the wonderful time I'm having here. I can see why I like you. You have your priorities right. Shaw looked away, ashamed at her unwittingly misplaced praise. So I won't be here to protect you. I was just joking about that. It's not your job to protect me. When he glanced at her again, she turned her attention back to the stove. Shaw sensed something else in her features. Was it relief? Was she actually happy he was leaving? They chatted about inconsequential things over dinner, and didn't linger over their coffee or dessert. I hope everything works out with your son, she said as he helped her clear the table. I hope everything works out okay for you, too. Stop looking so worried. I'll be fine. Shaw couldn't know that she was thinking, and now so will you. Afterwards, at the front door, Reggie said, Well, I guess this is it. Take care of yourself. He paused and added, Our time together meant more to me than I think you can imagine. Oh, I don't know. I actually have a pretty good imagination." He thought she was going to leave it at that, but then her arm slipped around him, and he hugged her back. Shaw thought he felt her grip him perhaps a beat too long and a bit too tightly. Yet perhaps she was thinking the same thing about him, he realized. She kissed him uncomfortably close to the lips, and Shaw felt himself maneuvering to reach her mouth on the next attempt. They heard a cough, and both glanced over to see one of Waller's men watching them. Reggie said in a voice loud enough for the man to hear, "Again, I'm sorry you have to leave tomorrow, Bill. Have a good flight back to America." Then she closed the door. Shaw stared at the lion's head brass knocker for a long moment. Why the hell had she said that? He looked around and saw the muscle man's triumphant smile. The news of Shaw's imminent departure would no doubt be quickly reported to his boss. "Nice night," the guy said. Shaw walked back up the darkened path to Gord. He took the shortcut, taking the ancient steps two at a time. The plane left from Avignon at 8 in the morning. Avignon was about a 50-minute drive, so he would have to leave Gord early in the morning. And Janie Collins would be off to Roussillon with the man who made a fortune by selling girls into sexual slavery, and who also wanted to sell nukes to fanatics. He could opt not to go, but then Frank's men would come for him, and he'd have to go on the run, which meant he would be no help to Janie. He could see no way out of this dilemma. But then again, as Frank had pointed out, he wasn't her guardian. He was here on a mission. That mission had been canceled, and he was being deployed somewhere else. He had turned his back on Katie James, a woman who had risked her life for his. So what was making him want to stay and defend the honor and perhaps the life of a woman he barely knew? It was all irrational behavior. And if Shaw had always been one thing, it was logical. But he also couldn't ignore what he was feeling. And then in a burst of extreme lucidity it all came together. The villa next door. The gun. The kick in the kidneys, and continuing to swim in the pool when she knew people were watching. And finally, playing him against Waller. For that, Shaw suddenly realized, was what she was doing. She was setting the guy up for some reason. But she'd let it be known to Waller's men that Shaw was leaving. The only explanation was that she was trying to make sure Waller would do nothing to harm Shaw. She was protecting him. So engrossed was he in these new troubling thoughts that he never had time to block the descending blow. It connected squarely with the back of his head. His feet went out from under him, and he struck the pavement, cutting his knees and elbows on the hard stone. He tried to rise, but another blow sent him down face first. He felt himself being bound, and then picked up and thrown into a small compartment. Then for Shaw, it all became black. Chapter 45. Reggie rose early. The night sky was still in the process of burning into dawn. She opened the window to her bedroom and gazed out. From habit, she peered toward the villa next door, but saw no activity. Still, she was sure his men would be on guard outside. Roussillon today, and dinner at his place tonight, and she dreaded all of it, even though it could immeasurably aid in bringing Kuchin down. She was steadfastly counting the minutes to when they would end the man's life. It couldn't come soon enough for her. She showered, dressed, and left her villa by the side door. She had something she wanted to do. No, something she needed to do. She walked up the hill to Gord. There were a few people already about, including a man hosing down the streets. He nodded at her as she passed. Her feet carried her past the town square and around the curve of the road. The hotel was located on the left, through a set of double-glass doors. She roused the sleepy-looking clerk at the front desk. In French, she said, "Can you ring Bill Young's room, please? Tell him it's Jane Collins." The clerk, an older thin man with puffy white hair and slack cheeks, looked a bit miffed and even suspicious. "It's very early, young lady. I doubt he's even up." "He's expecting me," she lied. "At this hour?" "We're having breakfast together." The clerk didn't look convinced, but he rang the room. "No answer," he said, putting the phone down. "He might be in the shower," said Reggie. "He might be," said the clerk defensively. "Could you ring him again in a few minutes?" "I suppose I could, if it's necessary." "It is necessary," Reggie said politely but firmly. The clerk tried again 5 minutes later. Still no answer, he said in a tone that indicated their discussion was over. "Did you see him go out?" "No." Reggie had a sudden thought. "He hasn't checked out, has he?" "Why would he, if he was going to have breakfast with you?" "Plans sometimes change." "He didn't check out, at least not while I've been on duty." "Can you examine the register from before you came on duty?" The man sighed but did so. "He didn't check out." "Then can you go to his room?" "Why?" "To see if he's okay. He might be ill, or he might have fallen." "I seriously doubt that. He's an American. They sue over everything. If he's sick or hurt and you don't check even though I asked you to, it could open the hotel to enormous liability." Her words had their intended effect. The man grabbed a key and headed up the stairs. Reggie started to follow. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked. "I have training in medicine. If he's hurt, I can help." They hurried up the stairs. The clerk knocked, then called out, then knocked again. "Unlock the door," Reggie urged. "This is very much against hotel policy." "Oh, for God's sake!" She grabbed the key, shoved him out of the way, and unlocked the door. She stepped inside with the clerk right behind. It only took her a minute to see that the room was empty. Yet all of Shaw's things were still there. "The bed hasn't been slept in," she said, as she looked accusingly at the clerk. "It is not my responsibility to determine that all guests are in and accounted for," he added with indignation. Reggie thought quickly. The man had come on at midnight, and Bill had left her home around 11. It was a 5-minute walk up. What if he had never made it? But she'd made certain Waller's man heard that he was leaving town. He would have no reason to— "Excuse me," said the clerk. Jolted from these thoughts, Reggie saw that he had his hand out for the key. She gave it to him. "You should report this to the police," she advised. "I do not think so. He might not have come back to the hotel last night because he had something better to do." He gave her a knowing look. "This is Provence, after all." "Can I search his room, then, for a clue to where he might have gone?" "If you attempt that, rest assured that I will call the police." Exasperated, Reggie pushed past him and raced back down the stairs. She left the building and was hurrying back to her villa when she heard the screech of tires behind her. She turned and saw the car stop in front of the hotel. She flitted into the shadows and watched as 3 men, one wearing an old-fashioned hat, jumped out of the vehicle and raced into the hotel. She didn't venture closer because she could see that the driver was still in the car. A few minutes later, the men came out again, only now one of them was carrying something. Reggie instantly recognized it as the suitcase that was in Bill Young's room. As the car flew past where she was hiding, she saw the man wearing the hat through the car's passenger window. He was on the phone, talking fast, and he didn't look happy at all. Reggie hurried back to the hotel. The clerk sat mutely behind the desk. "I saw the men come," Reggie began. "This is the worst morning of my life," moaned the older man. "What did they want?" He stood. "What did they want? What did they want? The same thing you wanted. Who is this man you all want?" "Did they say anything to you?" "They said nothing." "Then why did you let them take his things?" In a tremulous voice, he said, "Because they had guns. Now get out!" Chapter 46. Shaw woke slowly and then tensed. He'd had a cracked skull once before, and it felt like he had one now. He flexed his arms and legs, but the bindings had been applied with skill. The more he pulled, the tighter they became. He finally sat motionless. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, He sensed that the room he was in was small, and except for him, empty. There were no windows, so he must be in a cellar, or maybe an old storage building. The floor was a concrete slab. The only light came from under the door that was directly in front of him. With each beat of his heart, there was an accompanying throb in his head. He deserved this for letting someone sneak up on him that easily. Yet he'd let his guard down, because he'd been thinking about things he shouldn't have. Evan Waller could have two possible reasons for kidnapping him. First, he was jealous and wanted to take out his rival. Second, he'd discovered who Shaw really was. The first reason didn't seem so plausible, especially since Janey had let it be known that Shaw was removing himself from the field. But if Waller had found out who Shaw was, he wondered why he wasn't dead already. Maybe Waller wanted to gloat first. Maybe he wanted to torture Shaw, like he had the terrorists before he'd killed them. He raised his head slightly when the door opened, and the man came in. Silhouetted against the partial darkness, the man said, "Are you awake?" "Yes." "Are you hungry or thirsty?" "Yes." Shaw figured if they untied him to eat and drink, he might have an opportunity to escape. The man came forward. Shaw didn't recognize him as one of Waller's men. The fellow held a bottle of water in one hand and another object in his other. He unscrewed the bottle top, but he didn't untie Shaw. He just held the bottle to his lips and let Shaw drink. "And just so you know, we have you in a clear firing line." Shaw looked over the man's shoulder and sensed someone else in the darkness. The man took the drink away and held out a chunk of bread. "Bread and water?" asked Shaw. "Better than nothing." "Mind telling me why you caved in my skull and kidnapped me?" "Basically for your own good." "Why don't I believe that?" "Doesn't matter to me what you believe." "Okay, now what?" "Now you just sit there and chill. We'll treat you well. Food, water, whenever you want it." "All that water, I'm going to have to take a piss at some point." He pointed to his left. Shaw saw the toilet in the shadows. "Just let me know." "Just like that?" "Like I said, just chill. And pretty soon you get out of here." "Where's Waller?" Shaw said sharply. "Who?" "Now I don't believe you again." The man locked the door behind him, leaving Shaw to puzzle all this over once more. He rocked back and forth in the chair, and quickly found that it was bolted to the slab. These folks had put some thought into this. He wondered how far away from Gord he was. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious. He might not even be in France any longer. If these guys weren't with Waller, who were they? No, of course they had to be with him, despite his captor's feigned ignorance. He also wondered what Frank was thinking. When Shaw didn't show up at the airport, Frank would go to his hotel room. Then he'd conclude that Shaw had screwed him and gone AWOL. He leaned back in the chair and took a deep breath. He was out of options, and Janey was probably with Waller right now. Or maybe dead. Chapter 47. "You seem preoccupied." Reggie looked over at Waller as they walked along the streets of Roussillon. They had driven separately, with her following the man's caravan of vehicles. Roussillon held all the charm of the typical Provençal village, but with the added burst of ochre on most of the buildings. "Just tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night." "I hope nothing is troubling you so that you cannot sleep." The man was dressed in ironed jeans, a white cotton shirt that he wore out, and leather sandals. A Panama hat covered his hairless head, protecting his pale skin from the sun. It gave him a jaunty, relaxed appearance that Reggie was having trouble discounting for some reason. Probably just delayed jet lag. This village really is beautiful. The colors are so different from anything I've seen. "My mother was born here," he said proudly. "I remember it well from when I was a child." Reggie paused to study a painting in a window, but she was really thinking of something else. She wondered how Fader Kuchin had been able to escape from behind the Iron Curtain to come here as a young boy, or rather how his parents had with him in tow. Travel was severely restricted back then. His father must have been very high up in the Communist Party to be allowed such freedom. She also wondered how a Frenchwoman from a rural town in Provence had come to marry a Ukrainian communist. Yet perhaps he was telling her a lie. That was actually more likely. "You like the painting?" Waller asked over her shoulder. Reggie continued to study the peaceful harbor scene depicted on the canvas. "It's far more pleasant than Senor Goya's works." "Ah, but this painter will never have the reputation of Goya. Goya did the world an important service." She turned to him. "How so?" "He lived during difficult times, war, poverty, cruelty. Thus he painted nightmares. As I told you before, using oils on canvas, he reminded the world that there is evil. That is an important lesson that we should never forget, but unfortunately, we do all the time." "Have you experienced such things?" "I have read of such things, and they are to be avoided if at all possible. But sometimes I guess it's not possible. You are an American, so of course you would say such things. You are a superpower. You can do what you want." Reggie wasn't sure if she saw a spark of envy in his eyes when he said this, or if it was her imagination. He took her by the arm. "I understand that dear Bill has left us." Reggie almost pulled her arm away. "He had to go home, some family issue." "Then I will do what I can to fill any void." She gave him a searching look, and then forced a smile. "Don't make promises you can't keep." "I never do that." "So where did you and your family stay when you were here?" "I will show you." They walked on through the center of town. A quarter of a kilometer past that, Waller led her down some worn steps and stopped at a small cottage with a wooden front door and 2 windows in front. "There," he said. "It's very quaint. My father died in that cottage." "God, I'm sorry to hear that." "I'm sure he was, too." He took her arm again. "Now, for the lunch. Down this way. All is arranged. We must eat light, because the meal tonight will be substantial. I take it you like to be in control." "There are leaders and there are followers. It is the natural order of things. Would you want a follower leading, or a leader following?" "I guess it depends on where they wanted you to go." "You are a strange young woman." "I've heard worse." "I meant that as a compliment." His grip tightened on her arm. As they walked along, Reggie found herself consumed with worry over what had happened to Bill Young. If Kuchin had harmed him, then even killing the man would not be enough. Nothing would, if an innocent man had died because of her. Chapter 48. "I've got to use the John," Shaw called out into the darkness. "Now!" A minute went by, and he thought that no one was going to respond. Then the door opened, and the same man appeared. "I told you about the toilet in the corner over there. I don't think I can hit the bowl from here, go figure." The man stepped forward. "Then I guess I'll have to untie you." "I guess you will." "Firing line," the man reminded him. "Right, got it." Shaw kept his gaze dead on the man as he approached, his muscles tensing, his mind burning through every possible angle and point of attack on the primary and secondary targets. He would put the man between him and the shooter and work his way out of here. It was as solid a plan as he could concoct under the circumstances. Unfortunately, he never got a chance to execute it. The man punched the syringe in his arm, right through his shirt. When Shaw awoke, he was on the floor, his arms tucked under him. He slowly rose, flexing his limbs, trying to bleed circulation back into them. He did his business at the toilet and looked around. The room was empty except for the bolted-to-the-floor chair and a mattress lying in one corner in the toilet. He paced off the parameters of the square, 8 by 8, 64 square feet with a ceiling that was not much higher than he was tall. Walls were stone and solid, no chinks in the mortar, slab floor. He lifted his hand up. The ceiling was plaster. A rattling sound behind him made Shaw whirl around in time to see a tray of food come through a hinged slot in the lower part of the door that he hadn't noticed before. He picked up the tray and carried it over to the mattress, sat down and ate, finished off the bottle of water in a couple of long gulps. He examined the residue on the tray. No utensils, so no sharp edges, styrofoam plate, plastic bottle. A few minutes later, a voice called out, "Slide it through." He rose and passed the tray through the slot. It was barely 3 inches high, and he had to lay the bottle of water down. He resumed his pacing, examining every square inch of his prison. His gaze returned to the toilet. He walked over, lifted the tank lid in back, and felt around. A minute later, he'd worked free the long piece of metal. He walked over to the door and examined the lock. Deadbolt. Made things problematic, but maybe not impossible. Plopping down in the chair, he began fashioning the metal into the instrument he needed to attack the lock. Well, actually 2 instruments, since it was a deadbolt. He had no idea what time it was, day or night. They'd taken his watch. But he did start counting off the seconds in his head. He would work from the notion that the meal he had been given was either lunch or dinner, and time it out from there. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. After he'd broken the metal in half and worked the pieces into proper shapes, using the hard surface of the walls to bend them, he ventured quietly over to the door. He listened for a moment, his ear right against the 2-inch thick wood, at least judging by the width of the slot. The hinges were on the outside of the door, so they were no help to him. It was just him and the lock. He got down on his hands and knees and edged open the slot a few centimeters. He listened for sounds of breathing, of movement, of a heart thudding too fast, other than his own, that is. There it was, a foot grazing across the floor. He retreated to the chair and sat down, continuing to count the seconds. He needed to get out of here fast, but that was obviously not going to happen. Slow it down, he said to himself. Take your time. Speed means mistakes. His only problem with that philosophy was that Janie might not have a lot of time left. Even if Waller had nothing to do with his kidnapping, the guy was now free to do whatever he wanted to with her. And it sickened Shaw to think what the guy must want whenever he looked at the young woman. Patience, Shaw. Patience. He fingered the pieces of metal and kept counting the seconds. Chapter 49. "So, how long have you worked with Evan?" asked Reggie. She was standing on the terrace of Waller's villa, looking at the descending sun. Alan Rice was next to her, dressed in khaki pants and a loose-fitting shirt with a red kerchief around his neck. If he was looking for a debonair effect, he had missed the mark, she felt. He was sipping from a glass of wine, while Reggie worked on some club soda. She'd selected a knee-length skirt and blouse with low heels for the dinner. Her hair was damp and hung to her shoulders. The trip to Roussillon had been relatively uneventful, and Waller had been charming and informative and treated her like a princess. She could see how an unsuspecting woman might be taken in. However, each time she looked at the man, all she could see were the hopeless victims of his sick mind. And yet she smiled and was playful, and even seducing to him at times, because she had to be. "Nearly 4 years," said Rice, setting his glass down on a table and placing his arms on the chest-high stone wall enclosing the terrace. "He's a brilliant businessman." He seems quite accomplished at everything, very worldly." "That's the exact right word, worldly." "How did you two hook up?" "I was working at a firm in New York. He came there on business. We met, he charmed me, like he does everyone else. One thing led to another, and I came to work for him." "I assume it's challenging." "Absolutely. Mr. Waller doesn't suffer fools or anyone else gladly. Makes for a lot of pressure to perform, but you learn a lot." "Well, then you probably needed a little vacation. I see you're not limping as much. Were you injured?" "Fell in the shower and messed up my knee a while back. It's healing fine." Waller came out a few moments later, and Reggie noted that Alan Rice quickly disappeared back into the house. Waller took a sip of his cocktail and said, "I trust Alan was keeping you in good company." "Absolutely. He really likes working for you." He sat down on a sofa and motioned for Reggie to join him. "I am fortunate to have him." She sat near him, their knees almost touching. "What kind of business are you in?" "The kind that makes money." "The profit motive drives you, I guess," she said coolly. "When one grows up without money, yes, it can be a motivating force." "But you came to Provence as a child. You must not have been in too desperate circumstances. Traveling here from Canada couldn't have been cheap, even back then." He flashed a look that was inscrutable, yet for one terrible instant Reggie thought she had gone too far. "It's none of my business, of course," she added hastily. "No, it's all right. As I mentioned, my mother was French, so we did not have to pay to stay anywhere. We had the family cottage, and back then we came by boat, third-class steerage, followed by third-class steerage on a train. It was very cheap, if not very comfortable." "Of course." "And once one arrived in Provence, how one got there became irrelevant." He stood and looked out at the breathtaking view of the Luberon Valley. "It is glorious." She joined him. "It is." She added, "My mother would have said that God was in fine form when he created Provence." "A religious woman, I take it." "A good Catholic, just like me. On her dying bed, my mother said to me, 'Never forsake your faith in God. It will keep you in the good, and especially in the bad.' She was a wise woman." "And has it kept you, in good and bad?" "No life is without pain. I am rich now, but once I was not. Once I—" He smiled. "I think dinner is ready. You will sit next to me. Alan is joining us as well. You should ask him about his theory on French versus California wines. It is most interesting. He is completely wrong, of course, but it is worth hearing nonetheless." He walked her into the dining room. After the meal was done, they had more drinks, and then dessert out on the lower patio next to the pool. Rice joined them for a few minutes, but then abruptly left. Whether this was on a high sign from his employer or not, Reggie didn't know. Waller stared moodily at the water. "You have a pool at your villa, correct?" Reggie nodded. "I swim. In fact, after this meal, I should probably swim a couple of miles to work it off." He waved this comment away. "Ridiculous. You are in superb shape. You don't have much fat on you, either." "I do what I can," he said modestly. "Americans eat too much garbage, but you have obviously escaped that trap. Being wealthy gives me certain advantages many Americans don't have. I can afford to eat right, and I have the time to exercise. Here, a peasant can go to market and get the freshest ingredients for a few euros, and they walk to market and thus get their exercise." He paused and added, "But I judge no one." Reggie felt her face flush uncontrollably at this statement. Fortunately, Waller was not looking at her. She thought, "You only judged hundreds of thousands of people to their deaths." She rose. "Thank you for a wonderful day." He said, "You are not leaving." She flinched for an instant, since it was not clear if that was a question or a command. "It's been a long day." "But it is still early." "Perhaps for you. I wish very much that you would stay." "I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. and not everyone gets their wish. He rose. "You will not reconsider? I would like to get to know you better." "I need to swim." "You can swim here." "Good night, Evan. I can show myself out." "There are few who would venture to disagree with me." "I'm not disagreeing with you." "But—" She stood on tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek. "It's all in the timing, actually." After she closed the door to her villa securely behind her, Reggie spit on the floor and then wiped off her mouth. Chapter 50. "Yes, Whit, I understand the situation quite clearly. Perhaps better than you." Professor Mallory sat at his desk in his study at Harrisfield, attempting to light his pipe at the same time he was clenching the phone against his cheek with his left arm.